tries to cost, but now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have gone, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to see, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I'm running my sources, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fate away forgive me and help me go on? The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try to cost, but now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. tries to go lost without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have gone, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to see, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, and take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I've seen? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fate away forgive me and help me go on? The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be right. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try to go lost without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt out in September, bathing in the sun, oh sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light, down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger.
Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's mana mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening! We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey! Don't drink weird beverages in my bar!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. And cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
future I still coerce. Without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no more the tour. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathe in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Kyo, how was your childhood? Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. put your eyes to close. Without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have gone, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take to me? I'm ready to see, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, and take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fate of mine forgive me and help me go on? The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be
됐다.
Ready, it's so right away. Oh my god. Wow. Or maybe wait for him to go into the power. Wait. Oh, the front wheel. Oh, the might be a 4K.
Hey, hello guys! This is Nello Mello, and I'm so excited to be here today for IVS. And joining me is the one and only Entity over here. So, how do you feel today, Entity?
I'm feeling great. We are starting off IVS with a bang here, and people are excited about this event. Why don't you tell us more about IVS now?
For sure. For those of you who just tuned in, welcome to the stream of Identity 5 IVS Identity 5 Stellaris Challenge. It's an international competition organized by NetEase, which top players from all over the world will come and join in. So this is really, you can say that this is a mini COA. because all the top teams from the 6 regions, Chinese mainland, Hong Kong, Macao and Taiwan region, Japan region, Republic of Korea region, and the NAEU region are invited to take part in this event. So it's definitely a showcase of the all-stars from each of the regions. So really excited. So who are we gonna see first today? What do you think?
Yeah, today we're gonna have 3 matchups, which is, I believe, gonna be very exciting. The first matchup that we are gonna head into is going to be between NICE and ZETA, which is the champion of IVT Korea and the champion of IJL. Okay, so let's introduce the team with a short video.
Sure, go.
2022 Identify Stellaris Challenge will kick off on September 22nd. Let's learn more about the format of the competition. This year's IVS Stellaris Challenge will bring together 8 elite teams from 6 regions around the world to compete for the Grand Championship. The A team from Chinese Mainland region, IVL, Japan region, IJL, Hong Kong, Macao and Taiwan region, IVT, Southeast Asia region, IVC, Republic of Korea region, IVT, North America and Europe region, IVT. They are all here at the IVS stage at a share of the $40,000 prize pool. The IVS competition will take place from September 22nd to October 3rd. The 7-day competition is divided into 2 stages, the group stage and knockout stage. The group stage will last for 4 days from September 22nd to 25th. During the group stage, the A team will become drawn into 2 groups, each containing 4 teams. They will play BO3 matches with other teams within the group and the single round robin format. Based on the final standing, the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the upper bracket of the knockout stage. The 3rd place team of each group will move to the lower bracket of the knockout stage. The team that finish bottom of their groups are eliminated from the competition. The knockout stage will take place from October 1st to 3rd. The knockout stage is in the double elimination format, while the finals will be played in BO5. The other matches are BO3. At the knockout stage, the 6 teams that advance from the group stage will be put into the upper bracket and lower bracket based on their group standing. Losing team from the upper bracket will move down to the lower bracket. In the end, the winners of the upper bracket and the lower bracket will advance to the IVS Grand Final to fight for the championship. The winner of the Grand Final will lift the coveted IVS Champion Trophy. 2022 IVS Stellaris Challenge will take place. Stay tuned for the exciting actions.
Okay, so there you have it. Hope that all of you get a little bit more understanding of what is going on in IVS. And here we have it, the club groupings for Group A and Group B. So in Group A, there will be Scars from Japan, GH from Southeast Asia, Fusion from NAEU, and MRC from Chinese Mainland.
Exactly, and from Group B, we're gonna have NICE from the Republic of Korea, Weibo Gaming from the Chinese Mainland region, ZETA Division in Japan, and RD from the Hong Kong, Macao and Taiwan region.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice to see teams from other regions compete with each other, especially in day number 1 here itself, where NICE versus ZETA will be the first matchup that we'll be seeing. So I can't wait to see GH and versus MRC as well as Weibo Gaming versus RD on day 1 itself. Of course, there's going to be day 2, day 3, and day 4. A lot of exciting matchups. I can already see a lot of different regions, battling it out against each other. Even in day 2, for example, RD versus ZETA. So a combination of matchups which is bound to let everyone enjoy the variety and the different styles which each region can offer.
I mean, you pretty much wrapped it up in the opening sequence. You said it's a mini COA, so we're gonna see probably COA action in IVS right here, right now, with the first match of NICE versus ZETA. Second match gonna be GH and MRC, and the third match for today will be Weibo Gaming and real live stream RD from for the last matchup. That is.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm so excited for NICE versus ZETA. Because Nice, you know, who doesn't know Korea? Like Nice from the K-pop team. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
You know what? Talking about Nice, they actually defeated MS. They actually defeated MS in IVT just to come here as well. And ZETA, I mean, the country known for its wonderful and exciting anime. So, the anime team, ZETA. Yeah, and who doesn't know ZETA? Because ZETA was the runner-up of COA 5. So it's like the battle of the giant of COA versus the giant of IVT Korea. So I'm very excited to introduce the players to you as well. But before that, Entity, why don't you start with Oniske?
Alright, Nice. Oniske will be representing the Republic of Korea right here with 79.21 average containment time. So that's above average with 1 MVP in the IVT tournament, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Oniske does play a few different survivors as well. Oniske, he does play the batter, the machinery also. So that's one thing to point out. Next, we have Nice. I believe you told me her name was 303.
Yeah, and she changed her name to 3 for easier understanding. Easier for the commentator, that is.
Does she play Doctor though?
Oh yeah, because Doctor has been quite, leveling up in the meta with the upcoming hunter like Hermit, which Doctor can counter.
For sure. And not only that, she does play Seer and Machinery as well. Like she picks up Machinery when the other teammates need to pick up other. Yeah, so she's pretty all-rounded. We've seen this from IVT Korea as well. But now, a calendar to remind us of the time and date now. Calendar from Nice, Republic of Korea, with the forward. Like, calendar... Here's actually a fun fact about Calendar. He also plays the Weeping Clown. So so he actually pulled out the Weeping Clown. So it's actually a very, very very interesting pick. And even in BO1, BO2, BO3, he actually went with Weeping Clown the whole way. So that's something that I really look forward to seeing, how he utilizes the Weeping Clown.
Yeah, Weeping Clown has been moving on the meta ladder, and now we're gonna move on to Jeju. How do you say it? Yue-un, sorry.
Yue-un.
Okay.
Ju-yun.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember because of Seyun.
Why?
So, yeah, tell us about Ju-yun.
Seems like she's the main rescuer of the team with the mercenary as the favorable character. 66.47 actually 49 seconds of kiting and the average of over 180% of decoding.
Yeah, I mean, Ju-yun also plays the patient explorer, but now we're moving on to the Hunter of Nice, Metal. I love this name. Very, very aggressive. Metal, like it's highlighted here that he's playing Galatea, but besides Galatea, he also plays a very scary Bloody Queen. And it was with the Bloody Queen that Metal did a 4-man elimination in best of 1 and best of 3 against Money Sweep in IVT Korea. So that's really impressive, like having a Bloody Queen doing 4K in this situation.
Very intense matchup. And also in Nice we have Yu, which is the meta main that we saw in the previous year, which is the player for MS. He has switched to Nice, but now we're gonna see the lineup for ZETA Division, which is gonna start off with Dolisu, 1 MVP, 85.59 seconds of kiting. So that's, I would say, more than the average for the team of Korea.
For sure. And Dolisu also, not only does he play the Priestess, even in IJL itself, he also plays the Entomologist, he also plays the Weeping Clown. So I agree with you, we are seeing more Weeping Clown. But he also plays the Magician and Entomologist. Yeah, so that's definitely something we have to look forward to. And Kazuneko, oh my god!
Let's go.
Tell us about it.
Kazuneko with the Neko pose, also having the Acrobat as the favorite character, 2 MVP in the IJL tournament with 96.98 seconds of average containment time. That is a lot. That is a far above average.
Yeah, and not only that, he's actually very well known, right, for playing the Prospector.
Exactly.
And even in IJL, in his previous matches against Scars, the second place one, his Prospector was doing such an amazing job now.
He is kind of like the pioneer of bringing Prospector in the tournament, and now we're gonna have Mochi right here with the Mercenary. The escape rate and the and the win rate is actually quite high. 53.1 win rate with 81.6% of escaping. So ensuring a point for the team is very crucial in bringing your team to the victory.
Yeah, Mochi's really dashing, but when he's not playing the Mercenary, he also plays the Patient, he also plays the First Officer. So yeah, that pretty much sums up Mochi right there. And now Sasori. Sasori sounds very anime-like. Is it from Naruto? I'm not really sure. But Sasori, he has the mechanic under his disposal, but he also plays Embalmer. He also plays Magician. He also plays Coordinator. So really excited to see what he can do with all these characters, because I think it's I would have to say ZETA, their team in IJL, they have constantly getting draws at 2-man escapes and above. So I feel like they are really, really strong when it comes to their survivors. And not to mention now with the hunter, Van P, he's like one of the strongest hunters in Japan right now. And Dream Witch is definitely his main to go through. Like, why don't you bring us through his stats?
Yeah, let's see. Average elimination, I believe, is 1.88. So constant draw, like having that tie rate, is very. As you said, constant draw is bringing your team to the win, because Survivor are so powerful these days. 2 MVP in the tournament, and not to mention in ZETA, there's also Alf, which is a former member of ST, which has defeated all the team to move on to the final in COA 5.
Yeah, but let's not forget there's also Alf from ZETA as well. Alf is definitely making a lot. But we're going to talk about him later when he comes in, because right now, ZETA survivors are going to be coming out first. I'm not surprised, because they always send their survivors. They kind of love having the survivors out first, and they're going to versus Metal from Team Nice. And I'm really excited to see this, because Metal 4K with BQ. Wow.
선수입니다. 저희 팀은 각자의 진영에서 새로운 전략들과 좋은 팀합이 장점인 한국 지역 팀입니다. 저희 팀 중 몇 명은 작년 심연을 부른 포에 참가했었는데요. 그때 이후로 다시 한국 지역 대표를 하는 기회를 얻게 되어 대중들에게 더 새롭게 단장한 저희 팀의 플레이를 한 번 더 보여드릴 수 있다는 것이 기쁘고, 다양한 국가의 실력팀들과 경기를 할 수 있게 되어 정말 영광스럽다고 생각합니다. 저희 팀은 늘 겨루는 상대팀에 맞추어 새로운 전략을 짜는 것과 무리수와 안전성을 같이 두는 플레이를 잘한다고 생각합니다. 이번에도 저희는 좋은 플레이를 많이 보여드리는 것이 목표입니다. 그리고 여러 나라의 팀들과 경기를 하며 그 팀들의 장점들도 배우고 싶습니다.
ゼータディビジョン所属ハンターのアルフです。
ゼータディビジョン所属のサバイバーやってます、ドリスです。
ゼータディビジョンのカズネコです。
ゼータディビジョン所属のサバイバーのモチです。
ゼータディビジョンサバイバーのサソリです。
ゼータディビジョン所属ハンターのバンピーです。
準備はですね、日々のランク戦と、みんなでいつも楽しく仲良く練習を頑張っているので、その結果を見せられたらなと思ってます。
短期間で IJL での反省点を生かして目標は1位で優勝します。IVS には毎回出させてもらっているので、僕は頑張っていきたいと思います。
優勝を目指して頑張ります。
大会出るからには、優勝したいと思います。
絶対勝つので、応援よろしくお願いします。
Oh my god. My goodness, they look so humble. Like, they're champions in their own regions, they're champions in their own rights, but they're so humble to say we're just going to try our best. So really love it, especially Alf's team ZETA, and also Nice. They just look so humble, and they look so calm and composed. So
exactly.
So that's definitely the mentality of a champion right there. But of course, now we are looking at the map ban pick. Nice. He doesn't want to deal with Ever Sleeping Town. So ZETA is going to bring Metal into the Sacred Heart Hospital. So
it's actually the other way around.
The other way around.
So, yeah, ZETA and Sacred Hospital, and Nice have actually picked Ever Sleeping Town.
Okay.
Ever Sleeping Town, like, as we have seen from the previous tournament, it has been the consistent choice for every team. Like, they really like Ever Sleeping Town, as is, I think, the most balanced map of all.
Yeah, I feel so as well. Ever Sleeping Town. Thank you for the clarification, because usually we have the bands on the left side, right?
Yeah.
So this time we have it switched around. But as ITT said, Ever Sleeping Town, really, really balanced. And you know what else is balanced? We might be able to see Sculptor here, because usually in best of one, Metal, in the previous games though, he actually brought out Bloody Queen, even in this map itself. So let's just see if he's actually going to bring out Bloody Queen first, or is he going to go straight for the Sculptor in this BO1, because
Yeah.
I feel like Ever Sleeping Town Sculptor could be a very high risk, high reward kind of hunter. Very high potential to get a 4K. So maybe they do just need to go aggressive in this game against ZETA's Survivor.
I mean, with a very formidable Survivor team like ZETA Division, NICE has to bring out his best game, even in round 1, in order to secure the win if they want to have a slot in the playoff stage of IVS. Now we're gonna see the first man from Metal. It's Ever Sleeping Town, so I'm expecting either a Priestess or a Seer.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to pick up those survivors, right? Especially if it's not being banned. Right now, yeah, the Hunter's gonna ban Eli, like what you mentioned. If Eli is just really, really strong. Shoutouts to Eli. Really strong.
Yeah, he's OP.
Yeah, he's OP, definitely. So taking out the Seer, it does give the option for ZETA to go with the forward Priestess combo, which is exactly what ZETA is gonna do right here. Very, very strong combo, especially in BO1s in this kind of map as well. Priestess just so dominant, so versatile, providing support with the portals and Barmaid. So
landing the Barmaid. So is he really trying to go for Dream Witch here in round number 1?
He could be. He could be. I mean, yeah. I mean, he could be going for a Dream Witch. We don't have that in our data yet, but it does look like a ban towards towards picking a Dream Witch. So Mochi not gonna waste any time picking up the machinery. So they do have a very strong rescue ratio right there.
Yeah.
So the last one, yeah, I definitely agree with you. It does seem like a Dream Witch pick here. Taking out both healers. So ZETA, last pick. What do you think, Entity?
I mean, Enchantress.
Against a Dream Witch, do you think?
So ZETA is actually, I think ZETA is trying to, bait NICE. Actually, it's the other way around. I think NICE is trying to bait the Survivor team into thinking that it's a Dream Witch, but ZETA is not falling for it, so that's why they picked the Enchantress. If Metal actually picked the Dream Witch, like we don't have Dream Witch in our data, Metal could be,
going for the Bloody Queen.
Yeah.
It's probably falling because, again, like Bloody Queen is also kind of susceptible to more attacks, right? So
Yeah.
let's see what Metal will be picking, because I mean, even Barmaid, like you get hit once, you can still heal up. Psychologist, you need to take 3 hits, so it in a way it's kind of tanky and troublesome for a Bloody Queen as well, right? So Metal right here, he has around 40 seconds to make his pick. He's still thinking about it. This comp is definitely very, very strong against it. It covers everything except the Dream Witch, because they don't really necessarily fall for Metal's ban. They probably think, we don't think you're gonna bring out Dream Witch, because we've never seen you with it. And we know that your go-to hunter is Sculptor and Bloody Queen, so so this is the risk he has to take. 10 seconds going on. Oh my god, I'm curious to see who Metal is gonna go for, Sculptor or Bloody Queen.
I mean, you call it. It's going to be the Sculptor. Sculptor is more reliable than the Bloody Queen in this map, I would say. Banning the Barmaid, banning the Psychologist, as I said earlier, is a mind game. That ZETA didn't fall for it because they understand, they study the Hunter so well to know that Metal doesn't play Dream Witch.
For sure. I was really kind of sus about this kind of ban, because we all know that Metal has Sculptor, has Bloody Queen, but we don't have any data on Dream Witch. But now Metal is gonna bring out the Sculptor, so very, very strong lineup for ZETA, but also for Metal, because Metal, I'm not really sure about his Sculptor, but he did actually get a 2-man elimination with his Sculptor in against Money Sweep. So right here against ZETA, if he can get a draw or more, I think that will be a victory for Metal, because ZETA's Survivor is just so strong, and they are just well known to have a very strong early game and BO1s and BO2s. And this lineup, my god, Metal is gonna have a hard time here.
I think, yeah. Actually, in my opinion, Metal kind of bring himself to a tough situation here, because Sculptor counter the Seer. But then he banned the Seer, he allowed the Priestess, which is a counter to the Sculptor, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. So Metal kind of make the situation harder for himself in turn of, having a fair mind game in the ban pick session. So we're gonna head into the game here with the spawn. Look at the spawn here. It's tough to go for any of these 3 targets that he's the closest of.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely just want to leave Sasori out of it. They don't want to. They just want to give Metal the worst kind of first chase. Like, it's so hard chasing a Priestess, and even for the machinery as well, and the forward in the middle providing so much support. So I have to say, wonderful strategy going on with the spawn placement. Metal there with the Korean love there. Oh my god, looking very nicely, but don't let that fool you guys, because that's a detention. That's a 6-9 build right there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Insolent and Detention with the Survivor side. 2 Flywheel and 2 Titaner also. So, very rounded. As in turn of IVS, the Survivor side has to lock in their Persona build before the Hunter lock in their character. So it's actually fairer for the Hunter here. Metal spawning at the S palette area, got a transition to the graveyard area, going for the Priestess, which is not necessarily the best character to go for, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Dolisu already creating so much distance. This is what happens when you have a perfect understanding of the spawn areas. They know where the Hunter is spawning. They know exactly how to transition. Like, look at Metal, the first portal being used, and it's already bought so much time for the Priestess to rotate away and into the grave. Metal is bringing a blink. I can't really see from here.
That looks like a teleport.
A teleport, okay, a teleport. Makes sense, because he's probably thinking about the late game as well, right? Detention plus Insolence. But now he's
that's actually
excitement! Entity! Oh my god. Wow. The visuals, man. Oh, he's gonna go through. He's gonna jump through. And Dolisu still has another... No, he doesn't have any more portals. Metal, on the other hand, he's also running out of statues really soon. But good job by Dolisu so far, dodging all of these statues. And guess what? He's running towards Kazuneko. And Kazuneko with the forward, maybe providing a little bit of support. Let's see.
Not yet, but now Dolisu has a portal to transition into the... That's why you don't stun right there. We know that the Hunter has an excitement, but Kazuneko have no idea of that. Has to use a football to transition into the graveyard area, which is the best hiding area for the Survivor. Still,
that was very risky.
Very risky play from the Survivor side.
Yeah, like he can see the ball coming from halfway across, and I have to say that ball, rest assured, Metal does not need to worry about the forwards football anymore, because look at that, less than 20% left, but the saving grace is at least the Priestess is alive and well, and Kazuneko is the one getting chased by chip damage. Just one more chip damage away, but fortunately Metal does not have statues rejuvenated fast enough. Kazuneko running on barefoot. He will be able to get through the trap!
He will be able to do that. Metal will have to use the Sculptor trick in order to bring Kazuneko down from the tram, if he managed to do that also. He wasn't able to do that. Oh! He was able to do that! But oh my god. So many things going on. Nice
football. Beautiful kite right there, Entity. Like the flywheel and the...
Oh my god, Kazuneko. Unbelievable transitioning from the forward here. Buying time.
It did. It bought so much time. Look at the last 3 ciphers, all past 50%. All that they need to do is just to finish one cipher. Mercenary can finish one cipher, go in and decode, and probably just just get ready, stay in the vicinity in case he has to go for the second rescue, and the others can just cover the cipher. And my goodness, this is looking really, really good for ZETA, because I don't think they realize, but Metal, he does not have trump cards, so Metal needs to make something happen right here.
I think they do realize that because they did know Metal did got the skill with the incident early on. Nice sidestepping from Mochi. Oh, now the rescue has to happen. One statue hit, and more hit. Got too impatient there for Metal. Have to wait for another statue hit in order to get to the double down. A very safe rescue from the side of Survivor. And Kazuneko.
Yeah, beautiful rescue by Mochi. Like, usually we don't want to risk rescuing so last minute, especially against a full presence Galatea, right? But he did well, he dodged everything. And
look at it, just moving around in the Hunter facility to get that curse.
Yeah, he wants to save it. That was Prime, so why not? Like, he's just looking there. He's just blocking. He's like, what the?
So cheeky. Such a cheeky play. Kazuneko still able to sidestep away from the statue, and level the tension is in the air. Have to watch out for that excitement though. Enchantress know I think the Survivor side know very well that the Hunter has
baiting the light. Sasori's not falling for it. Sasori knows exactly what baiting the red light is. He's gonna destroy the pallets right there, but it's not gonna be that fast. So Sasori will be able to use that time to transition away, get that pallet boost, and
look at the portal! Oh, the portal support! That's what you need to ban the prisoners in the turn. Excitement to go through the portal, but the next portal won't be. Oh, the excitement prolonged long enough for Metal to go through the portal. But there's a global portal. Now Metal have to watch out for this. Dolisu!
Will it be a 4-man escape? It looks so strong right here. They actually already finished opening. The machinery is already on the other side waiting with the open gate.
Dolisu could go for the dungeon as the Enchantress Accessory is making her way to the gate. And Metal trying to protect the dungeon, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what looks. Oh my goodness, he doesn't have the Nidus. He's really trying to find out if there's anyone. He knows that the priestess should be around here, but he has no idea. And Dolisu was being very patient. Instead of running towards the dungeon straight away, he actually went further
to the gate. Dolisu could be the teamwork of the year. We already have a highlight in the roundup. Dolisu already transitioned from the graveyard to the gate, and it will be a 4-man escape.
4-man escape by ZETA right here, and that's exactly why they are so scary. We've already talked about this. They settle for nothing less than 2 escapes, and right here in best of 1 against Sculptor. Wow, 5-0 against Metal, who's Metal Sculptor in Ever Sleeping Town. I have to say, at first, like what happened there just now, guys. At first, we thought that Kazuneko was in deep trouble because he used up so much of the football to ram the Sculptor. The Sculptor used excitement, hit him, and he was already at half health. He practically wasted all of his football in the first 2 ciphers kite. But and it was supposed to be good for Metal, but the kiting of Kazuneko was so good. And the combination of the flywheel as well.
That's why you have to appreciate the raw kiting skill from Kazuneko. He did it so well, sidestepping all the statue, even when Metal has max present with a perfect statue.
My goodness, exactly. I totally agree with you. Like, everyone was playing out of their minds. Even Mochi, who went to rescue as a mercenary, right? He dodged every single one of the statues, so that was amazing. That was amazing. And the 49.9% rescue. We always say don't rescue, so risky, but he did it. He did that. But right now, let's look at the match.
142 seconds of kiting. That's unbelievable with a Sculptor at max present. So, I mean, in a situation like this, Meadow have no chance of dealing with a survivor with teamwork this well. He kind of put himself into a difficult situation, as I said earlier, by banning the seer, banning the vomit, and then banning the psychologist to trick the survivor into thinking that is going to be a dream witch, but it's not a dream witch. And the survivor was able to go for the full extent with the best lineup that they could go for in a lineup like this.
Yeah, I mean, it was never gonna be a dream witch. He was like, I totally agree with you. It was a mind game, but it was never gonna be a dream witch. Unfortunately for ZETA, they never got mind tricked, because that's they got the priestess, they got the forward, and that's exactly what they needed. Because if you notice, that was the two things those were the two characters making the most impact in that game against the sculptor.
Yeah, exactly.
The priestess and the forward, and everyone else was basically just decoding until last minute. Machinery, of course, wonderful rescue, and the Patty, so annoying when you have a Patty.
Yeah, so cheeky.
Blocking you.
And you can't even hit the enchantress because it will provide the curse to the character, which will make the chasing of the forward even harder for you.
Sure.
So it's just getting tougher and tougher as time went by.
Yeah, forward, I definitely have to say Kazuneko, one of the best kiters for Team ZETA right there. Kazuneko, raw kiting. Guys, this is not often you can see people kiting raw right there without the football, but using, of course, just making sure he doesn't go down unnecessarily with the flywheel as well. And the pallet slam, beautiful there. So I have to say, best of one, MVP Kazuneko. For sure. I mean, exactly. Mochi is definitely very good too, right? We agree. Mochi is really good, but it was Kazuneko who ultimately bought the full 3.5 ciphers.
Yeah. I mean, how long can we even kite with half health? Like, we can't even kite that long with full health, to be honest. So,
5 seconds. That's how long.
Yeah. I mean, Meadow did try to bring excitement to diverse the situation as he allowed the priestess and the forward to be in the game. But excitement can only do as much as ignoring a stun. And ignoring a stun isn't good when the survivor know that you have excitement, so they don't have to worry about playing. They can just expand all the resources to transition.
Yeah, sure. Like, he was already wasting so much time, right? Like, in the beginning, trying to chase the priestess, that was already like, what, 1.5 ciphers? 1 cipher kite?
Not the best character.
Yeah. But after he got the forward at half health, he decided to change target to the forward. But little did he know, Kazuneko on forward, that's also something very annoying. So Kazuneko definitely made a very, very impressive play there. But it's only best of one. Next, we are going to be seeing nice survivors that are going to be taking on ZETA Hunter, which is Van P. And knowing Van P, he's going to bring up the Dream Witch right there. And I have to say, nice. I really don't know. I'm looking at their character picks now. Like Tree, he plays Seer. She plays Seer Machinery. Ju-Eun, he plays Patient Explorer. Calendar with the Weeping Clown. Honest K with the Battle Machinery. And even Hotbar. I don't see Hotbar yet, but he plays the Walling. So,
Walling. Oh, really?
Yeah, Walling. But we don't see Hotbar yet. But right now, the K-pop team is going to be facing the strongest, one of the strongest. Come on. Let's look at their faces. That's Oppa and Luna right there. How can they not be K-pop? Okay, not only do they play well, they look good too.
Yeah, my god. Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, but they're gonna face Dream Witch, and Dream Witch, you know what? Van P, he's not here to play with you. He's here to crush the competition. And with Van P, we've seen that he's like Van P. I have to say, like, they already have 5-0. They already have 4 survivors escape in the first half. Van P, I don't think he really needs to stress about it. Even if he gets like a draw, I think that will still be a points advantage to him.
Yeah, even if he, get a survivor, it would have been a win to ZETA anyways.
That's true. And with all he has to do, right? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you go ahead.
All he has to do is just get a win, like 1k, like what you said, and a draw, and just wait for the survivors to make mistakes. I think that can be his plan. Wait for the survivors to to make mistakes, to force certain rescues, and that's where Van P can capitalize and get even more kills. So that's where it happened. Exact same situation with GH versus ZT from IDC. Exact same. Because Gotcha he just needed from GH. Totally unrelated here, but that's where it happens. Just wait, because you have the advantage, just wait for it to happen. Just wait for the survivors to make mistakes. And speaking of that, Eli's going to be banned again. On his K, nice, not going to waste any time, going to pick up the Priestess, but instead of the forward, they're going to pick up the Barmaid. So, incoming anti-Dream Witch lineup.
Yeah, exactly. So, Van P, if he wants to prevent the lineup from picking that Psychologist, the Psychologist will be banned, but no, actually banning the Mercenary, which is the key rescuer. Seems like Van P just want to get that 1 point, ensure that 1 point by banning the most efficient rescuer possible. The forward from the side of Nice with the patient ban also would be the Psychologist from the side of Nice. Let's see.
Sure, for sure. I mean, and an acrobat. Wow. So a lot of mobility here. I mean, they have to know they're playing against a Dream Wish, right? So I would say this lineup is really, really good against a Dream Wish by Van P. But like the lineup is good, but whether the transition is good or not, whether the teamwork, the support comes in is good, whether the raw kiting is good, we have yet to see. Nice versus ZETA right here. So I would say good ban pick, but execution-wise, we are gonna wait because right now 40 seconds. We know Dream Wish is coming, right, Entity? But
I mean, yeah. We are not forfeit or anything. We know that Van P favorable character will be Dream Witch, and it will be happening here in Ever Sleeping Child. With the Dream Witch, I mean, you aren't as scared of the Priestess as the Sculptor, since the main body of Dream Witch now can go through the portal.
For sure.
So it's a counter to Dream Witch. Having only the Barmaid to counter the Dream Witch is quite risky with this lineup.
Yo. Hey, Entity, would you like to hear me rap before we go into the game?
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna rap now, ladies and gentlemen. Shoutouts to you, Omega Phoenix, Hanako, Alia, Manny, Yuffie, Sadao, Luca Hotpix, Zale, Omega Phoenix, Chiu Zipin, Manny, Kino, Domina, Ivy, Razy, all of you, IU as well. Thank you for watching.
Wow.
We are going to the spawn locations here. What's going on?
This is actually quite interesting. Usually when you pick a spawn for the hunter, you would want to be in the middle of 3 survivor or 4 survivor.
Okay.
But here Van P picked a spawn that only close to 1 survivor. So quite risky strategy from Van P also. We're gonna see how he's gonna plan out with the corner house spawn right here.
Yeah. I'm so distracted with their faces because they look so good. I'm not gonna look at the players, I'm gonna look at the characters. So right now you can see that all of them have flywheel, except for the forward and acrobat. Exactly. Are gonna be the rescuers. They're expecting Priestess and Barmaid to make the first kite. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Right now the score is 5-0 in favor of ZETA, and it's Van P doing the hunting now. All he has to do is get 1k. And we are casting right here the second half of the first game. Calendar on the Acrobat will be spotted first by Van P. The follower is hot on pursuit. Van P, is he gonna release? He's gonna sneak.
Yeah, he's gonna leech him. And seems like Van P gonna go with a bling. With a bling Dream Witch right here. So it's the favorable trade from the server, from the side of the Japan region, because we usually see Dream Witch with Matrona. Nice bomb coming from the Acrobat will be transitioning out of the graveyard area. You were quite surprised to see that that bomb there.
That's true. If that was a vault,
it would have been a terrible.
It would be over. But fortunately, very, very nice sense to use the bomb right there. Wants to avoid the risk. Van P is still trying to find another target. Look there, he's gonna destroy the middle pallet. Nice, is right at that point. It's gonna change towards the Priestess entity.
The Priestess here still have some portal to utilize, but we'll have to face a blink coming from the main follower. It's a Prophet coming aside.
What's Calendar doing there? Oh my god, he got that free hit!
Alright, so Van P actually got a lot of profit from that interaction right there. Priestess will now have to kite out the duration of the Dolphin. With one portal on hand, she might be able to do that. Oh, nice portal! Not portaling in front of the patroller, of the main follower, actually portaling towards the pallet.
Yeah, I mean, despite the early hiccups, well, you can see that the ciphers are barely moving. They're just trying to remove the ciphers, and very beautiful support by Ju Yun there, giving the dove limb to Nice, like what you said. But now the hunter is back towards.
Oh
goodness!
On pursuit.
Yeah, it is, and this is why you see like without patroller, it's so hard to catch up. I feel. Yeah, Priestess still not using the flywheel though, I think. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. Definitely could have flywheel there, but probably realizes that even if he flywheels, he will still get that hit. Nice with a follower on her body is gonna continue the run. And Van P just gonna clear up the portals left and right, making sure to sandwich Tree right there. But Tree is doing a great job! Wow.
Yeah, very good
another
job.
flywheel?
Yeah, Princess set the flag. Oh! The support coming from the forward, but it was not a stun, it was too short, and forward has taken that hit. One cipher done, a forward cipher actually, will be done in the span of probably a few seconds, because 186, 197, and 190. The Priestess actually used the flywheel early on, so there was no flywheel for the Priestess right there. Again, in the situation at the school gate, in the previous interaction, I believe Priestess wasn't using the flywheel because it was a leech hit, and she wanted to remove the leech. So that's why the flywheel was safe.
Yeah, but here you can see the effectiveness of Barmaid. Ju Yun has already used one Dublin onto the Priestess early game, now uses it on the forward, and that's why the rescue will be able to happen. And look at the progress as well. Two ciphers remaining, one is actually almost done, and all of a sudden, it looks like Nice is actually doing a really amazing job, giving so much support and preventing Van P to get that down early, because right now, wow, Priestess is still running and one cipher remaining entity, so Van P has to be really careful. Otherwise...
Look at the last cipher though. It will be done. I think it will be done in the span of 20 seconds, so...
Oh my god.
Priestess here has to utilize either the flywheel or the portal well, but there was none of that in the interaction right there. Forward will be here for the support, but... Oh, why? Coming from the Priestess. Why would you switch forward? So...
Oh,
okay.
It's okay.
I know why he switched the follower, because he did not want to lose the leech. And now the cipher has been primed.
Oh, he's gonna prime. Yeah, he's gonna prime. Doesn't matter. Cypher is prime entity. Late game is happening right here, and my god, Nice has been playing so well, so coordinated. They are here to play, ladies and gentlemen, because right now 4 survivors are still running, and Nice is not even chance for the second time. Entity.
Blink is available for this. Forward, Mr. Blink from Vampy. This is so unfortunate, and it could be the game-changing moment for the survivor side of Nice right here.
Oh my god.
Come on, the Priestess! Will she be able to prevent? Oh my god, so close.
Yeah, but here's the thing, entity. Acrobat still has a Titanner. Acrobat still has a Titanner.
X-Men rescue. Will they risk it?
No, I don't think so. I feel it's so
too risky.
It is.
It could have been an escape if the Priestess called the portal a bit earlier. Yeah, on the second floor would have been better. Unlucky.
Yeah, but still, it was an amazing fight. Like Nice, we thought that Nice, Van P was gonna have a cooler time, and Nice was gonna be more pressured. But look at how they played. Amazing. I have to say, even though ZETA won the first game, I have to say, Nice showing us that they are here to compete, and the K-pop never dies. Continues. Let's go. Beautiful though. I have to say the support was beautiful, and the support was so beautiful.
Yeah, the only hiccup that they got is the last session where the Priestess called the portal at the bottom floor. It would have been better if she actually went up the corner house and then called the global portal there. There could have been a 4-man escape right there and equalize the score. But Van P managed to get the Priestess, get that 1 point that ZETA need to get the round win. Or
she doesn't even need to call portal. because she still has flywheel, right? She could have easily just went and kited towards the dungeon. Make something happen in the middle, right? Make something happen in the middle, doesn't matter. But you know what? It's a risk that they took, and it paid off. They minimized the score gap. So right now it's only 6-3. So it's not too bad right here. By nice. So well played. Like a lot of hiccups though, I have to say, Entity. Hiccups like on this game, empty stun, and Calendar getting that free hit in the early game.
Yeah.
So, but still, Venpi wasn't able to capitalize as much as he would. Because again, Barmaid, I have to say, Barmaid is the savior of this team, because he gave Priestess a second chance. He gave Oniske a free love-in, and that's why they were able to heal up soon enough to
and even in the end game session, using the Dovelin to get the speed boost and avoiding the blink. That is the game-changing moment. If not because a Priestess calling the portal too risky there, a 4-man escape would have been inevitable. So, nice survivor here, showing the skill that they have, showing that they are not in any way not in the same level as the Japanese team right there. They are very well-rounded and they coordinate very well.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about, coming from the C region, we've definitely talked about how IVC has upgraded so much with new teams coming in. But we shouldn't forget that even the other regions, IVL, IVJ, IVT, they have also stepped up a lot from the last time we saw them, right? So they're just so good and nice. Shows why they are deserving to be here versus ZETA. And mind you, let's not forget, ZETA is last year's COA. Sorry, not last year. It's actually this COA 5's runner-up, second place.
No, it's actually ST, but yeah.
I mean, sorry.
Off from ZETA. And ZETA is the winner of IJL this year.
IJL, for example. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And they definitely showed so much potential, and even for a nice team to be able to bring that fight to Venpi, I have to say, well, could have been a 4-man, but they reduced the damage done. So I'm actually excited to see what's going to happen in best of 2, because I feel like they're just going to take out Venpi and they're going to start putting Alf into the rotation.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Again, let's look at the Rune Witch right there, because the Rune Witch actually went for the blink early on, and that allowed Survivor to do a lot, because the Hunter has to expand the blink to get the first hit on the Survivor.
Yeah.
Not as the usual that we see, like getting the hit first and then use the blink to get the hit onto the Survivor. So that bought a lot of time for the Survivor. They had a lot of leeway as to transitioning. And again, why wouldn't you ban the Priestess?
I mean,
the Priestess in this map is so powerful. Like even in rank, I would ban the Priestess, let alone in the tournament.
Well, I think they're more scared of what the Seer can do. Like, because who knows how much owl you can absorb out of the Hunter, especially when you're kiting. Who knows how much owl you can, and it's definitely a very game-changing skill you can have. Like if you absorb a second owl, your late game is gonna be crushed. And imagine if that was a Seer. I feel like it would also be. I think it's like pick your poison. If you pick Priestess, well, they will have the Seer. If you don't pick Seer, they will have the Priestess. So
I mean, as for the Priestess doesn't even need to be near the Hunter. She generate the portal over time without even being near the Hunter, and those portal could be detrimental in terms of survivors supporting each other. And you just see in the previous game, the Priestess does so well as to transitioning from area to area in the kiting session.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely love how they played that out. Van P. I have to say though, I'm really excited to see Alf come out, because Alf definitely one of the hunters that carried in COA 5, and also the person which ultimately helped them won the IJL and they got first place IGL, like what you mentioned. But let's go back to Van P's choice of getting Blink instead of Patroller, because I feel like he's very similar to Silk from MS. Silk from MS. Am I right? Was it Silk? Or Silk is from which team again? Do you still remember?
Let me remember.
Yeah.
I think it's from a Japanese team, not a Korean team.
Okay.
I could be wrong there.
Yeah, but Silk, he also has the tendency to bring Blink first, and he was hyper aggressive with it. He got at least a 1k a draw. But whereas Van P here, I feel like a Patroller would have made more sense. What do you think?
As to the Patroller, yeah, I would have think it would have made more sense. I think the problem for Van P here is keep transitioning from target to target, because he tried to go for the Priestess, actually go for the Acrobat first, and then transitioning to the Priestess, and then get a hit onto the Acrobat, then go back to the Priestess, which has been healed by the Vomit. Usually as the Dream Witch, she would go to the corner and try to capture the Acrobat, because the basement is right there. You have gained so much advantages in the duration if you manage to get the Acrobat into the basement.
For sure. Like, even though he has a tie, couldn't really do much, right? It's too risky to perform a rescue. So I guess they have to be really happy with just a 3-man escape. But of course, just looking back at the stats here versus Scars from Japan in IGL, I didn't want to say it earlier, but I'm gonna say it now because the match is over, right? So not only happened here in IVS, it also happened in IGL, where Van P also used Dream Witch against Scars, and he actually got 0k.
Wow.
As a Dream Witch. But that's in Leo's memory, so it's different. So I feel like more and more people knows how to counter Dream Witch now. And mind you though, this is a little bit of interesting trivia here. NAEU's from Korea, they know exactly how to counter Dream Witch.
Yeah.
Early game, they know exactly how to counter. Thanks to shoutouts to Cho for the notes given as well. She researched the notes as well and let us know that they definitely prepared for Dream Witch, so they could have easily went for a 4-man escape there. So I would say Van P, he has to be very happy that it wasn't a 4-man escape. Otherwise, it would have been so devastating, right? Imagine
it would have been so tough for ZETA, because Night Survivor team is no joke. They did so well, and it would have been very hard for Van P to go for another Hunter, or even off to go out, because they are so well coordinated. The teamwork from them, I would say, is better than ZETA, but the individual skill, I would give the cake to ZETA.
Seriously. But I would have to say though, even though NAEU's was doing an amazing job, the coordination you can see against the Dream Witch, but again, with ZETA, the reason why we are not seeing more outstanding, like high level, impressive plays is because here's the scary thing about them. They don't need to be flashy. They just have to be very stable in kiting, very stable in transitioning, very stable in rescuing, and that's more than enough to win the game. So I feel like their strength is there. They don't make mistakes. I think that's their strength. But whereas with NAEU's, you can see so many beautiful plays, right? But they do. There's a little bit of hiccups, guys. If you notice, there's like what I mentioned is now the acrobat free hit, the priestess calling the far portal, and then the forward missing the stun. So those are mistakes that you don't see ZETA too much. So I would still say ZETA has a little bit of advantage when it comes to Survivor.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Survivor side of NAEU's has to, grind more of their skill in order to avoid mistake like that, because that's the mistake that you don't want to make in a tournament like this. It could be game changing, and it was game changing with the last session of the portal from the priestess.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Agree. I agree. But going into the next game though, like with like ZETA, they still have Alf.
Yeah.
But for Nice, do they have anyone else besides
You. I just say earlier, which is the hunter for MS in the previous year. And
okay.
is the Mad Eye main.
Mad Eye's main. Mad Eye's main, Clark main. I think. Do you think ZETA would be prepared for you? I mean, we usually see you in the first round, second round, right? So I'm not really sure because in the IVT Korea, they send out Metal for his Bloody Queen. So are they gonna just replace Metal away with you?
If they want to try out the Clerk or the Mad Eye in the tournament, you could be coming out. But if they want a more stable lineup like the Sculptor I said earlier, the Bloody Queen, yeah, Metal is the one to go for with a stable choice like those.
I'm seeing in the chat right here while we're waiting for the second game to be commenced. Theo, no devices can excuse my bad gameplay. It's fine. We all play Identify for different reasons. Some people play it for the skins. Some people play it for fun with friends. Some people play it competitively. Some people play it just to, release stress. And yeah, we all have our reasons for the fan fictions, for the Sims, the cosplays. So many reasons, right? So
yeah.
Keep playing, keep playing, Theo. Keep playing.
Keep playing.
Yeah.
Keep playing.
Any shout outs you want to give to the chat because we're seeing a lot of people talking there.
Yeah. Shout out to all the people here. They are actually talking about whether playing on PC or on phone. So yeah, I'm a mobile player now. It's a PC player, so we are the best of both worlds.
Yeah, we can discuss that later.
Yeah.
PC versus mobile. But right now, wow, they're gonna set out the survivors of Nice this time. So the K-pop's gonna versus Alf. So Vampy's gonna take a seat back. He's gonna enjoy his McDonald's, and Alf is gonna come out to hard because you know what, Alf the Great. You know what? In COA 5, Posh and I we keep referring to Alf. Alf the Great, Alf. But yeah, I think you saw what the map takes advantage.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us?
And the Moonlit Real Park, which is very pesky for the hunter, I would say, because the roller coaster bring more benefit to the survivor, and we will see Lakeside Village as the map being picked right here. So two of the big map for the second round right here. Alf will be banning the tier and the forward, so the priestess will be out for Nice to take in. We will have to wait for the ban from Nice.
I think they should definitely ban his. Well, he can play Geisha, Bonbon, and Sculptor. So maybe, and even the Dream Witch. So maybe take out the Dream Witch. Yeah, take out the Dream Witch. Yeah, and probably pick Priestess Mercenary first. I mean, that's the
yeah, Priestess Mercenary, Priestess Patient. Acrobat also.
But Mercenary is so good though. Do you think they will pass up?
Yeah, they are not passing. They actually passing on the Priestess. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Oh, so Naibu is getting the love over Fiona here, and Mikey as well. So Alf, he's gonna take the patient. I'm not gonna bother with the Priestess.
Wow. Are they both hitting on the Priestess? Oh no. Banning the patient and the next character Nice will be taking it. Will it be the Priestess? The Priestess is still on the table. But no, going for the banner. Wow.
Wow.
So, yeah, Priestess is in bound to be banned here if Alf go for it. But I'm not sure if Alf even want to ban the Priestess at all, because Nice Survivor team doesn't seem like they would also go for the Priestess with a lineup.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god. My goodness. What's going on? This is one of those games, ladies and gentlemen, that we are not gonna see a Fiona the whole game, even when it's not banned.
My god. What is this?
I know, right? But
the Priestess is still so good in Lakeside though. Why are they passing out on the Priestess?
maybe they just realized that if they go Priestess, Alf is just he's gonna play something like Geisha or Sculptor, and then he's just gonna go with the teleport build. Maybe that's why, but yeah, I have to agree with you, Entity. Like, Priestess can be a very big headache, right? The global portal, the portals.
Yeah, especially in a map this big.
If ever, I would consider taking the Priestess over the Batter, honestly.
Yeah, the Batter seems like the choice just to counter the Geisha.
Yeah.
For the Survivor side.
Is he gonna go?
Still, you know, with the flower effect recently, it has bring so much. Oh my god. Okay, one.
And no, maybe that's why it doesn't need Priestess, because Priestess, you know, it might be hard to counter Bon. I think they saw this coming, and that's why they prefer having a Batter. So maybe it makes sense now, having a Batter, because it forces Alf to choose between Excitement or Blink first, or even a Teleport. So maybe he's trying to force him make that choice, but...
Actually, if they actually went for the Priestess, Alf could have gone for the Bon Blink. And oh my god, the spawn position, they pick a straight line, and Alf had to pick one of the other pair to spawn in, and Alf had picked the shack to be spawned in. Oh my god.
Beautiful line right there. The Iron Wall of Korea versus Alfu the Great. Alfu is gonna try and bomb the wall.
I swear to god, that's the same spawn position I usually see in rank when I play Hunter. They usually went for a straight line like that, and it's so annoying for a Hunter player to go for, because it's like pick your poison. Where do you want to?
Maybe that's why. That's why they're going for that straight line wall. But you can see there's a lot of flywheel there. Sorry.
One flywheel. So 1 3 12, 1 3 9, and 2 3 6. Alf will be spawning in the shack, and we'll be transitioning toward the small boat where Oniske is hiding.
Oniske?
Has Alf spotted? I think Alf spotted the trail, but not knowing who it is first. It will be the Batter. Will Alf go for the Batter? Seems like so.
Yeah, he has no choice. He has to choose. Boom! Oh my god! Oh!
Oh!
Oh my god! Are you serious? Alpha the Great! My god! That was 5 seconds!
My goodness! Oh my god! No more!
The moment Alpha got close, the straight bombs, the 2 bombs in straight succession, and oh my god, Oniske is down. I mean, that's
Bon Masterclass. That's just it. Bon Masterclass coming from Alf from the division.
Break the ball! Oh my god, Alpha, break the ball! Break the ball!
He doesn't even need to break the ball. He can sidestep away from the ball. And it seems like the Survivor team won't go for the rescue since it's such an early down.
That's true.
Yeah, no. You have to go for the objective since 5 Cypher is still remaining.
But this is not good though, because one, they don't realize that he doesn't have Blink. They probably think, oh, he might have Blink, he doesn't have Teleport. But that's the thing, if they don't go for the rescue, there's no there's a Tinnitus here. But the moment Batter goes, he's just gonna teleport. Wow. Instant.
Yeah, that's it.
My god!
This bomb, oh my god, really? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This guy understandable so well. This will be another bomb hit, I believe. Oh, but no. Calendar used the bomb to transition away from the bomb. But there is confined space coming from Alf. No pallet left. Calendar will have to take in the double hit, and max present for Alf. 1 Cypher done. No dungeon.
My goodness.
Already. Oh my god.
Look at you. She's just smiling there. She's like, yeah, masterclass Bon in the playing here. Ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, this is exactly the kind of Bon you do not want to meet in rank. That's so crazy, man. He never missed his bomb. He didn't even miss his bombs. My goodness.
A bomb hit. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
Absolutely domination coming from Alf. Even so, 3 Survivor down. 4 Cypher remaining.
That's one crazy bonbon right there.
Crazy rabbit. Crazy rabbit skin for a crazy bonbon player. Absolutely commendable.
Yeah, he doesn't want to risk getting one survivor out. He's just gonna risk it. He's just gonna bring the machinery far away. He doesn't even want to share, even though he thinks that it might still be 4 ciphers, but it might be close to being prime. He's gonna spot out nice. He's just gonna play the safe route. Gonna try and just chase 3 right there on the entomologist. So he's gonna stand up pretty soon. He's gonna stand up, use up his self heal. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. He's.
Oh my god! Really? You did. Oh, I just did a blind bomb hit, and this is bound to be another bomb hit. Instant death on the entomologist. The teleport is still available, and not to mention 4 cipher remaining. I have seen the silhouette of the mercenary. He knows. Mercenary.
Alpha the Great. He knows where everyone is. He has seen the future, and in this future, he can see himself getting a 4K entity.
Oh my god. Alfred, unbelievable.
That's not Alf.
Wow.
Entity, that's not Alf. That's Gandalf. That's Gandalf right there. My goodness, the magic that we've seen so far, ladies and gentlemen. Alf. The survivors have no chance to decode, even though all the 3 survivors are almost done. The moment 3 touches the cipher, he sees the decoding happen, he's just gonna teleport. Is he gonna teleport?
Yeah,
Oh,
he will. Entomologists still have some bees, but to be honest, yeah, nah, no chance. This is going to be a bomb hit.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and waste. He's just gonna try and waste a self heal.
And this will be another bomb hit. I mean,
go back to machinery now. Oh my god, Gandalf.
It's like an unavoidable sequence that Knight has to face here. Tonight is in the air. Has he know where the mercenary is? I think he knows. Mercenary will be down. Entomologist already expanded the self heal. So.
He's trying to get the. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, nah.
Maybe try and touch the entomologist. Nah.
No.
And that's the thing. Oh my god, the bomb.
Oh wow. Both have lost self heal, no dungeon reveal. It will be a 4K.
That game gave me goosebumps, man.
Oh.
Like, that's Gandalf, right? That's not Alf anymore.
Okay then. Alf.
The magic there is like Alf woke up today and chose violence. 4 ciphers remaining. How many times can you see such a dominant play in a big map against Bonbon?
My god. Yeah. Absolutely devour them. My god.
My goodness, I don't know. I really don't know what to comment.
It has been so long. It has been so long since I last saw a Bonbon.
He's doing his magic right there on his Bonbon. And in my favorite skin.
It has been so long since I last seen a Bonbon, downing a person that fast.
Yeah,
it's like a 5 or 10 second of kiting because the bomb are so well done and the sidestep from the battle ball. Battle doesn't even have the chance to use second ball. He's already down. And the other survivor side has to sacrifice because the objective is so slow. Even when they sacrifice, 4 cipher is still remaining.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And you see Ju-Yun smiling there. She's like taking a phone here and she's like,
yeah.
She's smiling. She cannot even be mad because they cannot even be angry because that's a dazzling play. I have to say, dazzling.
That's absolutely commendable play from
beautiful
from Alf. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
Alf the Great.
Alf the Great, indeed. Let's just look at the match stats here. You can see that Alf 17 survivors hit, 4 ciphers remaining.
No one kites over 40 seconds. No one, absolutely no one kite over 40 seconds. Even the mercenary.
My goodness. Is this like the one of those ranks where everyone dies and no one is able to rescue? I mean, even June wasn't able to rescue at that point with the Terror Shock. If anyone's, I have to say MVP, Alf, definitely Alf. Even if in the next game, I will still say it's Alf because crazy plays there. Crazy.
Yeah.
For sure.
Crazy
Yeah.
Crazy Bonbon player with the crazy rabbit skin.
Yeah, and I don't know. He was already scary in COA 5, but seeing how he got so much better in IJL and now in IVS showing off these skills, I have to say, COA 6, watch out because
watch out.
Japan they might even threaten the throne that has been held by China all this while. That is how strong I feel that Japan is right now.
Yeah, Arf is so strong you can't even nerf Bonbon. You have to nerf Arf. You have to nerf Arf.
No, actually he has been nerfed. His real name is Gandalf. He has been nerfed to Alf.
Why he's so powerful then? Oh my god.
My god. Yeah, but you know what? Enough about his the memes. But let's just talk about the bombs. Do you notice? I kind of pick up something from the way he plays Bonbon. Let's see if any one of you in the chat also noticed. He sort of places a bomb first, and he always number one. He always saves bombs.
Yeah,
he always saves like at least 3 bombs. And when he goes in, instead of like most of the players, you only use the second bomb. You drop it when the first bomb is about to expire and get the hit, right? But for him, he covers all of the tracks. He's willing to spend all of the bombs to cover a bigger scope. So he actually uses 3 bombs each time, right?
He uses 3 bombs each time. One to detonate the second bomb. So the second bomb is to bait the survivor into going to another direction, which third bomb will cover. That is the play style from Arf, and it's unavoidable Bonbon play.
Yeah, but you have to be very patient, right?
Yeah.
And saving the bombs 1st. So like a Soul Weaver kind of thing, like you save the thread and go in for the kill.
Yeah.
But it's even scarier because
it's scarier. You can't even avoid that. You can't not avoid that. The bomb goes through the obstacle. You can't even avoid the bomb hit. Even when you drop the pallet, you saw the batter was able to come into the pallet area, but wasn't able to drop the pallet because the bomb are placed so fast and so precise.
Sure, yeah, and that's exactly why in some cases Bonbon can be stronger than Sculptor, especially against people who put down the pallets really just to cover the tracks and force you to break the pallets. So I feel like Bonbon is strong when it comes to people camping pallets or even just mass spamming pallets. But knowing how strong he is now on the Bonbon, and that's the scary thing, he not only plays Bonbon, he also plays Geisha, he also plays Sculptor, and also the Dream Witch. So there's just so many things that NICE have to ban. But you know what? Before we even talk about a potential Game 3 entity, the survivors from NICE have to make a comeback.
Yeah, the hunter from NICE.
Oh, sorry, the hunter. Okay. Have to make a comeback here. Metal has to make a comeback. Yu's not even gonna come out. He's gonna be like, yeah, you know what? We trust in the Metal Bloody Queen.
Yeah. So will ZETA go for the Bloody Queen ban? I absolutely.
I think that they should. Like, if they watch how he played in IVT, maybe they will ban his Bloody Queen and risk going with Sculptor, because right now Alf has 4K and they just need a one-man escape. Honestly, I think.
Yeah. So survivors. They banned the Dream Witch. Why? Metal doesn't play Dream Witch. Okay.
I mean, maybe he does. Yeah, maybe he does.
I'm not sure about that. But yeah, banning the Seer and the Forward. So a more reasonable first 2 pick from the survivor side of ZETA with the Priestess and the Mercenary.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be the go-to, right? Like previously we talked about NICE going with the Priestess Mercenary, but they went with the Acrobat Mercenary, right? So now ZETA, they're just gonna go with the strongest combo. Taking out the Patient is definitely very good for removing maneuverability. But now ZETA has a choice to pick up Acrobat as well. So gonna go with a flashy play.
That's Kazuneko choose.
Sure.
Patient ban, the last ban from Metal has to be a decoder, I think. Because the survivor side already have the prospector as probably the main decoder right now. If
Yeah.
they had another decoder, they could easily go
The
for the
question
time.
is,
But
who will
banning the
Metal
bomb,
ban the last, like,
bomb it
Acrobat?
ban.
Ban the Acrobat? Okay,
Yeah.
banning the barmaid again. I mean, banning the barmaid. But
I'm not sure about banning the bomb, to be honest. It's just unbeneficial because the Rewitch is already banned. You aren't going to play the Rewitch, and the only hunter that's scared of the bomb is the Rewitch.
That's true. That's true.
And,
And you can see that ZETA is very prepared. The moment he bans Dreamwitch, insta pick mechanic. That means ZETA wasn't even thinking about barmaid at all.
Yeah, because I just say earlier, they had to have another decoder to go for the secure tie, as ZETA only need one survivor out to go for the win. And that's what we see, you know, even in round 1, the survivor side did a 4-man escape. In round 2, the hunter side of ZETA did a 4K. So they're kind of equal in terms of performing. In this matchup, Metal will have to equalize the score, so a 4K with a Bloody Queen, it seems so hard for Metal. So the Sculptor might be one.
That's true. Maybe Sculptor again. I mean, it's a potential 4K, but he has to go with the 3-9 build instead of the detention.
Yeah.
But if you go with the 6-9 build, like the first game, I feel like he shouldn't go with Sculptor. I think he should definitely try and risk it. What? Are you sure about this, Mr. Metal Ember?
They could just sacrifice.
They would just sacrifice. Where's the worst? Just sacrifice.
Even if one survivor is on a chance, they could just sacrifice because the strong point of Leo is the camping. And when you don't allow the hunter to camp, it's game over.
My god, in the words of Korean, 진짜? You really gonna play 진짜요? You really gonna play Hell Ember? Really?
What?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to go for another character, but it seems like he's just gonna lock in the Hell Ember, and who knows?
The same spawn.
Yeah, same
The
spawn.
same spawn.
Wall of Japan this time, and Metal has to bomb through it.
You know, when a Chinese team picked the spawn like this, I'm gonna call it the Great Wall of China.
I knew it. But the Great Wall of China has stand for a long time. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's ZETA's Survivor going up against Metal from Nice. And if Nice Metal does not get a 4K here, ZETA's gonna win and get the point. They're gonna be the victors of this matchup. So Metal.
Exactly.
Oppa.
So 3-6, 3-6 Leo. The Survivor side decided to go for 2 Flywheel and 2 Titaner.
Yeah. You know who I look forward to seeing? Kazuneko. Kazuneko's beautiful scheme.
So the good thing about Leo is that you benefit from getting stunned. Like when you get stunned, you get a flame. You get stunned, you get half a flame. So the more you stun, the more flame you get. So you get more way to deal with the survivor. Seems like Dolisu will be the first one kiting the Leos right here. Wow.
But here's the thing though. You can have all the flames in the world, but if there's no one to use it on, it's not gonna be very useful, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. And once Metal uses the bling, basically you can only catch up with the dolls, and oh my god, against a priestess, let's just hope Dolisu doesn't 3-cypher kite here. Otherwise Metal's gonna have such a hard time.
Yeah, and you know, not bringing confined space, you're just allowing Dolisu to vault and vault and vault.
Yeah, it's just
you go for a terror shock, but Dolisu doesn't fall for that. Will be kiting raw right here. Priestess still have that flywheel effect, so there's still time being got. It could potentially be a 5-cypher kite.
Yeah, it could, because right now, you notice, Metal didn't even have insolence. Usually with a Hell Ember play, you need to have insolence, because the moment you get one hit with the blink, you can utilize the doll with the flame and use it to cut off the route of the priestess.
Trying to check with the red line there from Metal. But Dolisu didn't fall for that. But this is still enough for Dolisu to go for the vault. One cipher done. 3
Dolisu has
cipher
flywheel
to be done.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Dolisu has flywheel some more. Just go to the... Oh my god, he's just gonna rotate here the whole time! Flywheel? Flywheel?
Flywheel to the door. Yeah, we go. I mean, that is inbound. That's pretty much what we expect. Could be a hit, yeah. Dolisu could have fought there, to be honest. It could have been a successful fall from Dolisu, but yeah. Dolisu will be on the chair this time around. And Mokchi is actually near the vicinity of the chair already.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing about Priestess is the slow vaulting. That's the debuff of Priestess, right? So, considering he kited... Look, even though it's 4 ciphers remaining, but 2 ciphers are going to be popped soon, and the last 2 ciphers are already being decoded. So, rest assured, it is a very, very strong draw situation.
Mero should have planned the puppet here to force...
To sense, right?
Yeah, to force the mercenary into rescuing. Now Mero lost the chance of finding out where the mercenary is. The cipher has already been popped.
I think Entity, he put the flame into the door already, is it? Can you see
Yeah,
that?
he put the flame into the door already.
Ah, maybe that's why he doesn't want to release it.
Now it's a camp. It's a camp.
My
Does
god.
someone know how to camp with the
Oh, the Hellhammer hit the chair! Ah, my god, this is so funny!
It had to be a terror shock, but no! It's not
my
a terror shock,
God.
and they will be able to rescue. And Leo is so risky in that way. If he failed the camping session, it's going to be GG. 2 Cypher is almost done. Sasori!
Oh,
but the Cypher is already popped. The Cypher is already primed.
The moment Mochi falls, he's just gonna try and delay as much as possible. He just wants Mochi to fall first. But Dolisu without the blink, I have to say, it's very hard. Oh, the blink! Yeah, the pop.
I mean, they're just gonna go for the pop. There's no chance for Meadow anyway. Even the draw is not in the vision of mine at all. This is going to be either a 4-man escape or a 3-man escape. There's no other result that I can see in this matchup. Oh, the puppet fell! Ah! Unfortunate. There will be another puppet for Metal to be utilized here, but the portal has been used. Metal!
My god, honestly, honestly, I cannot say that I did not see this coming.
I mean, I saw that coming.
Yeah, congratulations, ZETA Division from Japan. They are going to be winning against Nice from Korea in this round. So congratulations, 1 point to ZETA and 0 to Korea so far. Entity.
Congratulations to ZETA Division, and I have to say, that's why you are not used to seeing Leo, even in rank or in tournament, because his chase is so poor compared to other hunter, and his camp, and the only saving grace of him is his camping. If you fail the camping session, you are gone, and that's exactly what happened.
Mochi was amazing there as well. He baited the Hell Embers, the Fire Spirit to hit the chair, and even then he was still very patient rescuing. Yes, sure, he got 2 hits there, but it's fine. He didn't get Terror Shock and he still managed to rescue. So
yeah,
I have to say he's a very stable rescuer. But
so that's why.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
That's why people usually pick the Mercenary. It's such a safe rescue against camper like Leo.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, but you know what? I'm just actually curious about this, and I wonder if you are curious as well as the people in the chat. I mean, we know that Metal can play Bloody Queen, and the result will definitely be different from a Hell Ember pick. So the question is, I mean, the question is, why not pick Bloody Queen?
I mean, as I said earlier, Bloody Queen is more of a TIE hunter, and a TIE is not enough for now.
Worse.
Yeah. Let's look at the situation like this. If Hellhammer managed to get the camping right, it could have gotten to at least a 3 or 4k.
No, hard to say.
But the first chase is so bad though. Yeah.
Yeah, the first chase was bad, and the thing is, there was 2 people rescuing. So even if the machinery got Terror Shock, Mechanic could have easily come and rescued. So it was never a good camping session for Metal.
So, usually you see Leo. Leo would usually bring Insolent, as you said earlier, to get the puppet. And with a map like Lakeside Village, confined space is a must. But there was no confined space. There was no insolent. It was a 3/6 Leo, and after expanding that blink, trying to get a terror shock onto the priestess, which the priestess didn't fall for. It's just it's just game over right there.
Totally agree. And you can see it for yourself. 6 survival hits only from metal and Dolisu 165 seconds. Oh my god, entity. 2 things I regret here. Number 1, not choosing the Bloody Queen. Number 2, I didn't see Kazuneko the whole game.
Wow.
He didn't even need to make an appearance, right? He was just decoding the whole game. My god.
And yeah, I have to agree with you. Why pick a camping hunter when the survivor lineup go for a decoding lineup? You have to go for a character that interfere with the decoding. With a lineup like that, the clerk would have been better. In my opinion. So
here's a speculation. Maybe he didn't want to use the Bloody Queen because he wants to save the data of his Bloody Queen for the next game. He knows he's gonna lose, right? So I might as well just save the data.
My god.
Yeah, maybe that's a smart
conspiracy theory.
Yeah. But as you guys seen just now, 16-3 in favor of ZETA. So ZETA, congratulations with the 16 points against 3. Alfu! My god. Are you calling me to your arms? Okay, I'm just kidding right there. But Alfu with the polls as well. The king has arrived from Japan to play, and well-deserved MVP right here.
Yeah, undisputable. I would say best Bonbon in the tournament.
Entity approved.
Entity approved. I'm a Bonbon main, so yeah.
Woo!
This just crazy Bonbon performance in that we saw in the previous matchup, and it's totally deserved MVP from for ZETA.
For sure. It's definitely an inspiration to all of the Bonbon players out there. I believe Alf has definitely set the standards of what a Bonbon masterclass, master level should be like. But you know what? Very, very exciting game right there. I have to say, I'm not disappointed at all because we've seen so many beautiful plays from Korea's nice survivors in the first game, and then we've seen beautiful plays by ZETA's Hunter Alf in the second game as well. So I have to say, the Hunters are really, really showing a lot of strength, and the survivors as well, really, really good. But you know what? Before we turn to break, Entity, maybe say something before we go to break. Anything you want to say to everyone?
Let's say it's the Japanese way. Sayonara.
Sayonara. See you guys later. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're heading to a short break.
중앙 층 잡아줄래요? 제가 나이스. 아깝네요. 야 이거 저기 위치 거랑 단지 안 나오는데 여기 있다.
요즘은 거기서
야 플래시 빠졌어.
오케이. 무슨 플래시
몰라 이거
그건 플 찍고 오게.
야 이거 갈 수 있냐? 플래시 근데 좀 딱 찍어야 돼.
두강 위치가 있어.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. fortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish, I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me. I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Xiao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Our memories
Elite Challenge 2022 with me, Entity, and together will be Eli-O doing the commentating for the second matchup right here. Eli-O, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, very excited for our second matchup of today here. Getting into this, I think this is kind of an event that I've personally been very excited to witness and to commentate for. This is sort of like almost like a pre-COA, right? We get to see a lot of the teams from a lot of these regions.
Mini COA,
exactly, yeah. Come together and kind of compete to see, honestly, who are the strongest teams going into this COA global event next year. And I think this is a great opportunity for a lot of these teams as well. So yeah, I'm very excited to see how these matches will play out today.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, we have seen a lot of performance from the team that we see earlier. Nice Survivor side coordinated very well, and also the ZETA division show that they are deserving of that title of IJL champion in the summer 2022. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely exciting for sure. ZETA is a team that a lot of the players previously had SST. For those of you who remember back in the previous COA, they made it to the grand finals. They were taken down by Wolves there, and of course Wolves was arguably the strongest team that's kind of ever come out of IDV. So that was definitely an uphill battle for them. But yeah, they still a lot of the players from SST moved over to ZETA division, and they're still of course a very strong team overall. We're going to look at our group stages here. We do have in Group A, GHSC, MRC, and FCN. Of course, 3 teams from each division will be advancing to the top 6 playoffs. The first 2 teams in each division will go to the winners bracket, and the bottom 3rd team will be moving into the losers bracket immediately from the group stage.
Exactly.
Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, for Group B, we did see the previous match where ZETA triumph over NICE in the first 2 matches, and so ZETA will be the first on Group B, followed by RD, Weibo Gaming, and also NICE will be bottom in the B group.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
absolutely. So we are moving into our Group A matchup for today here. So we're gonna go ahead and see that in a second here.
Player introduction of Southeast Asia, and we will see Capcom with his main as the Embalmer. But usually Capcom is the leader of the team. We have seen Capcom play so many other variety of Survivor. He's like the captain of the team. He can play rescuer, decoder, supporter, all sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, listed as an Embalmer, which I don't know how much we'll actually see that come out here. Embalmer, of course, in there as a sort of like a tie character. Definitely if your hunter had put yourselves in a good position, you could definitely bring that out. But I think that's less likely that they'll come out overall here. GH Little Boy is listed as the priestess here. This is definitely an accurate depiction of the type of characters that he does play. Little Boy is known for that incredible priestess support. Actually, we talked about this back in IVC. A lot of teams actually neglected to ban the priestess from Little Boy, and it actually costs a lot of the hunters from a lot of teams because of how strong GH's priestess support is in general. So that's something that a lot of these teams are really going to need to consider here when going against this GH Survivor side.
Yeah, and not to mention, Little Boy also have a very formidable acrobat in the lineup. So yeah, Little Boy and also very well-rounded survivor. We're gonna move on to forward 1 here with the forward, but usually forward 1 gonna be playing either the Seer or the Novelist, but the Novelist isn't allowed in the tournament yet, so the Seer is the favorable character also with the forward. 1 MVP for forward 1 also, with 98.61 average containment time.
Yeah, definitely. Again, this is another one of these teams that really relies on support. Of course, Priestess being the main form of that. But forward, another very important factor here. We see a lot of the typically a GH strategy is they'll tend to harass early with forward, whether that's Dream Witch, whether that's a hunter such as Wax Artist, even even things back when Breaking Wheel was common, that would be a common strategy for the GH Survivor side. But we are going to see Zhao Khan as well. Zhao Khan's actually known to be more of a rescuer player, I think, mostly known for that mercenary. We have seen him play some mechanic in the past, but not too much. We've seen him play a little bit of forward here and there as well, but is listed as Toy Merchant. We did actually see GH play Toy Merchant at least one time during IVC. I believe it was against Kuga's Clerk on Chinatown. So there was a lot of very, very effective there. So that's definitely a strategy that GH has in the back pocket here that could definitely come out as a surprise factor for themselves.
Yeah, and your favorite character has appeared with God J, Wax Artist, 6 MVP, average elimination of 2.03. So it's accurate depiction because Wax Artist is considered to be a TIE hunter as of late.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, definitely. I was gonna say, you know, we've seen Wax Artist kind of rise to the top in popularity in the early rounds, considering that, you know, with Flywheel being released into the current game, Flywheel it's really hard to use Flywheel properly against a Wax Artist, because what happens is you can Flywheel the Wax as you're reaching 100, but it's such a specific timing that a lot of the Wax Artists will easily just get, they'll bait it out, they'll get you around to 90%, and then they'll bait that they're going to shoot the Wax at you, and then they're just not going to shoot it, and you're going to use your Flywheel too early. And a lot of these teams, you know, they'd love to be able to carry broken windows, but then the thing is, if you carry broken windows, and you kind of play into some other hunters as well, considering with the new ban system, none of the bans themselves has necessarily changed, but you do have to select your traits as the survivors before you know what the hunter is.
Very game changing, and that's beneficial to the Wax Artist and many other stun hunter. We're gonna move on to MRC right here from Chinese mainland area. First off, with Xiaodi, 81.94 seconds of average kiting time with 4 MVP in the IVL tournament. So that's that's actually quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Xiaodi, definitely one of the best kiters out of the Chinese mainland region. Definitely known for that on the MRC team. We are going to see Xing H as well here. On the forward, this is the main harasser player of the team. I think, if I'm not mistaken, going into this event, MRC only has 5 players listed on their roster.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So they're really kind of just they're just running with what they know here. You know, a lot of the time from these mainland China teams is we usually will see they kind of like a set starting 5 lineup. It's like that with a lot of these teams, but that's kind of what they opt to go. So I don't think they're really losing much here, but it's definitely puts them under a little bit of extra pressure here. So we also have Angel DD as well. The Priestess player, you know,
Angel
that Priestess.
I mean, yeah, Angel do have a very great Bomb play in the IVR tournament, has made into the highlight session and all. 56% of escape rate with 44.1% of win rate right there. And you know, as the supporter of the team, Angel Dong actually did do a lot of things beneficial to MRC. And now we're gonna move on to WRC. 82.79 seconds of kiting. So a lot of so it seems like the entire lineup of MRC, they are all rounded. They are all kiter in their own aspect.
Yeah, definitely an uphill battle here for GH, you know, considering that they are going right into this, you know, straight into a mainland China team. If I'm not mistaken, MRC, the 3rd place runner-up China team for the most previous IVL. And then you have GH, of course, the winner of IVC, but it's going to be very challenging. You have to go against XC here, arguably one of the best Dream Witches in the entire world. So XC definitely, we will see that Dream Witch probably come out early from him. Does have the option to go Clerk. XC recently has been playing a lot of Clerk over in the mainland China region in terms of rank matches. I believe he is around the leaderboards for Clerk currently. I'm actually not sure, but I believe he might be around number 1. So definitely has that Clerk available as well. Later rounds, also a lot of options. Very versatile hunter. We've seen Geisha from him. We've seen Soul Weaver. Does have the option to go Anne now that Anne is very strong in the current meta, because it does counter that flywheel, and also has characters such as Bloody Queen.
And now with the new ban pick system, where the survivor had to lock in the trait before the hunter making the selection of the hunter, breaking will suddenly become viable again.
Right.
You have to do a lot of mind games. So Xiao Chang, you just say very well-rounded hunter also. And we're gonna have the first matchup between the survivor side of MRC versus the hunter of GH.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, GH did get to pick map first. Typically what happens is a lot of these teams will pick map based off of they'll pick survivor if they don't have the opportunity to pick map first.
GH team. I'm the survivor and captain of GH team. We from Southeast Asia. and we are the champion of IVC Southeast Asia 2022. Last year we are the champion of IVC too, and we used to participate in IVS before, and that is the first time for us about the IVS competition, and we feel so excited to participate with that competition. And now we are champion of IVC again, so we have a chance to go to IVS. We hope that we will do the best for this competition. We learn from IVL, IJL, and a lot of technique from another zone. In my expectation for the goal of my team is I would like to win and go past through the final round of IVS, and I think if we have chance we can be the champion of this tournament.
IVS 的观众们，大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 MRC 战队的求生者小迪。从 IVL 第一次办理职业比赛的时候，我们就已经参加了，一直打到现在。这次来参加 IVS 的比赛，和平时的比赛有点不一样，然后我们会尽全力打好这一场比赛。我们战队的打法还有战术嘛，可能特别不稳，时不时突然间特别猛，时不时可能突然间就状态又不对，所以俗称 ICU 战队吧就。期待对手的打法会不会和我平时碰到的不一样啊，以及对手的操作啊，是不是我没有想到的，比较期待这一些。很期待和各位对手们的比赛比拼，你们准备好了吗？我们来了。
And there we have it, the introduction of the teams, also with their lineup and their backstory. And yeah, the first matchup between the survivor side of MRC and the hunter of GH. You have any thought, because kinda expecting the wax artist from Gotcha to be appearing?
Yeah, definitely. I think that we have seen Gotcha play a lot of wax artists. Throughout a lot of the IVC. I think that here there's a chance that he has potentially picked up some Clerk as well. We've talked about how Clerk has really become sort of a common meta hunter. So for GH's sake, I think going into this tournament, they're definitely disadvantaged going against some of these professional level teams. So I think that learning a character like Clark would definitely benefit Gotcha. We are going to see Entomologist banned first, which does mean he's probably indicating towards something like a Wax Artist, because typically Wax Artist doesn't necessarily need to ban Seer.
Yeah, Lakeside Village will be the map being picked for the first round here. MRC already picked on that forward and the Seer, and seems like Gotcha will not let that Priestess out up in the hand of MRC.
It looks like, some Priestess as well. I think we'll probably see probably something like an Acrobat here, maybe Patient as well. Lakeside Village is interesting. It's not Postman as well. Getting that decoder character.
We need to get that decoder.
Yeah, so Lakeside's interesting. It's definitely an open map. It definitely does benefit a Wax Artist player. So I think that definitely is suggesting that GH was able to select the map here. For the last ban for Gotcha here, probably going to see something like Mercenary. We did see him ban in Balmer actually from some of the teams back in IVC. But I don't think that's something that MRC necessarily is planning on playing here. Looks like we're going to see Patient ban, which is pretty standard as well, just removing the Kiter overall. And let's see what MRC opts for as their last pick.
Yeah, MRC still have that Acrobat in the on the table right here. But Embalmer will be, securing the draw. MRC is known to be a very risky team, a very unstable team also. So I wouldn't be very surprised if the Acrobat is only being picked, or any other character that is thrive on the kiting aspect.
Yep, definitely. I think Acrobat would make Mercenary as well. Okay, so this is also fine. I mean, this is just a pretty standard team comp overall. We actually don't see Seer as often in a lot of team comps because Seer is typically taken away first. However, with a character like Wax Artist, Seer isn't necessarily strong. If you're the Seer kiting the Wax Artist, you're able to get the freeze with the Wax onto the Seer. They can't use their Owl. If you try to use an Owl on a survivor that was frozen with the Wax, then they not only do they hardly make any distance, because you don't get a speed boost when hitting the Owl, and you still stay frozen until it wears off.
Exactly, and with the added adjustment to the seer, where the seer is no longer protecting for 15 seconds. It's now only like 7 seconds, I believe.
Yep.
So it's easier for the wax
it's 8
artist.
seconons.
Oh, it's 8 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, it's very
yeah.
short compared to what you're saying. It's gonna be wax artist from Gajay as we
Yeah, we kind of expect this a miles away. So MRC could have, predicted this happening, and they would have gone to a 3936 wheel instead of flywheel.
Yeah, I think that's probably most likely what they went for. But obviously that's definitely the most standard, kind of lineup if you're predicting a wax artist. The problem is, this is what really makes this new ban system very interesting, is because, yeah, as you mentioned, like typically they'd be able to know what the hunter is before you select your persona build, and you could easily just pick broken windows. You could build something that's very strong against wax artists. We're gonna see the new Swan system as well. Just the line here for MRC. Forward, of course, is taking middle here. This is a very smart decision for the MRC survivors. You want that in one of those main harassers to stay in the middle area. What that does is it allows, any of the first kiter can easily kite towards the forward, and the forward can't support that first kite. We're gonna see Gajay spawn over at Shack here. Probably gonna rotate towards middle, try to find which two survivors are at middle here. And then probably rotate towards Big Boat. Of course, he does want to find the seer. That is a good target for him here. Postman, of course, would be more ideal if you can eliminate the decoder early, but he doesn't really want to have to commit on Big Boat either. So I think that he's probably going to try to look for that seer first and try to get that quick down.
Yeah, I mean, usually we just see the hunter trying to spawn at the shack, because you don't want the survivor to rotate into the shack. It's the worst possible kiting position for the hunter. So a 3-6 wax artist and the survivor side, absolutely no one gonna bring flywheel effect, because they know very well that Gajay is a wax artist player. So 2 Titaner and 2 Broken Widow, I believe.
Yeah. So yeah, they definitely did predict this. And what's nice about this as well is that if you know it's not a Dream Witch player, which Gajay is not, you don't have to bring Flywheel at all. The thing is, if you threaten Dream Witch as a hunter, you typically have to bring Flywheel, because Flywheel is such a strong counter to that patroller. It can be also good against Blink. If you're able to instant Flywheel a Blink, that can be very strong to kite up Blinks as well. Whereas if you have Broken Windows against Dream Witch, it's basically useless. Broken Windows is not strong against it's not strong against Dream Witch at all. So Gajay doesn't threaten Dream Witch. That's the biggest problem for the GH Hunter side here. Is he can threaten Clerk, he does threaten Soul Weaver, and he does threaten Wax Artist, but you can easily bring Broken Windows against a lot of those hunters.
Yeah.
You can't get away with it. Of course, Flywheel would be nice against Soul Weaver, but it's a tie hunter. But the biggest thing is MRC, they're not really worried about getting 4 Survivor eliminated, because there's not a lot of win potential from Gajay's side. He has a lot of very consistent draw hunters, which is great. Be able to consistently get draws as a hunter, that's great. But there's no real threat of a high kill from him.
Yeah, because he's the wax artist. As long as you kite for a while and you stay away from a cipher, the survivor will be inbound to get a tie. It's just it's just basically how the wax artists go. You have to chair the survivor near a cipher in order for you to camp the cipher. I mean, wax artists don't have that skill of shooting wax to the cipher, and it will lock the survivor away from decoding. But without being near a cipher, that's just useless for you. So that's why wax artists isn't that favorable in terms of getting a win.
Yeah, but that is also the one upside of playing an open map. On an open map, it's easier because the wax bomb, the first presence ability, you can shoot that so far. So as a wax artist, if you have an open map, it's easier to wax ciphers from a distance. So that's why Lakeside does give you a slight advantage. It's also interesting. I'm very curious to see Lakeside Village. It's not a very common map chosen in mainland China. It's not one of the more standard maps picked over there either. So especially in the early rounds. So I'm actually very curious to see how well prepared XC is to play on Lakeside Village with Dream Witch, if that's what he's opting for. Because Dream Witch is it's known to be a character that's stronger on smaller maps. It's easier to pressure cipher machines. It's also not bad in Eversleeping, because a lot of the ciphers can be very close together and very easy to pressure. But a map like Lakeside, I don't know. I mean, that could be very tough for him. So GH winning map flip, that might be a huge game changer for them here.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to pick the Lakeside Village, which is very crucial to Gotcha Wax Artist, because you need a big map. You need a map that has a lot of opening for you to shoot the wax, as you mentioned earlier. So either Moonlit Rail Park or Lakeside Village. But Moonlit Rail Park is a very survivor-sided map because of that roller coaster. The survivor can utilize the roller coaster. As for the hunter doesn't really have lots of strategy in terms of using the roller coaster. So they opt for the Lakeside Village.
Yeah, and I also think that realistically, I think that Lakeside is probably easier to play against Dream Witch, because again with Moonlit, what happens on Moonlit when you play against the Dream Witch is that you get 3 ciphered, right? You get a lot of your ciphers in the same area. The map's split into 2 different sides. So what happens is a lot of the time is Survivor's going to die on one side of the map, the Dream Witch is going to pressure all the cipher machines on that side, and then the Survivors are going to do all the ciphers on the other side, and they get into a situation where the last 3 remaining cipher machines are all on one side of the map because they already did the other side, and then the Dream Witch pressures all 3 of them, and then you slowly just lose the game because the Dream Witch is late game cipher control. So that's kind of the biggest problem, with going against the Dream Witch on Moonlit. So I think the GH Survivors kind of acknowledging this, and they're saying, okay, we don't want to necessarily go right into Moonlit. The problem with it would be good for Gotcha, but we can also go Lakeside here. It's a good map for our hunter, and it also puts them onto a map it's not necessarily as good for Dream Witch. It's very big, it's very spread out, and it's very hard to pressure multiple cipher machines at once. And I think that's definitely going to benefit the GH Survivors in the long run.
And with the new spawn pick system also, like, exactly, they can fully understand where they want to spawn, and then the hunter can pick a spawn for them. For him to try to negate the survivor into transitioning. But here we just see that the survivor decided to go for the straight line strategy. So Gotcha kind of had to pick his poison here, because with any pick that he has to deal with 3 pesky survivor in a lot of transitional kiting area.
Exactly, and this is another upside to that new spawn system. You can spawn your decoder on Big Boat, an area you don't want to chase at. We are going to see Gajay, of course, spawn over at Shack here, immediately rotate towards middle, trying to find the location of the Seer here, which he might actually find early on. Does he see the Seer in the distance here? He's really looking around, and he does catch the side of the Seer. He's going to rotate on the Big Boat here. We do see that Shouty side up, trying to wax off the window as well here. It looks like the Seer is, Angel is able to see that. He's going to rotate down to the bottom floor of Big Boat and avoid falling into that trap.
Great job. Shouty already transitioned out of the boat, but Gotcha seems to be ignoring. Oh, he didn't see the post. Oh, wow, what? Gotcha. He missed us. He missed the opportunity to get an easy hit right there, and Angel just dodged that in the matter of seconds. Gotcha will now have to catch up to the distance, because Seer had established so far of a distance right here.
Yeah.
Blink is available for Gotcha, but Gotcha has to go for the normal hit.
Yeah, you need to see some more wax on the Seer. He is getting a lot of it here. Seer's going to go ahead and owl. He's going to use this to vault here. And this is where Seer's going to struggle against Wax Artist. Gotcha can simply get 100%. No, he doesn't. He could have just froze him out the window. What? I don't know why he didn't just camp the... Gotcha could have just camped the side of the window there and gone for the freeze. That would have been a free hit. He's going to try to get it here. Does he get... He does get the freeze onto the Seer here. He's going to be able to get that first hit finally with the Cypher Progress entity already past 50% for all 3 survivors.
Yeah, Angel still gonna be able to loop around in the boat area, but Blink is available. Angel! Oh, the hit connect. Luckily, there's no basement in the big boat, so Angel will be chair, I believe, in the top of the boat, which is also a very tough chair to rescue.
Yeah, it is a difficult chair to rescue, but I mean, you do have a full health. You have Mercenary, you have Forward, a lot of strong rescuers here. Postman can, of course, give the rescue letter as well. And Gajay only had his first presence here, so this is going to be really challenging for Gajay here. The survivors position themselves well. We see potentially a double rescue here. Mercenary is going to go ahead and distract. Will he be the one to go for the save here? It looks like, yeah, Mercenary is going to come in for the save. Shouty's going to go around the bottom side, probably going to go for the dog here on the hit. He's going to hit here, does go for the dog onto the hunter. That's going to allow some distance for the Seer here, but I don't think he's had a lot of time to build up an owl, so I don't know how long he's able to kite, considering that he's now at shore. Kind of just a weak kiting area in general.
Yeah, I think the strategy there is for the Angel just to move away from the big boat, for the postman to decode the cipher on top of the boat. And, for Singer will be trying to stun the hunter open area, but seems like he won't go for it, and Gotcha will get an easy second chair. 3 Cypher remaining, 1 almost done. Singher will be the one making the rescue, and Gotcha would try everything to prevent the forward from getting ever nearer to the chair.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to see the last Cypher machines. They all have progress here. We're going to see the hit onto the forward here. He's able to get that rescue. Full presence. Now, goes for the stun. Misses the stun to the forward. Can he get the double hit with the shot? He does get the double hit with the wax bomb. Huge play here for Gotcha, and the Cypher progress is nowhere near enough here, Entity. Seer's gonna have to kite for a while. We're gonna see that first wax bomb onto the Seer here. Is able to get 60% of the wax here. Just really trying to build it up here. He's gonna early. Swings away from it. He needs to get the freeze onto the Seer here. Can he get the freeze here at the pallet? He goes for the mind game. Does get the freeze, and he's gonna be able to get it down.
The Seer should have dropped the pallet. It could have bought a lot of time for Gotcha since for the time survivor for MRC, sorry. Because Gotcha doesn't have fast pallet breaking speed, and it would take a while for him to break the pallet before he make the hit onto the Seer. So, you know, the timing wasn't right there. Huasi will be, I think, the next target for Gotcha, which is the Mercenary. Oh, Gotcha is letting the forward and the postman healing each other.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, committing to the Mercenary. Not an ideal target. He does have Blink still available. He's kind of just looking around, trying to see if any Cypher machines are moving. This is, of course, a completely drawn position here for both sides. It's very unlikely we'll see any other result here. And yeah, we're going to see him just going to go ahead and continue after the Mercenary. Mercenary going to try to save this elbow pad as long as possible. He's able to get that first wax bomb. Did not wax off the window, so Mercenary is able to get the vault off here. He does not want to expend his Blink because those last Cypher machines are almost primed.
Yeah, he had to save the Blink, and also the survivor side know well where the dungeon is. It's in the middle right there. Since the survivor keep transitioning around the area to decode the Cypher. Seems like the last Cypher will be the one at the Crab Shack, and Gotcha will not making. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Yeah, looks like we are just gonna play for the end game here. Does have the wax here. He's gonna be able to get that hit onto the Mercenary. No, he doesn't.
Oh, the hot wax missed.
Oh, yeah, it missed there. He wasn't able to time that right. So now Gotcha is really just playing for time. No, he's gonna go for the teleport onto the exit gate. Does find the postman. So this is a really good target here for him to find. Definitely chaseable, trying to get the wax onto the postman as much as possible. Does get that freeze off right away, and it's gonna get the down onto Xiaodi. And Entity Mercenary, he's gonna go down as well. Can he get to the open gate in time here?
I think he will be able to do so. He has already expanded 2 elbow pad in order to make his way transitioning into the front gate. Gotcha now already expanded the teleport, so it will be a far way from the chair to the down Mercenary, and I don't believe Gotcha will be not camping the chair of postman, because there's still a chance of the survivor going for the rescue. But yeah, they will get out the gate, and it will be a certain tie. And that's basically a wax artist game, a tie hunter.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he did the job, right? He got a tie with wax artist. I mean, that's what you go out, you play wax artist, you try to draw the round. I mean, in no way are you really able to play for much more than that. You know, sometimes we'll see some wax artists, you know, with sort of like an up-down teleport build, try to play more aggressively, try to push for wins there. But it's just that you just, as wax artists, I mean, you have tools, you have win potential, right? You have some tools, you have some Cypher control, you have some camp once you've reached full presence. But until then, it's just, I mean, it's just so hard to win. I mean, yeah, and with the inclusion of Flywheel, you know, it brings out these hunters that are strong against Flywheel, such as Anne, such as Wax Artist, but they're all tie hunters. It's really, Flywheel has turned this meta from already being, you know, of course, very survivor-sided, and you do have some win hunters, such as Clerk and Dreamwitch, but even Clerk is kind of more on the tie side, and then Dreamwitch is just kind of brought down with the addition of Flywheel. It's so much harder to play Patrol or Dreamwitch, so realistically, it's just this meta is just, the main round 1 hunters are just so tie heavy where it really just comes down to which survivor team can actually push for a 3-survivor escape and which hunters are able to consistently get ties. That's ultimately the teams that are going to be winning these matches.
Yeah, exactly. That's the case. We will see the match stat right here with 133 seconds of kiting from Seer. Could have been longer if he went for the pallet drop, but yeah, it's still a rather long kiting time. At the end game situation there, Gotcha could actually went for a 3k if the hot whack connect to the mercenary. But, the hot whack miss, and only the normal hit, the normal detention hit connect to the mercenary. So Gotcha kinda have to switch to teleport in order to get a better result, but yeah, it's still an unavoidable tie.
Yeah, definitely. Even if he does, I mean, even if he does get that down immediately under the mercenary, I mean, he goes for the chair. If he chairs the mercenary, the postman gate could have been open. I think it would have been very close.
It was still be
even then, even then you got to consider, even if it somehow isn't open, forward still has a lot of football. There's a good chance he's still able to make that rescue with good communication. It's just still hard to win from that spot. I mean, again, Waxstars, it's just so tie heavy, right? So, even if you're able to get that quick down, he did save that trait till the late game, which was very smart. He didn't use that blink too early, so it did give him a potential chance to win in the long run. But ultimately, Mercenary takes that hit, pushes the gate. I mean, Mercenary has a full 30 seconds before he goes down, and that's more than enough time to make it to that front gate area.
Yeah, and the last teleport is just the last attempt of getting a 3k, and getting the postman. It's allowed the mercenary to expand that to our path to make his way to the outer gate, and then the survivor side also think that way through. Like they open 2 gates, so whenever Gotcha teleport to 1 gate, it's going to be a tie. Yep. Anyway, when he teleport to the stone gate, the
cornfield.
What was that? Yeah. The cornfield gate, it was the postman, and on the other gate, it was the forward. So either way, he would have captured 1 survivor, and the mercenary could use the ammo pad to transition to either of the gate. So it's still a tie. I mean, unavoidable result. But at least it's a tie. It's a stable result that Gotcha is getting right here.
Yeah.
So it's up to the survivor side of PH.
I'm just thinking there's certain points throughout that match where Gotcha could have really kind of capitalized on some of those kites from the survivors. I mean, if you look early on when the Seer was in that big boat area, he used the owl. Gotcha, he could have gone for the freeze on the Seer. The owl would have worn off, and he would have got the hit because that was only 8 seconds. It was already gone for a few seconds. So if he just kind of stood in that doorway, waited for him to vault that window, and then just waxed him as he vaulted the other side of the window, he could have just freezed him and gotten a free hit. But instead, he goes around. He allows the Seer to make distance. And that just extended way longer than it needed to be there. I mean, it could have potentially been a different result. I think in the long run, I think it still results in a draw, realistically. The match gets dragged out longer. It's a harder draw for MRC, but it's still just a drawn position in reality. But I do think that Gotcha could have potentially played things a little bit differently there. However, we are going to see a 2-2 for the first round. So now the pressure's onto the GH Survivors here. Gotcha has done his job. How does the GH Survivors play against XC? This is one of the best hunters in the world, one of the best stream witches in the world, and currently one of the top clerks in China. What are they? What's the game plan here, Entity, do you think?
Let's see. To go for a tie game, we just see GH go for the Embalmer strategy. So I could totally see an Embalmer and a Mechanic to at least go for a secure tie. If they went for a more aggressive play, they could, totally play the pride against Xiao Chang. Going for the Seer Band, so Forward and Priestess are available for GH.
Right. It looks like Seer Band, very standard for Dream Witch. Can also work for Clerk as well. We're going to see Barmaid immediately. This is very interesting. I think the idea here is that Barmaid can be a very strong character against both Clerk and Dream Witch. Typically what happens with Clerk is you're able to, take a hit, and you're able to kite those 20 seconds with a little bit of support from maybe a Priestess or a Forward, and you're easily able to kite that out against the Clerk, and you can use that drink a second time. You can kind of take many hits against the Clerk. Similar to Dream Witch as well, it's very difficult for them to get that second hit in time. We're going to see Mercenary banned here from XC, which does open up Forward to the GH Survivors. Interesting XC opting to give Forward here. Very curious decision indeed.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Xiao Chang didn't ban the psychologist or any other character.
Also, yeah.
It makes me wonder if Xiao Chang actually want to go for the Witch at all. There's so many other hunters. He could have tricked the survivor side of GH into picking the Barmet and then go for another character.
Yeah, I just the issue that I have is that I don't see why he doesn't ban Ford. Like the thing is with Ford, not only is Ford very strong against supporting. Yeah, we're gonna see Ford and their psychologist now, but Ford is so strong at supporting against Clerk. It's very strong against Streamwitch in general. So I get the idea of banning the mercenaries. You don't want to have a character that can go for 2 rescues. We're gonna see the Embalmer as the last pick here. So GH definitely has this team comp thought out. This comp works very well for both Clerk and Dreamwitch. So this is tough for XC. I think he's probably still going to bring out Dreamwitch here, but this is really tough. I think it would have been actually more beneficial for him if he gave Mercenary up instead of the forward, but we'll see how it ultimately plays out in the long run here.
Yeah, if he actually went for the Dreamwitch, I think leaving the forward out is totally fine because the forward can only stun a follower at a time, and Dreamwitch can totally counter the forward with that. And yeah, the Dreamwitch will be up, and GH actually went for a very safe choice with the Barmet right at the first pick session. Usually, we will see the Barmet pick or the Psychologist pick as the second or the third pick in the ban pick session, and the same spawn point.
Yeah, it looks like the exact kind of same layout here. We are gonna see Embalmer does take Big Boat here. Priestess is actually going to spawn in front of Big Boat. That's actually very smart. Priestess can, of course, put portals that allow survivors to enter the Big Boat from that front of Big Boat Cypher machine. So Priestess doesn't mind taking that Cypher. A lot of the time, it's a very scary Cypher to go to, but of course, Priestess does not really mind that in general here. So let's see what Survivor's able to do here. We actually see Zhao Khan on the Barmaid. We're going to see triple flywheel, only single Tide Turner. And a lot of these team comps, we would, I would say about half the time we'd see Priestess probably bring Tide Turner here, but it looks like GH is really just going with the aggressive kiting strategy, just trying to extend that early game as long as possible here. And a single Tide Turner rescuer here could potentially be beneficial for XC. You know, only one rescuer that can go for that Tide. We're going to see, of course, the Shack spawn from XC immediately rotating towards middle here. And I think he's going to probably try to find Little Boy. He actually does see the forward. I think he's going to commit to forward here. If he's able to take down that single Tide Turner rescuer, GH does not have any rescuer for the late game.
Xiao Chang probably know that Survivor side go for a full-on flywheel effect lineup. So going for the rescuer early on is actually quite smart. Nice patroller to the forward right there. Forward will have to expand the football, you know, to transition and potentially be a normal hit onto the forward. The leech follower is still available.
Yeah, that's a very good start for XC here. Early hit with the spawn follower. Forward's going to have to use even more football to transition away here. He's just going to use all of it to get as much distance as possible. He's fighting to the Barmaid, so Barmaid can give a drink here. And she wasn't able to get it, and she's gonna potentially give a free hit as well. No, she's gonna use that speed boost with the inclusion of the flywheel. Priestess support with that portal here as well. But it doesn't matter. He's gonna give a free hit. Barmaid, of course, can use that drink to heal it off, and there's a good chance he's able to get that heal off. But the problem here is that the Cypher progress is so far behind. 3 survivors are not decoding, and we all know how important it is to push those Cyphers early against a Dream, which if you wait too long.
Forward is now trapped in the corner. There's no way for the forward to get away.
Down.
With the patroller also, forward one's gonna be down, and no Tide Turner in the lineup also. There's no way for the survivor side to rescue. Oh, not vaulting the window. Yeah, the forward will be down in the corner.
Spawn follower kill. Yeah, spawn follower kill as well here. No coffin available. This is looking really good for XC. Beautiful start here. He's gonna get a second leech into play here. And how do you come back from this? I mean, he's gonna churn your middle. He's gonna use that leech to pressure down the middle Cypher machine. And you also don't have anyone with Tide Turner, so how do you get the forward away from this middle area? I mean, this is just so hard to come back from, and this is why you typically would see at least Priestess bring Tide Turner, so you have one extra rescue option. Forward, I mean, if it was a Mercenary, I understand that, because Mercenary is completely unchaseable. Beautiful flywheel here is going to be able to get the rescue, but Forward is a chaseable target. Unlike a Mercenary, Dreamwitch can easily just take down that forward, and now you have no one that can rescue.
So, yeah, so you see Xiao Chang allowing the forward to be in the lineup is actually quite smart. So now forward's gonna be the one being chase out here, also alongside Little Boy. They are actually trying to decode the cipher quite well. For everyone able to transition into the big boat, and oh, the Lich is actually right outside, and Xiao Chang already got a patroller on the main follower, on the main body. Oh, able to stun the main follower, and will be having to drop the patroller in order to get a hold of this forward.
Yeah, he's gonna get that onto the forward. We're gonna see that the follower vault, no football available, so he is gonna go down to the spawn follower hit again. Still unable to die to the leech here. Priestess is not gonna be able to decode until deleached. And we don't see any of the other survivors picking up leech marks, so Priestess is gonna have to take the time to do this themselves. I think here, this is actually the one spot where Dreamwitch might actually struggle a little bit. You see how far away these Cypher machines are from this chair, but he's still managing to pressure, but Captain Kun does get that pop off there. The last two Cyphers, 30 and 50% of the way down here. He's going to go for that patroller with the leech there.
Not going for the rescue at all.
Yeah,
he's actually trying to wait for the Tinnitus.
Right.
And Xiao Chang actually not realizing that at all. Now Xiao Chang fully realized the strategy, using the using the follower to cap the Cypher at the corner right here. Cap Kun will be the next one in line to be chased.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see him just trying to get down the Priestess here as quickly as possible. The next base target. He's gonna use that portal to try to keep making distance here. Follower is gonna return to the main body there. And we're gonna see him use that follower to pressure down middle, keeping Captain Kun away here. We're gonna have to see the survivors start a new Cypher machine. Embalmer does have a leech here. I think ideally, Priestess can use that long portal the barman and go for the heal here. He's gonna go for does take the vault there. We did see that the trait was not available, so there's no option for a blink switch. He's gonna go ahead and change targets to Zhao Khan.
Yeah, Zhao Khan decoding at the front gate, at the stone gate that is, and the best target to chase here for Xiao Chang is the Priestess. Will the patroller be able to prevent the gate? Oh, the holy key was actually the animation was cancelled with that patroller, and now Xiao Chang will be able to down this Priestess quite easily.
Yeah. And this is looking very good for him here. Wow. This is down. It's really, they do have an extra Cypher machine, so that's going to be very strong for GH ultimately here. But the biggest problem again is that how do you rescue this? I mean, you're going to be able to cut him off from so far away here. There's no main rescuer anymore. There's no mercenary. There's no survivor that can get to the chair easily. It is going to be the Embalmer. He's going to have to use his flywheel here to get close to the chair. Uses it a bit early. He's going to get that follower hit here. And he stuffed the rescue onto the Embalmer. There's the switch, goes for the hit, and he does not get it. But no tide turner, so it's just an immediate farm. And he has Blink, he can just play switch. Gets the down onto the Barman. Under the Embalmer, he does get the coffin off. He's going to be able to self-rescue here. And we're going to see the Barman go to the last Cypher machine. Actually, if he chairs Embalmer can use his coffin to save the Priestess.
He's actually waiting for that.
He needs to wait, yeah. He needs to wait. Priestess is going to get up here. He does get the down onto the Priestess with the leech here. But the Cypher machine, it's 85% of the way done. This is really just a matter of timing.
Xiao Chang should be trying to leech onto Little Boy and prevent Little Boy from self-healing.
Oh, he goes for the force leech. They go for the force deleach here, and they're gonna be able to pop the Cypher. And gets the down onto the Priestess. But he does get the leech removed. Priestess does not have self-heal available. And now it's just a matter of a Dreamwitch endgame here. This is super precise. This is gonna be really interesting.
This is at least a 3K because the Priestess already locked her self-heal, and there's no chance for Capcom to be making his way back for the heal because Capcom is having a leech onto him right now. Oh my god, there we go. Ending the kiting session of Capcom, Zhao Khan will be trying to open the gate. Xiao Chang actually should be trying to chair the Embalmer because the 3K is enough for MRC to get the win here.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like, can he get out in time? He is able to get out the exit gate. But I mean, that's okay. That's okay for MRC here. Actually, we need to see him get back up here. Is gonna go to the blink down onto the Embalmer. No self-heal for the Priestess, and that is a 3 survivor elimination here for XC. And just like that, MRC wins round number 1. Wow.
A lead, not really a big lead. It's actually a 2-point lead, but still,
It's still a big
yeah.
victory, especially
Yeah.
because it was GH's map selection.
It was GH map selection, and it was looking like a tie game. It was really looking like a tie game after, after getting down that Priestess, it just suddenly turned into a losing pace for the Survivor side. Luckily for the Survivor side, they were able to pop a Cypher in the middle, but in turn they had to sacrifice the Priestess, and the Embalmer has nowhere to run because there was a leech onto the Embalmer at that time.
Yeah, it's just I think the biggest downside is that the first kite, it wasn't great. I mean, there was no lead. As a forward, forward of course is a very strong kiter. Forward can struggle. Forward can struggle at kiting patroller because of how fast he vaults and how fast he throws pallets. So it can be very hard to actually time the patroller bites as a forward player. However, you have a full football, you have fast vaulting speed. A lot of the time, forwards can force out a leech, a leech hit right on that first kite.
Yeah.
And the forward just wasn't able to do that at all.
Yeah,
and then on top of that, just some over support as well with the Priestess. They lost a lot of Cypher progress early on.
Yeah, I think the problem of forward is that expanding the football to transition from a bad kiting position to a worse kiting position, which is at the corner.
Right.
I just don't really understand that. The football should have been expanded to go to the big boat. That would have been way better than the corner area. And 81 seconds of kiting from the forward. It just take the Rimwich on patroller to get the forward down. That's just it.
And not only would have going to Big Boat been strong, the Priestess is there too. Priestess can support that kite on Big Boat. We know the Priestess did spawn in front of Big Boat. The biggest problem with going there is that you put yourself in a position where you are kiting on 2 Cypher machines. But so I think that was kind of the idea is he was going to go ahead and leave Cyphers. But then that kind of begs the question of why that particular spawn layout. If GH wants to go for the Priestess in your Big Boat and support that first kite, you can't have anyone. You don't want to have 2 survivors spawn there because then you kite on 2 Cypher machines. So I think maybe just a bit of GH just they kind of overlooked that position a little bit. I mean, of course, you do want someone to spawn Big Boat and to utilize that kiting area. But at that point, you might as well just have Priestess spawn Big Boat. Priestess can support from Big Boat, and you kind of just have your Embalmer spawn elsewhere. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting position for sure, but
the Embalmer spawn on the Big Boat. I think they were trying to put the coffin on the Big Boat, and then the Embalmer gonna transition outside of Big Boat for the Priestess to transition in. But it would have been better. It would have been way better for the forward to come across the Embalmer for the Embalmer to go for this support later on.
Right.
For the resurrect and stuff. But yeah, transitioning far away from a survivor wasn't the brightest idea, and not transitioning to the Big Boat. I think still the football would have been way better for him to transition to the lock wall or the small wall instead of the corner.
Yeah, I mean, I get kiting away from Cypher machines. It's just you put yourself in a tough position. Typically, when you're kiting against a Dream Witch, you want to position yourself in an area with a lot of pallets, but you can use those pallets to time out the patroller bites, right? And you can't really do that if you're going to that bad wall area with all the windows. You can do it on the vault, but it's just makes it so much more challenging. The reason why pallets are so strong is because you just throw the pallet on the opposite side of the hunter. They have to break the pallet, and you time out the patroller that way. If you're just going to go for the vault, the hunter's just going to stand on one side of the window, wait for the bite, and then just walk around and hit you. And that's exactly what happened, right? So that's again, it's just positioning. Positioning is very important, and also again for GH, a big key for them is that they don't over support. Right, they went for too much support there. He was also, I think, what also was having is the forward tried to kite to the barmaid so the barmaid could give a drink. But the problem is the forward used all his football to get there, and then he has nothing left to kite with. So even if the barmaid managed to give the drink, it wouldn't matter because the forward's still going to go down within 20 seconds. So it's just like what do you a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of over support from GH.
The Bombard could have spent that time decoding instead of trying to go out to the forward and the Priestess as well to give out the double hit, and also the Priestess. The Priestess was trying to use the portal to allow the forward to transition out. Right. But in a situation like that, a patroller is enough for you to capture the forward, preventing the transition from area to area. So it just the game is pretty much secure for the hunter when the forward utilize all of that football.
Yeah, so now going into round number 2 here, a lot of pressure on GH. I mean, going into this matchup, they definitely were the underdogs. MRC, of course, having a huge advantage being a mainland China, IVL region team. Dodge played well. He did his job. He got the tie. The GH survivors, unfortunately they weren't able to come through, and XC did. He came through very, very big, getting a win here in round number 1. It just goes to show the strength of his Dream Witch, and the comp was good for Dream Witch. I mean, in Bomber, Bar made Priestess forward, all very good against Dream Witch. In Bomber, very good against Dream Witch, especially in this sort of situation. And Bomber is a very good tie survivor when going against a Dream Witch because, if you set up your coffin, you go down in Bomber, you get placed in the rocket chair. Then the only thing that's going to follow you is the leech, so it allows you to die to your leech because the leech is going to be the one chasing you. And it makes it so a survivor doesn't have to go for a rescue, so Dream Witch does not get a free injury in the process. So, Bomber can be very good against Dream Witch on a large map, especially like Lakeside. So, I mean, GH, they got the comp they wanted. This is definitely, you could tell, this is the team composition they were really aiming for. But ultimately, XC just so strong here.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought that the Wicked Link in the entire lava is the Rescuer? You go for the Rescuer, you prevent the rescue from happening. You don't have to worry about Titaners, so that's why Xiao Cheng was able to, just down survivor left and right, and not allowing them to go from area to area. Like, he kept the survivor into the corner of the map. He kept every survivor into that corner, and no one could live. A commendable situation from that, from all of that, is the Embalmer trying to place the coffin in there to to allow the Embalmer to go for the second rescue. But still, that wasn't enough because the Priestess utilized the self-heal early on. If the Priestess still had the self-heal, it could have been a great mind game.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's really, because the problem is, I think the Priestess tried to pick up when he was off the follower, but he switched back at the right time, I think is what happened. I think it was just like a perfect timing thing. So yeah, it's tough. I mean, GH, they almost managed to pull it off, that coffin setup at the last second. It really goes to show how Bomber's a very good tie survivor as well. Because if that's any other survivor and they go down there, the game's over. That's a 4-person elimination. There's no survivors are not coming back from that. But that coffin setup, with the tie turner, with the 15 seconds or the 7 seconds of invincibility, that allows for the Embalmer to stay alive long enough to go. He can get up to the Priestess. He can de-leech, force de-leech. A lot of the time, you guys will see, we'll see a lot of force healing, right? Against a lot of hunters, you can force heal, wait for the Cyber's Prime. But against the Dream Witch, you want to force de-leech. And that's exactly what he did there, a very smart decision. Because you cannot pick up a survivor while force de-leeching. It's just like force healing. You can't pick them up while they're being de-leeched while on the ground. And that's exactly what the survivors did. So GH played that correctly. It was just that Priestess, of course, didn't have self-heal. And from there, it was just, it was an easy, you can just hug the Priestess, eliminate one more survivor, and you put yourself in a winning position.
It was pretty much a 3K right from the moment where Priestess expanded self-heal. It's like, there's nowhere for GH member to run, because if the Embalmer tried to transition to the gate, the Bomber wouldn't have been able to open the gate also, because you are allowing the Dream Witch to transition closer and closer to the gate. And at the last moment there, if Zhao Khan took a little bit more time, like not believing in himself, trying to open the gate, the Dream Witch could have caught up and got a 4-man elimination right there. So still, kudos to the survivor side of GH for trying to go for a very a strong lineup. But Xiao Cheng is also a very strong Dream Witch player, as we mentioned earlier. So Unrun My Escape is still a very high achievement for GH.
Yeah, it's still a high achievement for sure. It's just, unfortunately for them, it's not enough for this round one. So they are going to drop round one here to MRC, and especially considering that, if we're not mistaken, GH probably did select that map there. So it's really tough. How do you come back from this? MRC is going to have map selection here. We're probably going to see XC's Clerk come out now. We're going to see Dream Witch ban for sure. You could also just go for something more conservative. We might see the MRC survivors. If they're able to get a win on their side, XC could easily just play something to more of just a secured tie strategy. Maybe something like Anne, but I think ultimately here, we'll probably see the GH survivors up first here. Typically what happens is, again, when you don't have map pick, and you have faction pick, you'll pick your survivors to go first. Then your hunter kind of knows what type of hunter they need to play to secure the win for that round, whether they need to play a tie hunter or a hunter with win potential. So I think what's going to happen here is that you know, we're gonna see MRC pick the map here, and then we're gonna see the GH survivors go ahead and pick survivor first. It's kind of the most standard strategy, but yeah, who knows? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and knowing GH has knowing Gotcha is a Wax Artist player, I believe they're gonna go for a map that can counter the Wax Artist. But first, yeah, you're gonna see GH survivor side going first up against Xiaochang Xiaochang Hunter. We still don't know the map. I have a feeling it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town.
We're gonna find out in a moment here. It looks like.
No, it's Ever
Sleeping Town. Okay, so yeah, so GH did ban Church.
Very odd.
Yeah, I think the idea here is that if you ban Church, that because you know Church is not very good for Wax Artists. It's very hard to hit Wax. There's a lot of walls that can block the Wax.
Ever Sleeping Town is not a good map for Wax Artists also because of the huge building and stuff.
Well, yeah, but it was selected by MRC, so they're trying to counter the Wax Artists.
Yeah.
So I mean, they ban. I think they ban like the kind of one of the worst maps for Wax Artists, which is the Church. And then you still pick Ever Sleeping Town, which is it's better for Wax Artists, but it's still not great.
It's
and
still
it also
not
works
great.
well for. It also works well for Miracle here. So I think that yeah, ultimately this is just you know a nice map selection here. I think a lot of the time, a lot of these hunters, a lot of these mainland China hunters would love to play Chinatown here as well. But Chinatown is actually pretty good for Wax Artists. It's very open. It allows for the Wax to hit a lot easier. We're going to see Seer and Priestess ban here. From the side of XC, for the survivors, I would imagine we're going to see Ford, at least one of the characters getting locked in here. They have to expect Clerk. Right, you have to expect Clerk here. You have to take Ford because Ford support against Clerk is one of the keys to defeating a very strong Clerk player.
Yeah, and they have to ban the Dream Witch. Absolutely, it's such a scary Dream Witch. As you said earlier, Forward and maybe Mercenary could be the pick here, or Forward and Acrobat. I think. Still, XC Xiaoshang still have that Soul Weaver and Anne to utilize. And Anne is a counter to the Forward, so
it is. I think that Anne is less likely than Ever Sleeping. Anne struggles heavily here. 2-story area is very difficult for Anne. A lot of one of the ways you can cut out Anne's is very strong windows. And there's a lot of very strong windows, a lot of very strong palettes on this map. Entomologist here, I actually think this is a very nice pick here for the survivors. Entomologist is a very strong character. When going against the Clerk, not only is a very strong kiter, because you don't necessarily have to throw down pallets as Entomologist, you can just block them with your bees. Entomologist can also support Clerk kites as well, and that can be very important if utilized properly. Again, over support is key for GH. They need to make sure they're not doing that, especially against a Clerk if that's something that XC opts to play here, because then the Clerk can easily just take control of the game with incredible cipher pressure.
We did see the ban onto the Acrobat right here. Still, the Mercenary is inbound for GH to be picked here, but seems like they could opt for the Postman to go for the decoding lineup.
Yep.
They could go for the Enchantress actually.
Yeah, they could go for Enchantress. Enchantress would work very well against the Clerk. Maybe Magician as well, actually. We saw GH do this before. Magician is actually a very strong kiter for Clerk. And it also can work well. No, just Mercenary. Okay, so they're kind of just playing, again, this is exactly what MRC did in the first round. Just a standard double Rescuer, 2 kiter. One of the kiters being support. So, ultimately, this is okay. If he does go Clerk here and finds Postman early, though, it's really tough.
Yeah. And it's going to be the Clerk, so... again, with the new spawn point system, the Hunter know well where the Survivor is, so...
Yeah, but the thing is actually, you don't know... You know
Before
where
you
each
pick the
Survivor
spawn.
spawns. Yeah, but you don't know exactly... You don't know specifically which Survivor spawns in each spawn, but you do know where all 4 Survivors spawn on the map.
Oh my...
He does not. Okay, so he doesn't spawn on Postman, so that's actually going to be very strong
Yeah.
for GH here.
And seems like with this spawn, Entomologist could be the first kite. Like,
Yeah.
with a Clerk, you wouldn't want to go for the Forward at all. Not like the Dream Witch.
Right.
And it's actually quite smart from Little Boy to pick the spawn at the 2-story at the middle, because you can transition to the 2-story or into the graveyard.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I actually would have expected. I think GH might have made a slight misstep. It's actually better for forward to spawn middle because it's easier for forward to it's easier for forward to reach the kiter and support that kite. So forward spawning over at the fake gate area and then allowing mercenary spawn little doesn't really make sense in my opinion. We are going to see flywheel for forward here. So again, single tide turner and flywheel does of course it makes the rescues more challenging for the GH survivors, but it does allow for an easier harassment from the forward. We're going to see, of course, the fake gate spawn from MRC XC here, immediately rotating towards corner house, the location of the entomologist. Entomologist has a very good corner house is great for entomologist, and it's also very good against clerk. So I think ultimately here, Captain Kun should have a very nice position to kite in.
Exactly. Xiao Chang will try to pick out where the postman is first. We'll get the recording onto the forward and hitting on the B. Capcom still able to transition kiting, but have been expected all of that B because Xiao Chang has already hit the B twice.
He has a pallet break recording. He has a pallet break recording. Yeah, he picked up a pallet break recording on that corner house there. I was waiting to for him to use that, and Captain Kun just he didn't know. I guess he didn't pick up on that potentially. So he was able to use that pallet, and he drops early as well. So closing the distance here does still have the beast to work with. Actually, excitement here, entity. So he's not actually going to have blink available. So we are going to see him kite towards the forward. Forward goes for the sun, gets the hit. Does he go for the excitement onto the forward? No, he's not going to excitement this. He's going to hold it a little bit longer here. So the forward ultimately is going to buy some distance for Captain Kun. This is exactly what the GH survivors need to see. So I'm actually curious here, entity. No broken windows. A lot of time we see broken windows for preparing for clerk, so you can constantly make that distance. So triple flywheel here may come back to hurt GH potentially here if not utilized properly.
Now Capcom will double back to the two palace area. Forward one actually tried to bait out the excitement, I believe.
Yeah, I think
that could possibly be the case there. Capcom is now stuck in this area. We'll have to vault through in order to move on, but yeah, no.
Beautiful flywheel! He times the drop there, but he has the pallet break recording! He got it again, and Captain Kun, he just didn't pick up on that. I mean, he did it twice there. He got 2 pallet break recordings. I think Captain Kun is just missing. He's probably going to pick up another pallet break recording right here. He actually didn't pick it up there. It looks like he has excitement, though. He has to be careful. Will he go for the stun? But there's the excitement! Yeah.
Forward one.
I don't know.
They probably have to know that excitement is inbound. Why would they go for the stun right away? That's just I don't really understand that. Mercenary has to be the one. Rescuing right here. And with the first skills, Xiao Chang is now able to lock the cipher away from decoding.
Yeah, and the problem here is that there's no bees. So how do you rebound this? There's no priestess support. There's no bees. He's gonna go ahead and die grave. I think he's gonna go ahead and die away from all the cipher machines here. I would have liked to see the forward go for a stun while the mercenary went for a rescue to allow the entomologist potentially rebound, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and die away from cipher machines instead. And just like that, I mean, XC, he's got such a strong position. They haven't even started the last cipher machine, and that's when things start to get scary against Clerk. When you don't have enough cipher progress early, Clerk just slowly starts to take control, pressuring these ciphers already to full presence here. They're going to take their time to go ahead and heal up, but I mean, this is just an incredible position for XC.
It's just so tough for the survivor now. Zhao Khan will try to prime the cipher at the S pallet area. Forward one already been healed up by the mercenary, and yeah, as you mentioned, now the last cipher will be starting. 4 cipher remaining. Oh, able to trick the forward.
He has to football the rest of the way to the chair here. He's gonna be able to get the rescue off, but yeah, hiding that red light there. Will Ford opt to body block here? Looks like no, he's just gonna go down. And, I mean, and then is that rescue even worth it?
Simon is almost available. Now Forward won't be able to support at all.
Yeah.
Now Simon is available. Xiao Chang could totally just went for the. Oh my God! Really?
Wow. Yeah, GG. That should secure the winning position there. Double down. Yeah, I don't understand the forward rescue there. I mean, I really don't know. Tide turner. It's not going to buy you. Yeah, I mean, they just healed up. They just reset. They could have easily pushed ciphers, and at least everyone would have had full health, or would have had football to kite with. And then now they have nothing. They have nothing. They have an injured mercenary. They have a down forward with no football, and they have no cipher. They don't have enough cipher progress to win. So now it's just like, what's the point in that rescue? No tide turner. It just, I don't understand it.
Yeah, not to mention that the clerk has the ability to lock the cipher away from the survivor now. there's no way for the survivor side to pop the cipher before the rescue, before the forward fly away from the game.
Yep. Yeah.
So yeah, now kind of gonna move into the chair. Little boy will be locked out the cipher. If this, yeah, okay, we'll force the rescue to happen, and forward one still has some football to be utilized. Oh my god!
And he's just gonna go down. Yeah, gets the recording instantly. I think GH is just not prepared to play against Clerk. I mean, there's just so many positions here where they're just dropping pallets right into the Clerk, right into the recordings, and they're just picking him. He's breaking him or picking him up, and a double down here. No cipher progress at all here, and XC's definitely secured for survivor elimination. He's gonna leave Mercenary. He's just gonna camp Mercenary to make sure he doesn't get up and get that rescue. He's gonna pick up. He's not gonna chair Mercenary. He's gonna pick up the Mercenary. He's gonna take him away from the chair. This secures that Mercenary does not self-heal and get a free rescue before the forward expires here. And he's gonna go ahead and just drop him down here. And yeah, now he's gonna go for the postman and go for that fourth survivor elimination.
And with that recording onto the postman, Xiao Chang basically has a wall hack. He knows exactly where the postman is and just gonna run toward the postman. I think the gist of the game is that the forward tried to go for the stun, even though Xiao Chang didn't even use the blink. He has no blink, so that's why he didn't blink to down the entomologist. He has all the time in the world to go for the blink, but he didn't have blink. He has the excitement, and GH didn't figure that out, and they had to, pay the price after 2 stun. Yeah, right. 2 stun, and forward, well, he was down with a blink. That wasn't a very unexpected blink also.
Yeah, we're gonna see him go ahead and go back to the Mercenary. This Mercenary doesn't have self-heal, so he can easily just down this Mercenary again and secure the last survivor. He's gonna use an elbow pad, just making some distance here, but again, just a matter of time. XC does not have any recordings currently, so he's not gonna be able to. He is gonna be able to take the tram. Something XC could have done. You can actually use the chip ability from the Clerk to actually knock survivors off the tram.
But there was no recording, so
yeah, he was. Well, I mean, like he can get it with the swing using the swing recording, but I don't think he would have had enough time. So he's gonna go ahead and just go for the postman instead here. Just try to secure that down. They've managed to get the last cipher to 60%, but it's impossible to pop. He can just constantly keep harassing the cipher from a distance if Mercenary tries to push it just like this. And now he's just gonna go for that Mercenary yet again.
Mercenary has been announced by the postman that Xiao Chang is changing target. And you could just go for the Mercenary and keep locking the postman out of the cipher. That's just the gist of the game. The postman will not be able to decode the cipher for quite a while, and Mercenary only have 1 elbow pad left, and now had to kite out a Clerk with blink.
Yeah,
and he could totally go for the blink now.
Goes for the blink. Yeah, just gonna see it down. Tried to elbow pad the blink. Was not able to get it here, and XC is just going to go ahead and pick up that pallet and return to the postman. Mercenary, of course, no self-heal. As long as he's able to catch wind of the postman here, all he has to do is down that postman. That will be 4 survivors eliminated. And I mean, just like, oh man, I thought maybe a little bit of lag there, but this is so much pressure onto GH's Hunter now. Now, Gajay has to go for a 4 survivor elimination just to force a 3rd round here.
A recording is now available to Xiao Chang. I believe the paper, the recording that Xiao Chang having right now is the pallet recording, so he can drop the pallet at all times.
Yeah, there it is. Does get the dog onto the Hunter there, so he's able to make some distance. But again, just a matter of time here. No self-heal for the Mercenary. Postman's gonna probably take a hit here. He's gonna try to bait off Flywheel here. It looks like. No, he's just gonna wait until. Yeah, he doesn't want to let him get the heal off here. He's gonna just kind of go through some jukes here. He's gonna get the hit onto the Postman. Postman can heal up the Mercenary, but again, there's just no cipher. I mean, you have a cipher. Somebody's gonna go for the chip here potentially. No, he throws it upstairs. Yeah.
Unlucky. But the Mercenary will still be down because there's no elbow pad left, and absolutely no chance for the Mercenary to transition away from that situation. Little boy still had the doggle and the flywheel to be utilized. But yeah, now Xiao Chang has a recording on the vaulting to block Little boy off the window.
For a second I thought he had broken windows, but then I remember Postman can give himself a vaulting letter to increase that vaulting Gives himself a broken windows effect. He's going to be able to avoid the dog here. It does buy some distance for the postman here, but essentially what has to happen is Little Boy needs to kite this clerk until Mercenary bleeds out and then get dungeon, which very unrealistic. Beautiful mind game here for Little Boy. You can tell Little Boy is definitely well seasoned in clerk fighting. Goes for the ball here. Beautiful mind game as well, staying alive a little bit longer here. And he's able to kite this clerk here pretty effectively. Goes for the dog as well, but now he's kind of he's trapped into a bit of a tough area here. Does have to fight, but goes for the charge attack, is able to avoid that. Goes for the mind game at the pal, goes for the charge attack again. No, I will, and he is going to go down here for Survivor elimination here for XC, and now Entity Gaje. He's got a 4 kill to even force the last round.
I mean, it's very tough for Gaje right here. Getting a 4K against MRC is quite hard, let alone that Gaje main is a wax artist, which is a Thai hunter.
Yeah. I don't even think they're going to ban wax artists, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they have a higher chance of banning Soul Weaver than banning the wax artist, so. Again, in a map like the Sleeping Town, what character did Gaje have left?
To be honest with you, I think his only chance is just play a do or die Breaking Will. I mean that's really it. Because not only is Breaking Will of course is really weak against the current meta with Flywheel, but it is a character that it's kind of just like your how do you explain Breaking Will? It's a character that obviously is very weak early rounds in the current meta because Flywheel counters it so hard. But it's kind of a character that has 4 kill potential. So it's kind of just like your it's your last chance situation, right? You gotta have to pull it out. Gaje, they're probably gonna ban. They're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna ban Wax Artist. I don't think they're gonna ban Soul Weaver. I actually think they have a pretty good chance of banning Sculptor because Sculptor's good in this map and it does have potential. So I think there's a decent chance they ban Sculptor and take Breaking Wheel. And Gaje just kind of has to play Wheel and just hope he can pull something out.
Yeah. Again. This match can totally be wrapped up in one sentence, is that the excitement. The excitement. It's just the excitement. They didn't expect the excitement. I think they don't strategize well because the clerk took so long to down the first target that you should have expected is an excitement clerk.
Yep. And not only that, when a hunter goes for like a blink pickup, because a lot of the time what hunters do, they go for a blink pickup, they'll hold down the blink, pick up the survivor, and they'll blink away to avoid the forward. The forward can hear that before he releases that, so he knows if he's gonna go for a blink. If he doesn't hear anything, you gotta assume he has excitement. So you can football up to the clerk and football away to bait out the excitement. That's what he should have done. As soon as he never heard the blink activate, he should have footballed to the clerk and turned and football away, baiting out the excitement because he knows at that point he would have excitement. And because the kite was so long, there wasn't a lot of opportunities to go for a blink early on. And I think they assumed basically when they went for that first stun to get the entomologist more distance, I think the survivors assumed that he didn't have excitement there because he didn't use it. But XC it was a nice mind game. He held the excitement, and ultimately it worked out for him in the long run.
And yeah, it's just making the game tougher for GH because now the survivor side of GH has to. The hunter of GH has to go for the 4-man elimination.
Yeah.
Against MRC Survivor though. You have a Sleeping Town. The potential game, as you mentioned earlier, could be the Breaking Wheel. Gaje used to play the Dream Wish, but now with the current meta, I doubt he would go for the Dream Wish in this game.
Yeah, they could also technically ban Clerk if they're worried about that, but I don't think. I think that Gaje didn't bring it out round number 1. I think that kind of indicates he doesn't really have that as an option. So yeah, I mean, he's gonna have Breaking Wheel or Sculptor. His only realistic chance to eliminate 4 survivors here is play one of them. I think it makes the most sense to ban Sculptor because Breaking Wheel it's just so easy to deal with in the current meta. But Gaje, he has to do it. It's his only hunter that has 4 kill potential. He doesn't have anything else that can 4 kill. Wax Artist, it's not gonna be able to 4 kill here. Soul Weaver, it's a good hunter for this map, but it's not gonna be able to 4 kill. It's just too much tie potential against a professional IVL team. They're not going to get anything less than a draw against these tie hunters, realistically. So you have to try to play something aggressive like Wheel, even if it doesn't work in the current meta, and just hope you can. The chances of your 4K is very slim, but it gives you a better chance with Wheel than it does with something like a Soul Weaver or a Wax Artist.
Yeah, you have to count on the survivor making mistake if you want to play the breaking wheel. Like the breaking wheel only capitalize on the survivor making mishap here and there, and getting advantage from that to go for the 4K. Still, with a professional team like MRC, it's kind of tough for really tough for GH right here. The only chance of getting a 4K is a sculptor. Like that is the most a 4K potential character, but still, as you mentioned earlier, it's bound to be banned in the second round.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, it's really tough. I mean, I think going into this matchup as well, you know, again, we talked a little bit about how GH is the underdog, right? They're not favored at all. MRC definitely has the advantage going into this matchup, being a mainland China team. I mean, GH put up a very strong fight in the first round, making it very close, but MRC was able to take it. And then now it's sort of just spiraling out of control a little bit here. So we're going to get into our band picks here. A lot of pressure on Gaje. If there's anyone who can do it, it is definitely Gaje. We've seen him play very strong in the past here, but ultimately, yeah, it's going to be really tough. I would expect probably forward Seer if he's trying to play Breaking Wheel. I mean,
Yeah.
Priestess obviously would be nice, but I don't think you can really afford that here.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, we're gonna see two ban forward, and Seer is bound to be banned. But if Gotcha is thinking of another hunter to play, it could be a Seer and a Priestess ban. I'm not sure about that. The problem is that Gotcha plays a lot of hunter that had high potential, and yeah, Seer and forward ban from the side of Gotcha, as you mentioned earlier. MRC will be banning one hunter.
Yeah, they're probably gonna ban. They actually ban Wax. I don't know if that's completely necessary, but I guess they're just
play safe.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess. I mean, it doesn't really seem like it's that safe because I mean, again, it's not a win hunter, but I don't know. I think they're just kind of they already know they've got such a strong position. I think realistically they know whatever they ban, they're still positioning themselves very well here. We are going to see Priestess 100% locked in, Mercenary as well. Gaji needs to start banning Thai characters, decoders, whether that's Embalmer, whether that's Postman. Those need to go here. Even Mechanic if he wants a chance to 4-kill.
And it would be very interesting if Gotcha actually went for the Clerk here, because I know that Gotcha can play Clerk. It's just not that you like that a lot. And the Postman ban coming from Gotcha, as you mentioned earlier, the Thai potential character, it could be a mechanic for the side of MRC.
It could be, but I mean, again, I don't even know if that's necessary. I mean, they could literally just pick a standard team comp, and you know, as long as they have a strong game, that it's just because I mean, again, what is Gaje playing here? It's gonna be Breaking Wheel Sculptor. It has to be, right? You can't play anything else. Acrobat gonna be locked in here. I mean, technically, you could maybe pull out a surprise Geisha, but already this team comp looks not very good for Geisha. Acrobat, very good kiter against Geisha. Priestess support, very good. Mercenary, an excellent rescuer. Mechanic is going to be banned, yeah. So you're just kind of limiting all the Thai survivors, not giving MRC any sort of option. They can easily just pick something like Patient or Entomologist here as the last character. If they want to play ultra conservative, they can't even go for Embalmer for a Thai. So yeah, Patient. So yeah, just kind of a standard team comp for MRC. They already know an excellent position. It has to be Breaking Wheel or Sculptor for Gaje. If it's anything else, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, and I'm seeing. I doubt about the Breaking Wheel. I could see because the Sculptor isn't banned. It could be a Sculptor for Gaje. My God! Wow. It's looking very tough now.
Yeah, he just kind of has to go for it. I mean, maybe he's you know, I think I now understand the Wax Artist ban. So the idea behind banning Wax Artist is now they can all safely bring Flywheel. There's no hunter that counters Flywheel from Gaje. So they ban Wax. So there we go. So they ban Wax Artist, and now everyone obviously with the exception of Mercenary can just bring Flywheel safely, and they're not worried about a character that can counter Flywheel. The only character, of course, that could do that would be Anne, but they don't care about Anne here. Anne on Never Sleeping. It's a terrible map for Anne, and it has no win.
Still a Thai hunter, yeah.
Yeah,
and it's still a Thai hunter, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. First time seeing someone pick the graveyard spawn, it is going to be the Patient. Gotcha try to pick a spawn that is the closer to the corner, and it's going to be the acrobat. The better spawn for this game should have been the school gate area.
Yeah, it's interesting. Acrobat, I think they're positioning themselves. They're all positioning themselves near areas with good windows. Of course, the fake gate area has a very strong. There's a lot of windows there for the Acrobat to work with. Graveyard unchaseable for a wheel. Obviously, you can't chase that graveyard window. Mercenary, it doesn't really matter where Mercenary spawns. Priestess, taking middle. Very smart place for the Priestess to go. A lot of times, what happens with Priestess, if Priestess takes middle on Ever Sleeping Town, if a survivor spawns the fake gate area, she sets up a portal to fake gate to middle. The survivor's able to take it and get away. We actually see double broken windows here, so very curious decision. I mean, what were they expecting with the broken windows? I don't understand that.
Actually, are they expecting Sculptor?
I mean, maybe, but even Flywheel's still fine against Sculptor,
yeah.
so I don't know. We're going to see Gajay. He's going to go towards middle here. I think he's predicting that Priestess is at middle. Immediately, Shouty hiding away here. Does Gajay see the... Oh, he sees the Priestess right away here.
Yeah, he saw the Priestess. The Priestess will be trying to utilize the obstacle to kite out this breaking wheel. We'll be able to get a spy onto onto the Priestess, but it's the Priestess, and she could just portal through and through. You can't trap the Priestess at all.
He's going to go back into wheel form. He's actually going to trap the window, so if she tries to use that window to mind game, he's going to be able to get that spike there. Trying to juke in this area as much as possible here, able to get that juke off, and excellent job from Shouty here. Keep in mind, he also has Flywheel, and now it's just a matter of mind games, just constantly going to the window. Is not able to get that spike as well. He's going to transition away here, trying to go for the juke here, and this is already good position. Is able to get that second spike here. Does he have Blink available? It will be online in 2 seconds. He's going to go for another portal, just trying to make as much distance as possible, and we should see him go for the Blink at this wall here. Goes for the Blink, and no Flywheel! No Flywheel from I feel like that was a pretty easy Flywheel prediction, but it wasn't able to get it there. He could have just Flywheel and portaled, but he did not get I guess he's just maybe saving it for the rebound kite, potentially.
Alright. So yeah, the survivor here, we'll see which is the Acrobat, will have to go for the rescue if they want the Priestess to utilize as a Flywheel effect. Or they got found out by the breaking wheel here. Will be getting a spike onto the Acrobat. Change form behind the pallet. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that decision at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's okay. I mean, he still gets. He's gonna have the rescue off here. And Priestess is going to kind of kite in this area, forcing him back into wheel form. And again, breaking wheel. I mean, we haven't even seen Flywheel get utilized, and it's already kind of a struggle here for Gajay. You kind of just see how breaking wheel's really fallen from grace here over the past couple months. We're going to see him. Shouty's just going to stay in this area. He's going to force him out of wheel form, go for the portal again. I thought he portal trick for a second there, but no, he didn't.
I mean, he just wait for the form change, and then just got a portal, another portal from the Priestess.
I think he's going to get the down right here, though.
Yeah. The Flywheel is available, though. Oh,
matter,
the trap still connect, and Shouty will be slowed down. Get an easy hit onto the Priestess, and we'll try to prevent the Cypher at the middle. Getting a spy onto the Mercenary, but
I feel like
kind of allow the Priestess to self-heal.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to do this. He doesn't really have time to do this. I mean, Priestess can self-heal very fast. We know Priestess does have Flywheel, so yeah, he's gonna get this heal up in time, but he does get the immediate down on the Priestess, so interesting decision from both sides there. I'm not really sure why. I mean, Gajay had enough time to share Priestess, and now it's like I'm not really sure what the game plan is here.
I'm not sure about the slugging strategy. And now the Acrobat will be trying to heal up the Priestess. The Priestess
and he should be able to get it off here, I think.
Fast healing. Yeah, fast self-healing. Yeah, the Acrobat will be trying to body block for the Priestess. The Priestess will be using the portal. Now they are just trying to protect the Priestess. That's just it.
I don't understand what Gajay's doing. I really like. I mean, you're gonna he's gonna get down Priestess again here. Priestess can easily he's gonna die away here. Oh, tries to go for the portal. Is able to get it down. Now he's just gonna chair after forcing her to waste self-heal, so he's not even slugging anymore. So what was the game plan there? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it also. The middle Cypher. They shouldn't have popped the Cypher at the 2-story, to be honest.
Maybe.
Now the Mercenary will be making in for the rescue, and Dong will be the one being chased out. Nice trap, but it doesn't connect. A nice blink also from Gotcha. Has to expand the blink, and it's has come into the risky territory because it has come into the end game situation, and you used your trait.
Yeah, and the problem with using Blink here is now, as you mentioned, you don't have any traits left to work with now, so he's just gonna go around, get as many spikes as possible. He may just get out and share the patient. No, he's gonna try to find where they're healing and try to down the priestess potentially here, but he has to make sure they don't pop the middle cipher. So back to middle here, trying to ease. We do see patient get up here. Patient goes down and wastes self heal to get another curious decision from MRC. That's another wasted self heal from them. I'm not really sure. Both sides making some mistakes. Yeah, making some mistakes here ultimately.
Has to expand the elbow pad there. It's the end game situation already, and they are expanding their resources. I'm not sure about that at all. Now Masuri has to look into a chest if he wants to have some chance of kiting at the end game duration. Snapping the full health Mercenary, so it will do basically nothing because they can pop the cipher and Mercenary will be back to the health that he needs to be. Acrobat trying to make his way into the cipher. Are they trying to bait the breaking wheel into chasing one character so they can heal up the patient?
I think probably Acrobat's just gonna go ahead and push the cipher machine here. He's gonna go for the firebomb, does cancel that. He is gonna take a hit because of it. He's gonna rush that. It's not only 90%.
Yeah.
What? And Acrobat's down, and Acrobat does still have self heal, I believe, right? So it's patient no self heal. Now we're gonna see Priestess try to rush here. Priestess is gonna give he's gonna go for the flywheel. Beautiful flywheel, goes for the mind game. Does he get the hit here? No, he gets a free hit in the process. They're all trying to pop this cipher machine. Godjay, what is he doing? He's gonna go for the trap here. They know he doesn't have the tension.
They can do it.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to pop it, and that should secure the win here for MRC. Beautiful job from MRC there, pushing that cipher machine in the end game.
Yeah, they have to pressure that cipher in order for Godjay, because Godjay has already switched from. He has no chance of preventing the cipher from being popped. So
and this trap there is really big. What is charge attack? Goes for the charge attack. Maybe trying to bait out flywheel. I don't know, but he doesn't even have flywheel.
The patient had all the time in the world to use the
fight. He should know he doesn't have it.
Now he could just use the hook to transition to the gate.
This is a 4 survivor escape here. All 4 survivors are gonna make it out the gate here for MRC, and look at that, a 10-0 for MRC in this second round, and they will be winning 2-0 here against GH.
Miracle, absolutely. I mean, in the end game situation when they go down left and right and they wasn't able to pop the cipher, we thought they were doing something wrong, but they were actually trying to pressure Godjay, because when one survivor is down near the cipher, Godjay can't go for the Deno Chase survivor, which is a priestess.
Yep.
If he went for the priestess, the cipher would be popped.
Yeah. Again, it just begs the question. I don't really understand what Godjay was doing. Like I get. I mean, there were some ideas of downing priestess, making her way self here and leaving her slugged, but then it was just like. Then he just chaired her later, so it was just a waste of time. He just wasted his own time there. Like,
I think it would have been better. It would have been better for Godjay to chair to leave the priestess there, go to the cipher, abnormal the cipher, and then go back and chair the priestess because he still have trump card. I just don't.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
I don't get it either. I mean, I think at that point, if you're gonna waste time there on the priestess, you might as well just chair the priestess at that. I mean, if you down the priestess, just chair her. The cipher progress was good, but there's still a chance for Godjay to come back. I mean, why not just chair the priestess and then go to the mercenary to slow down the progress? I mean, it doesn't make sense. There's no logic there. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, I guess he was just, again, under a lot of pressure, of course. You have to get a 4 survivor elimination against one of the best teams in the world, but ultimately it's just a few missteps, and then also some missteps from MRC. They did pick up twice in front of the hunter, wasting their self heal both times. Also a missed flywheel from Xiaodi twice in that match. He was able to flywheel once, but Godjay still got the hit, and then the second time he flywheeled, just nothing. He tried to flywheel a trap, I guess, and still got hit because of it. So mistakes from both sides, definitely, but ultimately MRC really showing why they're one of the best teams in the world and why they deserve to be in here and potentially on track to win the tournament in the long run.
And congratulations to MRC for winning this matchup. And MRC will be leading the group Group A, I believe. Yeah, we'll be leading Group A, while GH will have to do a lot if they want to have a chance in the playoff round.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's again, you know, you see GH, they played so well in IVC. I think a lot of people had a lot of expectations, and they're not out of it. Of course, they still have 2 more rounds. The top 3 teams of each division will be advancing, so most likely, all you have to do is win at least 1 round. So GH still has 2 opportunities ahead of them against SC and against FCN. So they're definitely not out of this yet. But MRC, for the most part, just with that 1 win, has probably already secured themselves, you know, at least 1 spot in the playoffs here. Even if they were to lose the last 2, they would already be moving on. So yeah, so excellent job from MRC here, and definitely an uphill battle from GH. Looking back at the previous rounds here, just analyzing this, GH, they played a strong round 1, right? You know, they went into round 1 with map selection. Gaja was able to get a tie, which is exactly what you want to do as the Wax Artist player. And the Survivors, they were able to get a nice counter comp to Dream Witch, but ultimately it just did not work out for them. And XC was able to, he played so well. Not a great Dream Witch map, still able to get a 3 Survivor elimination. It goes to show why he's one of the best hunters in the world. And then going into the round 2 situation, I mean, it was just, you could tell GH Survivors, I don't think they were prepared for XC's Clerk. I mean, you could tell a lot of the time they drop pallets in front of the hunter when he had a pallet break recording, when he was recording them, and he could instantly just pick them up and go for those hits right away here. They weren't expecting the excitement as well. That worked out perfectly. He was able to get 4 down, and Gaja, he had to go do or die. He did what he could, but not much you can do there, and a 10-0 for MRC.
Yeah, and you know, because GH is a Southeast Asia team, and we did see in IVC there was not a lot of Clerk in the matchup. There were usually Bonbon Dream, which like the usual character that we see in the previous meta. So coming to IVS where they have to experience the other region meta, which is the Clerk, GH has no chance, like absolutely no chance. It's just so tough for the survival side of GH to go up against a great Clerk player.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, again, the round number 1, they made it interesting. Gaja had a strong start. A tie with Wax Artist against a team like this is very good. The Survivors, they almost were able to tie, but Priestess wasting that self-heal just made it a little bit short here. Overall, you see the overall containment time very high from all sides. A lot of changing targets there. 178 seconds for the first kiter, the Priestess there. And you do see the final score 2-0 in favor of MRC, 15-3. Very decisive victory for MRC over GH here. So, you know, again, looking very good for MRC already in this tournament. If GH wants a chance, you know, at going on to win this tournament, they're really going to need to turn things around in the next 2 rounds.
Exactly. Another knockout in the IVS Taiwan. The previous round we did see ZETA knocking out Nice, and now MRC knocking out GH with another 2-0. So we're gonna see who is going to be the MVP. I have a feeling it's gonna be Xiao Chen. Yeah,
there you go. Definitely. 3 survivor elimination, 4 survivor elimination. He won both rounds essentially for MRC. Of course, the survivors did play well. They got what they had to do. They got a draw, and then a beautiful 4 survivor escape at the end there. But the hunter side was absolutely superb there. A 3 survivor elimination to secure the win in round number 1, and then an immediate 4 kill from XC basically secured the win for MRC. It really gave GH no opportunities at all. And just like that, overall 7 eliminations in 2 rounds. Excellent job.
Yeah, and this is why Clerk is so scary. She has been moving on the meta ladder in other region, and now coming into IVS, Clerk has made a statement for herself that she is a hunter that many team has to look out for, especially when it's in Xiao Chang hand.
Yeah, it's one of the best hunters in the game for sure. And we're going to see Clerk start to sort of take over and dominate this meta. Dream Witch it's going to start to fall down a little bit because of the addition of Flywheel, whereas Clerk doesn't really mind Flywheel as much, and that's what makes Clerk so strong. It's not only is Clerk a hunter with win potential, that also doesn't really mind Flywheel. that's what makes Clerk good, because these hunters that do counter flywheel, such as Wax Artisan, and they don't have a lot of win potential, whereas Clerk does. And we're going to see Clerk come in from a lot of these players. We've seen it here from XC, and we're going to see it from a lot of these Japan region players, as well as just all these global teams in general.
Exactly. And yeah, with the new ban pick system, it's just going to be very tough for Wax Artist player or Ant player to utilize now. And yeah, I think that's the end of this matchup. We're gonna head into the next matchup, but before that, we're gonna head into a short break, I believe. So stay tuned. We're gonna be back real soon.
杂技可以去修，我感觉杂技可以给压力。可以打。70、75、80、85，能走，90，开了。没有钩子，刚才装了可能。
Creating a perpetual.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
tries to go lost without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our third matchup, day number 1 of IVS 2022. My name is Eli-O, joined here with Nello Mello for our last matchup of the day, Weibo Gaming versus RD. Nell, how are you feeling about this matchup? And no? Either?
Sorry, that's weird. I just got stuck.
You're good.
Yeah, but hey,
hey.
Thanks for welcoming me back. Yeah, I was actually sticking around in the chat and I was like watching you and Entity commentating as well. Very interesting game just now, but right now we're heading into also another interesting game, Weibo Gaming from China versus RD from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. So yeah, fun fact though, did you know that PP Cha is in RD now?
Yeah, he is the hunter. He's been around a few of the teams. Obviously, he's been in Japan. He's been I know he's been over in Southeast Asia. Now he's here in RD. Yeah, he's all over the place. But ultimately, he has found a spot here on. We'll see. I think going into this matchup here, Weibo definitely favored. I think on paper, Weibo obviously the runner-up in China IVL here, going against RD, which is a team that hasn't seen too much success in the past. But of course, with the addition of PB Cha, who's been very strong even against the mainland China team, mainland China teams, I think definitely gives them a little bit of an edge here.
For sure. I mean, I sort of just feel like PP Cha. He's been experimenting around, so I think team hopping around definitely helps him pick up experience in different regions, because you see so many different styles, right, in different regions, and coming from Japan and then going to Southeast Asia and then finally being in the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region, which is actually they actually play more fast decoder team
coding. Yep.
So we'll definitely have to see how he's gonna fit into RD. But I think one thing's for sure, RD is definitely looking for a hunter that can actually give them an edge, so that they will be able to play more freely as a double fast decoding team comp. So yeah,
absolutely.
So PP Cha's the one fitting in.
Yeah, definitely. I think and that's probably going to be the main idea here, is that PP Cha can go out and maybe get Sarvis can just tie with fast decoding, and PP Cha can win a match here or there. We are going to see on the side of Weibo Gaming, Iron, the first survivor here. Iron definitely going to be one of the main kiters of the team here. One of the strongest kiting players in general in the mainland China region. Also has a potential to play that forward as well. We've seen that get utilized quite a bit from him over in the mainland China IVL. So that's definitely a character we could see him potentially pull out here. Again, you're just kind of reviewing this matchup here. I think that a lot of this is going to come down to, again, PB Cha we know is a very strong hunter, but the Weibo Survivors, very, very strong, one of the best Survivor teams in the world, arguably the best. We also have MK here, the Priestess player. Again, just very strong kiting overall from all these players.
Yeah, I mean, not only does MK play the Priestess, MK also uses Acrobat and Embalmer as well, especially when he was playing against MRC, ultimately sending MRC back in the second runner-up, and playing against Dou as well. So watch out for his Acrobat and Embalmer. And right now, Hui Yi from Weibo Gaming playing a mercenary as well. So besides playing a mercenary, well, he sort of plays patient and seer here as well, based on the data that we've gotten from IVL Summer Finals. So yeah, I mean, tell us, is there any info you want to add with Hui Yi here?
Yeah, for Hui Yi, a lot of it is just he's mainly the mercenary, one of the main rescuer players. A little bit less known to be a kiter. Definitely, has been the common rescuer player for this Weibo Gaming team here. And looking into our last survivor, we do have Long as well, known obviously for Acrobat. Can play Mechanic as well. Actually known to play Batter, so this could be a character that we've seen potentially come out as well here in the later rounds. It's a little bit less common in the current meta, but we did see some recent Batter adjustments that have brought him down a little bit. I believe they have been added into the competitive server as well. So I think that maybe that's something we might not see here, but it's definitely a possibility as well. Again, a lot of these players transferring over from the FPX ZQ team. Huiyi, I believe, is the only player that was originally with Weibo, and we do have YMM as well here. Listed as Naiad, of course, we're probably not going to see a lot of Naiad with the addition of Flywheel in the current meta, but definitely known for a very strong Dream Witch.
Yeah, I mean, besides the Dream Witch and the Naiad, YMM is actually very versatile when it comes to Hunter pools. He also plays the Clerk. He also plays Spider. He also plays the Axe Boy, and let's not forget the Photographer. So he definitely has a very deep Hunter pool. Right. But it's a matter of which one he actually excels in and gains the advantage for his team. So very excited to see that. I mean, are you expecting to see a Photo Boy? Do you hope to see a Photo Boy anytime?
If we have a photographer, we're gonna be here all day. We get matches, but I mean, it would be nice to see. I'm sure most of you guys in the crowd in the chat would love to see it, but everybody knows my opinion on Photo is that the matches last forever, and it's always a tie. Unless you're YMM, he's the only one who actually seems to be able to actually win with Photo. So, anyways, we're gonna look into the RD survivors here. We do have Zeka, as Weeping Clown. This is actually a character we've seen kind of rise up from some of these non-China regions. China doesn't actually use Weeping Cloud as much. We've seen it in Korea. We've seen it a bit in Japan and in the Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan region. We do have CY as well, listed as the Postman here. Of course, Postman, a very common decoding character in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, just taking back a little bit, Zekai also plays Embalmer. And yeah, it definitely fits into the comp when they want to go for a draw. And CY fits into the comp when they want to go for a Cypher Rush. So if you're looking for a survivor, decoder based characters, well, you have to look at CY for sure. And let's look at Pin right now. Pin is spotted playing the Seer. I don't have any data from him playing in the previous games. I'm just kind of looking for it a little bit. Yeah, but I don't really see any data of him playing. But, well, according to the data here, he does support most of the time the Seer. Other than that, there's not many character pulls that we know about him. But, well, we'll definitely expect to see him more in the support/kiting role. So, yeah, definitely one to watch out for. Pin from RD.
Yeah, definitely. Those are the 4 survivors for RD. We'll be going up again against YMM here. A lot of pressure for them again coming out of this Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region. Not quite as competitive as a lot of the other regions, and going straight in to YMM's here. It's gonna be very difficult here. We also have 87 YT as well here. One of the players, I believe that's the 5th survivor. They do have one extra survivor sub as well. Listed as the mercenary, listed as, I would imagine, the main rescuer of the team here. We unfortunately do not have the direct starting lineup here, but we will see that in a little bit on screen. But yeah, the last player, 87 YT here, of course, is the main rescuer here. Not a lot of data, no data on them at all here. So I imagine they could potentially be the substitute player, maybe a recent addition to the team.
Yeah, I mean, they do have Tang in the lineup, but we're not seeing it just yet. So maybe Tang would be more in the main roster. But right now, we're going to see PP Cha in RD team. We all know him. We've watched him recently in the recent IVC in Southeast Asia region. So yeah, he spots the Sculptor. But not only does he play the Sculptor, he also plays Pollen. He also plays Queen, Bonbon, Dream Witch, Geisha, and... yeah, I mean, everything you can expect. Yeah, PP actually made a lot of very, very bold statements, and yeah, he's known to be very aggressive with his aggressive playstyle. We've yet to see it pay off in IVC, but right now in IVS, who knows? We might see a different version of him this time, especially since he's a new team.
Yeah, and you also have to consider that over in IVC he was playing from Japan, of course, having to play over on the Southeast Asia server is very difficult. But now, he's got the ping on, he's got the connection on his side here, and we're really gonna see him come out here. I'm really excited to see arguably the best survivor team in the world against one of the best hunters in the world. This is the matchup that we're all excited. A lot of us are excited for, definitely.
For sure. Like, this is basically FPXDQ's roster right there. But you know what? We'll just look at the videos first before we continue.
比赛经历从每一年的深渊到这次的 IVT 以及台港澳赛区自己可能有办的万圣杯那种比赛都有参与到的，所以也很高兴有这个机会可以跟各大赛区的强队对抗。这样，我们团队比较擅长的战术应该是别救保平跟压满救。对这次 IVS 比赛的期待的话，我觉得就是第一可以先学到东西吧。但我觉得我们还是得做好自己的事情，像是该训练的时候啊，还有那个比赛的时候要尽全力去打。给队友的打气的话，就是谢谢你们愿意跟我一起加入这支战队，一起努力，我们努力打好我们的比赛吧，加油！
Hello IVS 的观众们，大家好，我是来自大陆赛区的 WBG 战队的大龙，然后我主要玩的角色有机械师，还有玩具商。比赛经历的话，就基本上什么都有了 ，IVL 啊，然后深渊啊，该参加的都参加了，就正常打，放平心态，然后拿个冠军就行了。可能有点让人猜不透吧，我们的监管者选手让人猜不透，然后我们的求生者呢，有的时候很猛，然后有的时候又 反向猛啊，反正就挺奇怪的。但是我们猛起来是真的猛。对这次比赛有什么期待？就是跟强队碰一碰吧，然后就学习一下，然后看看哪边更厉害吧。WBG 必胜，一起放平心态拿个冠军。
Actually, yeah, that was actually a very strong message from them. Like, yeah, like in Chinese, it actually says that they play very risky at the right moment, so that's what gains them the victory most of the time. But right now, we're gonna look at the round one map ban picks. Arm Factory gonna be banned, and they're gonna move to Moonlit River Park. So, wow. So, what do you think? What do you think of the hunter that would come out in this map?
Moonlit's, yeah, Moonlit's very curious. Because I think both sides are trying to play Dream Witch, but you typically don't see Moonlit picked for Dream Witch. It's not bad for Dream Witch, but it's not something that you would necessarily pick. So, yeah, interesting decision from Weibo here. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Arms Factory ban here as well from RD. I feel like RD wouldn't really mind Arms Factory either because it also works for their Dream Witch. But yeah, maybe it could be that PB Chud's trying to play something else. It could be that YMM's trying to play something else. Looks like we're going to see the first ban Seer here from PB Chud, definitely indicating towards that Dream Witch. We should see Ford and Priestess immediately locked in for the WBG survivors here. And I would imagine probably Mercenary or Acrobat is the second ban from PB Chud if he is potentially trying to play that Dream Witch. Maybe a Barmaid as well or a Psychologist.
And also, just to add a little bit of info, this is exactly what RD wants to do as well. RD typically goes, most of the time, they let the Hunters faction go first. This is according to stats. They let the Hunters go first. Depending on the results, then they will decide whether to go on a fast decoding comp or a more risky defensive kind of comp, double rescuer kind of comp. So shout out to Chocho. Thank you for this info from their matches as well in IVT for the Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan. So right now, WBG who is gonna be picking up the Barmaid and Mercenary is gonna be banned. So last pick, I mean, or do they really think that PP Chess are they gearing up towards countering PP Chess Dream Witch, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say we should see Acrobat banned here. Do they play Psychologist as the last one? Psychologist is interesting. I think that it would definitely make sense in this position because the Acrobat is banned. They could also just play it safe and play Mercenary. Oh, no, Mercenary is banned. They could play Gravekeeper, another Rescuer, if they wanted to play very safe. But probably if you play Psychologist, you technically play into Wheel, which isn't really currently strong in the meta, but it would technically work. Okay, they're gonna go Embalmer. This is a little bit more safer as well. Because I was gonna say, PB Chud did pull out a surprise Wheel, which again we probably wouldn't see, but it's still possible if they went Barmaid Psych. Both characters terrible against Wheel. But instead we're gonna see the Embalmer here. Very safe pick. Very good tie character, especially for a large map like Moonlit. This can be very difficult for a Dream Witch to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And with the Breaking Wheel, like what you suggested, I mean, Breaking Wheel definitely, even though with the existence of Flywheel, well, Breaking Wheel is still very strong in catching up, especially in this big map. So maybe that's the game plan for RD. I mean, I'm not entirely sure who's the one picking this map. Did you manage to cut hold? But
it was Weibo.
It was Weibo Gaming. Okay, so maybe they're trying to go, trying to force out this kind of plays from Pipicha, like, just not wanting him to go Dreamwitch first. Maybe with the barmaid pick, they're just kind of trying to bait him out with the Dreamwitch. But I don't feel like Dreamwitch is Pipicha's strongest in this, especially in such a big map. Maybe Breaking Wheel, like what you mentioned, but I don't know. He still has 40 seconds to decide, so we still have 40 seconds to speculate what he's gonna pick.
Oh, he's gonna play Wheel. Wow, this is actually. I'm actually surprised. I mean, I was kind of throwing that out there just like just a thought, but because I mean, again, we don't really see Wheel a lot here now in this current meta. I mean, Wheel is just because of Flywheel, it's been brought down so much, right? And Wheel does. If there's no Flywheel, Wheel would be incredibly strong against this team comp. But with Flywheel, it's going to be challenging. You have Priestess support. You do have forward support as well. But it is Moonlit, arguably the best map for Wheel. So Pipicha, he's taking a risk. And I think that's something you have to do when going against this Weibo team if you want a chance to actually get a win against them.
Yeah, and let's not forget a few facts. Fact number one, Pipicha is playing on a different ping than when he was playing on IVC. Survivor teams, which you mentioned, the XFXEQ team. So we'll just have to see how it turns out. We've already seen the spawn locations for the survivors and the hunter. So it's a matter of choosing your poison. Who do you think Pipicha should chase first, especially in this kind of situation?
Well, ideally the barmaid's the best chase, but we see a beautiful barmaid spawn over at the first stop. So if he doesn't opt to go for barmaid, then she can immediately just take the roller coaster and escape that. Barmaid is... Yeah, it would be the best chase. And Balmer spawning at 2-story is actually very smart because you can easily set up your coffin in the upstairs 2-story area. And also 2-story, it's not a very good place to chase as a breaking wheel. Because what happens is that, you can easily go to the upstairs window. It can be very difficult for breaking wheel to deal with that. You do have the Priestess as well. Priestess might actually be... Because of the spawn location, Priestess might actually be his most ideal target, and this is where the spawns really, the new spawn system is really going to benefit the survivors. He's actually going to go towards bridge and does find the forward. Is this someone he actually opts to commit to here or no?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure. His plan is just to take out that beautiful first spike. I think he just wants to take out the rescuer so that because forward is the only one with the maneuverability potential. He's more versatile. He can move across the map. So if he takes out the forward first, well, that's gonna remove a lot of rescue potential. So Iron not gonna give him any chance at all. Gonna use the first part of the football. Iron's still trying to kite out that second spike. He definitely does not want to get the second spike, but Iron's gonna get the second spike. So now it's just a matter of just baiting, of just getting out of that spike.
And he's going to have to use more football to transition away. He's really winding this football down early. Does have Blink still available when it comes online. Here, does get the drop onto the forward. He's going to be able to kite out this trap because he still has football available. But it's just a matter of time. As soon as this blinks up, it's going to be an easy down for Pipicha. We're actually going to see, I think that's the Embalmer trying to get the face of the forward, if I'm not mistaken. Goes for the blink, and he does get the down. Embalmer was, I think, able to get the face of the forward, but he was not able to body block a hit here. So a very fast down for Pipicha, and he does actually eliminate the forward, which means there's no option for forward support as this game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the Priestess, but let's not forget, Priestess has a 6, but if Pipicha is able to cut the Priestess off halfway, it's going to be so hard to rescue. And you can see that Pipicha is already moving towards MK right here, Elan.
Yeah, he's going to get that the spikes onto the Priestess, able to get the rescue off. Goes for the snap here, is not going to hit, which is okay. I mean, it really doesn't matter too much as long it's really just a matter of time here for him to get this forward down. I mean, it's a very good start, and you see why chasing a character with Type Turner is able to get the down. They do have the coffin set up here, but it is a breaking wheel, so it's really not going to be too much of a problem for him.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he just chairs the forward, the coffin will be there to get it out. So that's the point behind an Embalmer. Like, when you can't rescue anymore for the second time, at least they will be able to save more time and get the forward out, and therefore allowing him to do a second kite. But now he's just moving towards... Yeah, he's just gonna run towards the coffin.
Yeah, I believe it.
So scary.
Is it upstairs? Let's see. It looks like
it is. It
is upstairs, and he's gonna be able to make it to the window. So, yeah, excellent positioning there. It forces them out of wheel form as well. He's not full presence yet, so this is gonna be a bit of a difficult chase here for Pipicha. This actually gives them a chance to eventually rebound. So, Embalmer actually coming in a bit clutch here against this breaking wheel. Is able to get that spike right away though. Now he has the extended spikes because Ford has Tide Turner. Flywheel, which is the main counter to the breaking wheel, it's not going to be available here.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't just... Oh my god, he just wants to snap, and he does manage to snap. Iron definitely does not have any flywheel there, and he's gonna be sent back to the meta first, so quite a good start for PP Cha. However, though, the 3 ciphers are about to be primed, so very strong possibility of a draw for WBG Survivor. But a 3-man escape is also very possible. But without the copy, it might be a draw at best, I feel.
Yeah, look at that Cypher Rush. The Cypher's already primed. I mean, that's incredible. And that's why Embalmer is such a great tie survivor, because you don't have to go for a rescue. You can easily just coffin the survivor away and then continue to promote Cypher Rush because of that. They're actually not going to pop it just yet. They're trying to play the slow game here. I'm not really sure what they could be trying to set up here. We're going to see it gets the pop off. Wilson hit. He gets the down right away into the Embalmer. And he had flywheel. Now he didn't use it.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. He could have used the flywheel, and then the thing is, Long could have been the one to prime that Cypher, and Priestess could have been the one to, pop the Cypher, so I'm not entirely sure about that game plan though. So
it's still a tie though. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, he has to break the portal. If he doesn't break the portal, then the Priestess can come back and go for a rescue. So he's going to break the portal. They're going to make it out the exit gate. He actually did have detention as well, so he would have secured that down anyway. But yeah, and that is that's a tie red one for PB Cha, which is not bad. Considering that it is Breaking Wheel in a meta where Breaking Wheel is considered to be very weak, and it's against one of the best survivor teams in the world, so not a bad start at all for RD.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. Like getting the forward first definitely paid off for PP Cha, because there was no more rescuers able to cut corners and just to create that distance to reach the forward. So the coffin, totally agree with you, definitely bought them a lot of time, and the Cypher Rush without realizing it, 3 ciphers remaining. Oh, both of them are prime. So yeah. But the thing is, it's definitely good for PP Cha, right? But I feel like maybe if the reverse was done, if the Priestess was the one standing by the last cipher, Embalmer would have been able to escape, maybe make a difference. You think the result would have changed if it was the Priestess priming, not the Embalmer?
Priestess, because the Priestess can take portal. I don't really know. I feel like I mean technically Priestess could have taken portal, but even if you take portal there, the Breaking Wheel can easily just get across the map to first stop without too much of a problem. So he would have been able to make it before the exit gate was open, I believe. So it would have been definitely more challenging for PB Cha to secure a draw from that position. But yeah, because Embalmer, I'm surprised. Which didn't really make a lot of sense. And he didn't flywheel. I mean, he could have just flywheeled that swing. He would have been able to kite that out there and maybe force out a blink, maybe waste more time. Still would have been a draw, but at least buy some more time. But yeah, I mean, from that position, even if Priestess is there, I'd imagine it's probably still a draw position because he still has blink. As long as he's able to find one survivor before they get the gate open, he just blinks that survivor with attention and secures the draw.
And can I say that PP Cha's position with the spikes are really good? I mean, he practically got the spikes pretty early, right? He got it really quick, and in no time, Iron was actually down. And Iron is by no means a weak kiter. He's actually one of the best kiters in the team as well. So, and especially when you're a forward, you would expect a forward to be able to buy more time. So I have to say, PP Cha right here, he's definitely playing much. He's definitely making more impact here in IVS, for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, he's able to play on a more ideal server, and he's just been able to play really well here. So now the pressure's onto the RD survivors. I think a big challenge for them is going into this against a very strong hunter like YMM. Again, RD coming out of a region like Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan, not a very competitive region. Like, they're not really known for being as competitive when it comes to global gameplay. So I think that definitely they're going to need to we'll see how prepared they are. I mean, to play against YMM, it's going to be very difficult. Keep in mind, this was Weibo Gaming's map selection, so this is definitely something that YMM's prepared to play. This is a map that he's prepared to play on.
Yeah, and the thing about YMM and PP Cha is they both have deep hunter pulls, right? So the question now is, do you think YMM will mirror PP Cha and go for the Breaking Wheel as well?
I don't think so. I think, like, it's interesting. I mean, because again, Moonlit, why would you pick that for Dream Witch, right? So I think it technically it's possible, but I don't really think that would. I don't know. I feel like he's definitely just trying to go out and play Dream Witch here. I don't think he's going to play Clerk. Clerk is not that strong on Moonlit compared to some other maps, so it wouldn't really make sense for him to pick Clerk here, considering that he did pick Moonlit River Park. I think he's just going to go out and play Dream Witch. I think they were trying to maybe bait a Breaking Rule out of PB Draw because they know it would be easier to get a draw against than a Dream Witch. And they were right. They did get a draw there, so I think the main idea is that maybe they can go out and get a draw, and then YMM's able to just go for a win. And just use that competitive experience that he does have. We're going to see the Seer Ban here. We should also see Ford and Priestess locked in. Unless RD is really heavily preparing for Dream Witch and tries to play, pick some counters early on, such as Barmaid.
Yeah, I feel like, how do you put this? I feel like RD one. I feel that way. Because going into the later rounds, when more of the hunter picks are getting banned, that's where Pipicha's main hunters will be banned. It will be the efficiency of getting a 3k, more than a 2k, 3k, or even a 4k is gonna decrease, and that's where it's gonna create a lot of pressure for RD survivors. So I think this is the best scenario for RD to actually get a win over WBG. It's gonna be really hard, but I feel like this is their only chance though.
Yeah, they didn't take forward, so now this actually gives them an opportunity to get a free forward ban off. Let's see what the next option is going to be for them here. Probably we'll see the most standard pick here would be Acrobat. Okay, Barmaid as well. I mean, they're just trying to counter Dream Witch as much as possible. Now he kind of gets to ban Acrobat though, so that seems a little bit risky because you really want to be able to take Acrobat. Because I mean, you could just take Acrobat. He bans Barmaid, and you still play Psychologist. It's basically still effective. Or even in Bomber, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and go with Barmaid, just really trying to gear up for this Dream Witch here. And we'll see what the last ban is. Again, I would imagine it would be Acrobat, maybe Psychologist. Oh, and Bomber, so he's just trying to eliminate any tie opportunities at all. I actually like this as well. Banning in Bomber here, again, we saw last round in Bomber, very good tie survivor, and this does allow them to play Acrobat, but yeah, just getting rid of any tie opportunities here. He's going YMM, just kind of making a statement. I want to play super aggressive here and just go for a win and win this round number one.
Yeah, so he wants to go super aggressive in this kind of lineup. So what hunter though? I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time thinking what kind of hunter he can play aggressively in this map. I mean, you don't think it will be a Dream Witch, right? So
I think it will. I think there's a good chance he plays Dream Witch. It's definitely a tough matchup with this team comp, but I think he's going to play Dream Witch. Like, I don't really expect him to play anything else because he with the Embalmer ban, he's saying he wants it's an aggressive ban. You ban Embalmer when you want to try to push for a win as a hunter. So yeah, he's going to play Dream Witch because he wants to play aggressive. He wants to try to win here with that Embalmer ban. That would make the most sense. It's a tough comp for Dream Witch. I mean, obviously Priestess, you don't want to chase. You can't chase a mercenary. Acrobats, especially on this map, really tough for Dream Witch to chase. And Barmaid is a counter, so. This is a great counter comp for the survivors. The question is, can YMM still play around it here?
Yeah, I mean, RD, their kite has to be really strong. They have to transition away from the point of the holes, and then they have to make sure that even if they get down, they have to bring her far away. So I have to say, anything can happen in this comp. YMM is going to choose his spawn location at the Broken Carousel. Obviously, the Mercenary and Priestess are going to be they corner the borders, and they will leave the Barmaid all the way at the 4th station. So what do you think of this kind of spawn selection?
I understand Mercenary being at towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't really understand Acrobat spawning where he spawned. I guess like it gives him options. If he spawns over in that area, it allows him to rotate to God Kiting or to the coaster. So it gives him a little bit of opportunities. The Priestess that's near the second stop doesn't really make sense to me at all. You would think Priestess would want to spawn closer to bridge so they can set up portals or something like that. So Priestess spawning there is very interesting. I think maybe the idea of Priestess spawning there, she can immediately hit the stop sign as the match begins, and then you can kind of play from there. But no, she actually spawns too far away from to actually do that. Okay, so she spawns close enough to the bridge where she can actually set up portals, so this is okay. And he's actually going to go for Priestess, which is an interesting idea here. I guess you don't really want to have to chase Acrobat or Barmaid if possible, so he's going to go for this target instead.
Yeah, Tsukai is going to be the first one taking that kite. Not entirely sure if Tsukai will YMM is just so proficient in Dream Witch, and Tsukai, yeah, I wouldn't say he's the best kiter of the team, but he can definitely stall a lot of time, especially as the priestess. But right now you can see that he's about to get that first hit. Oh my goodness, I feel like this is going to be such a challenge for all of the people in RD now, in ensuring that they extend the kite. And the patroller can hear the patroller sound. Oh, patroller's gonna get Tsukai, and the down right there when we least expected Eli, the hit in the dark.
He is able to get the down there. He actually had flywheel and never used it. He could have potentially used that to try to kite out the patroller there, and it looks like he didn't even opt to do that at all. So interesting choices there from the priestess. He's actually getting chaired near the barmaid cipher machine as well, which he's going to use to slow down some cipher progress. But the start's not bad for RD. He did take a leech hit early, which means he's only able to get one extra leech into play onto the priestess, which already had anyways. He's going to go ahead and pressure barmaid and just kind of push him off the cipher machine. But the cipher progress isn't bad. They're able to pop 2 here. Mercenary cipher was at 50% as well. So it's still a decent position. It's still a drawn position if the survivors play this well. We're going to see Mercenary come in for the rescue here. He's going to... Oh, Mind Game takes the hit, does get the rescue before half here, and Priestess still has flywheel available.
Yeah, I mean, Priestess is definitely trying to keep that distance away. Flywheel away.
Early flywheel!
Oh, why?
Oh, he's hitting the pallet!
If you're gonna flywheel and why would you put down the pallet there? Oh my god. Definitely a misstep there by Tsukai, and now the Machinery is going to be leached by YMM as well, so this is looking like a tough spot here for RD.
Yeah, this was a really tough spot. I mean, it was looking good, and just like that, Priestess immediately downed. Mercenary with the leech cannot decode until he gets that leech removed. So all of a sudden, right into YMM's favor here. Just a little missteps there. Priestess should have been able to rebound there if he's able to flywheel that, get that pallet down.
Yeah.
As portals, I mean that's a pretty easy rebound kite, but yeah, just a miss. He flywheeled too early. You want to try to flywheel the swing of the hunter, so it kind of stops them in place. Let's get the rescue and another farm onto the priestess.
Yeah, I mean, Tsukai is definitely going to be the one going out right now. But you know what? It's totally fine because one cipher is about to be popped soon and there will be 2 ciphers remaining. But that's the thing though. Worst case scenario, RD definitely needs to get at least a draw. But at this situation, if they keep allowing YMM to capitalize on their mistakes, they might not even be able to draw this game in the first game itself.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see Priestess on chair for the last time. In the ciphers, they're just not where they need to be. I mean, we have 3 ciphers down, but one cipher at 60%, another one barely started. So, I guess the good news here is that you have 3 essentially full health survivors. Mercy will be full health in a second here. So that's going to be very strong. And he is going to try to go for the trap here. You want to make sure you take a leech hit. You do not want to give a free spawn follower hit if you are the acrobat. He's actually going to go around. Very smart decision from the acrobat not to go to the window because he's trying to avoid being trapped in here. And he's just going to kind of loop around this this 2-star area. He needs to make sure he does not give a hit to the spawn follower. He's going to go for a ball. Can he use the ball here at the... Oh no, he gives a free hit to the spawn. Yeah, that's going to allow the YMM to potentially have a strong position here.
Yeah, he's definitely ready with a ball. He has the fire bombs. But not using it at that point. I have to agree with you. It's gonna be detrimental for RD. But the saving grace is 1 cipher remaining, and both of them are actually more than 50%. So very strong possibility for a tie. The acrobat needs to kite this out. So...
Oh, but he's kiting on the last cipher. So what's gonna happen here? Oh, he goes down too as well to the leech there. So he's gonna have to bring that follower away to leech the acrobat, which allows the mercenary to push it. But he can still camp both of these. The problem is acrobat dies on the cipher. So what's gonna happen in this position now? He's gonna leech the acrobat. He's gonna use the acrobat's leech to chair him and also pressure that cipher machine at the same time. And he's gonna bring the spawn follower back to the last cipher to pressure the last one, unless he tries to cut off the barmaid, which looks like he's going to go for that as well. But even if he does cut off the barmaid, it doesn't really matter because... oh, he's going for the basement. And this could be the game changer. Basement Dream Witch, especially with no tide turner. This could be very tough for the RD survivors.
That's true. He probably realized that there was 2 ciphers being done. You can see that the last cipher is actually already at 98%. It's actually already primed. So the matter is to rescue and get out of the basement. So, smart move.
They're switching off? No?
Huh?
They're switching off, it looks like.
What?
This is a risky play here. Mercenary's gonna take the hit. I mean, it's safer. It allows Mercenary to actually you know, get the save there. He's going to leech onto the barmaid. This is going to allow for a stronger endgame here.
Wow.
He's going to push the barmaid off the Cypher, but it actually doesn't matter. Even if he pushes the barmaid off the Cypher, it's okay, because barmaid can just take a hit and pop the Cypher anyway. And if Mercenary does take a hit, he can't pop right now. And they are going to go for that. But
yeah, because if he doesn't play. Yeah, but that's the thing. If he doesn't pop, he's just gonna switch towards the barmaid, and by the time the Mercenary falls down, he's just gonna pick up straight away. Yeah, they have to play with this right now, and they have to play with this situation right now. The Patroller is still available, not even Trump card has been used yet.
Yeah.
And there's no more pads. My God. Well, it could still be a draw.
Yeah, it could still be a draw, but the problem is the leech is on the Acrobat, and as you mentioned, he's still oh, he's gonna teleport. This is gonna push barmaid away here, but the problem is that the follower's out of range, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know if I agree with this teleport. I feel like it would have been better to save Blink and use your Blink to kill the Acrobat with his leech, but it looks like the Acrobat is able to get the leech off in time. Can barmaid get the exit gate open in time here, Nell? It looks like... Oh no, the Acrobat runs away! Oh, the barmaid runs away from the gate!
Yeah, what?
Huh?
I don't get it too.
I don't understand.
Maybe they're trying to make a play. They want to get 3 survivors out. Maybe that's the plan. But it's too risky.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Just take the tie here. I mean, it's already Weibo Gaming's map selection, so just take the tie in the map they selected, go into round number 2 with map selection with a drawn round. I don't really get it.
Yeah. I mean, I did mention that it's probably RD's only chance to get a win over WBG, and this is exactly one of those situations where you have to decide one or the other. So right now, it seems like they are trying to make a play, but they're in the area, but they cannot exactly do anything.
Yeah. I don't. This is too aggressive. I mean, it's not going to work. You can't save this. You have no one that can rescue. You don't have a Mercenary that can save. You have 2 and Barmaid's just dead. Barmaid can fly wheel, but she's still dead. She's still dead to a charge attack right here. Yeah, Barmaid goes down. He switches to the spawn follower, camps out the chair, and this is 3 or 4 survivors eliminated now, just like that.
6 seconds, 5 seconds. He has to avoid this at all costs.
But it doesn't. Even if he avoids this, I don't even think first stop's open, right? So he gets the hit here.
My God, he's not even going towards the direction of the.
He just teleports the chair. It's over. And that's a 5-point game for YMM. Acrobat's gonna go down here. He's gonna go for the ball. But yeah, it doesn't matter. He's just gonna go down right here. And maybe Barmaid can get the heal off and get to the exit gate. No, he's gonna teleport first stop. Barmaid's not here, so there's still a chance for Barmaid to get 1 out here, but I don't understand why not just take the draw. I really don't get it.
Maybe they want to go for go big or go home. Like they don't want to draw. They don't want a third game possibly. They probably don't want.
But it's the opponent's map selection. If you get a tie on the opponent's map selection, that's okay. Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely something going on in their minds, which we probably can't comprehend. But yeah, the decision has been made. YMM has to be very happy. Probably gonna post about it on his Instagram later. But it looks like YMM is probably gonna, he's gonna take this 4K. He'll be happy to take it. But he's moving towards the wrong one though. He's moving.
Yeah, well, I mean,
one person escaped. Okay, take that. Just take
he's not attention, so Barmaid's gonna make it out anyways. But yeah, I mean, a tie game turns into a 3K. I mean,
I know you're thinking
like,
now too.
Like Acrobat wasn't out the gate, so maybe Barmaid was trying to like kind of pressure rescue so Barmaid can get out, but you can't pressure rescue against a detention Dream Witch when they have a leech camping the chair. So I don't know.
And even though they were moving away from the door, going towards the machinery, but at no point were they actually close to it. And even the Acrobat as well, right?
Yeah, it's a huge map. How do you can't get across the map to make that rescue? Like I'm trying to figure out the game plan. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't know.
I mean, Acrobat could have. I mean, I don't see it happening with the Barmaid. But Acrobat could have. He still has two.
So then why does Barmaid leave the gate? Why does Barmaid leave the gate? I don't know.
Probably they're built different. But you know what? Well, it's their style, so they're probably willing to risk it, but unfortunately it's not going to pay off for RD this time, so WBG will be happy to take the 5-3, but then again, points is not really that far off, so yeah, who knows, they can come, but I totally agree with what you say. This is Weibo Gaming's map, so if you get a draw in this first game, well, it's definitely still okay for them, but
yeah, it would have been okay, for sure.
Yeah. Well, let's not get too upset.
Yeah.
The game's
in reality, they did drop. RD does drop round number 1 here, but it's only by 2 points, right? It's only by 2 points, and it is on Weibo's map selection, so there's still a chance for RD to pick map here and definitely come back in the second round here. Looking at the overall, this is kind of just a repeat as what we saw in the last match with GH and MRC. We saw a tie from the Hunter side, and then a 3 survivor elimination with the Dream Witch. So, overall, first kite was the Priestess. Very fast down on the Priestess, actually. We only saw 40 seconds there of ultimate containment. Of course, the containment time is a little bit longer because you don't record containment time when they're not on the follower. So ultimately, it's a little bit longer than 40 seconds, of course. But the first down was very fast. YMM positioned himself very well, and the survivors still able to put themselves in a pretty nice drawn position. But ultimately, just an extra kill in the end game there, and Weibo takes round number 1.
Yeah. I mean, let's not forget, we remember that MRC, they had such a strong showing against Team GH in the last game, and this is Weibo Gaming that actually took a victory over MRC. So I have to say, I probably have to emphasize again that, well, best of 1 is probably the chance for RD to get a win, and they probably thought about it. They don't want the draw. They probably thought about it, and they wanted to go for the escape. But I feel like round best of 2 is gonna be so much more difficult for RD.
Yeah, definitely. I think that I just want to say this. I think it's interesting that RD. I think going into this, they're definitely the biggest underdog in the entire tournament. Because I mean, again, we've never seen the Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region have much success in KOA, and a lot of these players we haven't really heard. They're kind of newer players, right, to the scene, to this competitive scene and stuff. I think at least from what we've seen on a global stage, besides PBCHA, of course, right? So, a lot of this, but the fact that they had a close round, they almost tied round number 1 here against Weibo, who's one of the best teams in the world. So, they're definitely setting a high bar. They're definitely outperforming some expectations here. So even if they did drop in round number 1, they had a good match. They had a good round number 1. So they're actually looking pretty strong here, and they do look like they can compete at this, at this global level.
For sure, it's either that or they're just getting warmed up. I mean, Weibo Gaming, I definitely expect to see more than this because we've seen how dominant they were in the IVL Summer Finals. It was just so hyped, so exciting, and well, I would have to say I'm not seeing a lot of action happening yet in best of 1.
Right.
But if the action was to happen in best of 2, I have to say they're probably going to go with a smaller map. RD probably will have to risk it with a smaller map, make more action happen. But unfortunately, PBCHA, this might be his last chance to give his team a comfortable spot for the survivors to make a play, because round 1 has already gone to Weibo Gaming, so round 2 is definitely the last shot for PBCHA to carry the Hunter side. Hopefully gives the survivors more chance to get more person escape.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. What if you're RD here now? What kind of map are you picking? I mean, obviously you got to consider probably to see a Dream Witch ban, so people doesn't like to be able to play Dream Witch. So are you picking a map that's good for Wheel? Or are you picking something that's maybe better for something like Sculptor or Bloody Queen? I mean, what's the game plan here? Do you think for RD?
I think since they like to go for Cypher Rush, I feel like they prefer to go for a more draw comp. According to the data here, they prefer to go for a more draw comp, a double decoder kind of team comp, Postman plus Mechanic. I would say Chinatown. Chinatown is okay, I guess. Or even an Leo's Memory, something that is unfamiliar to YMN. And let PBCHA, because I feel like PBCHA is able to, regardless of the map, I think he would have been able to still utilize it, get a comfortable draw. Whereas I feel like YMN, his performance might depend a lot on the map selection because it will influence his Hunter picks as well. So yeah, for me, I feel like if RD's gonna depend on the survivors to rush the Cypher, maybe pick a semi-big map to a big map. But that's my thought. What about you, though?
I don't know. I think that the biggest thing is that they have to pick a map that's good for breaking just so it gives an option. if PBTron wants to play that. So yeah, as you mentioned, large maps like Chinatown would be definitely beneficial. I think that Ever Sleeping Town could be good because it is going to benefit. It's going to be good for PBTron Sculptor and Breaking Wheel. It gives them some options there. So I think that probably would make a lot of sense. But realistically, that also kind of works in favor of YMM as well. So
sure. And
yeah,
Weibo Gaming is definitely gonna smash that map as well. They're definitely gonna they're probably gonna run over. I mean, it's really hard to decide, but I feel like this team is really the matchup is really balanced when it comes to Hunter side. So I guess the difference maker would be on the Survivor side. And I feel like Pipicha is already doing his best, trying to give the Survivors a comfortable spot. Ultimately, it will be up to RD Survivor. And from what I can see here, they're not really support tan heavy kind of team team. Yeah, from what I can see, they're just like, you know what? One person raw kiting.
Yeah.
And the rest just decode. Because you saw what happened, right? The decoding was so fast, even against the Dream Witch, and it wasn't exactly the longest kite by Priestess. So I feel like that's their strong suit. So make use of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they didn't take forward either, right? They didn't take forward because they had an option. They had an option to take forward. He banned Seer. They took Mercenary Priestess. Yeah. So
the second time, so they didn't. Yeah. They didn't take it.
So. I don't know. But, a lot of teams would take. I think a lot because a lot of the time when we see a Seer ban first, you immediately take forward Priestess. I mean that's the most standard, and they didn't take it. They took Mercenary instead, which is it's Mercenary is fine for it's a good survivor for helping you go for ties because it's a stable rescuer. It's a very consistent survivor. But yeah, as you said, they don't take forward. They most teams would have taken forward Priestess there, and they didn't go for it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the players in this team RD, they're one of those teams. Like for example, in IVC, we have Team Sugar, we have certain teams that they don't really play forward a lot. There are some teams that they don't really play a lot of harassing. Like even in certain like in other regions, like in Japan, they don't really play a lot of harassing. But they focus more on keeping a balance between rushing Cypher and minimal support. So like this one support, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'm sorry, you're on your own. Or if they have an embalmer, yeah, second chance for you to run. But other than that, it's just like they're just focused so much on fast decoding. So YMM has to pick up on that and has to ban. I think he has to go for a second time, regardless of the map. He probably has to go a second time with this really strong bans, like a tie draw kind of situation. Embalmer, probably get out the Embalmer because it seems like RD really loves the Embalmer. And RD really loves the Embalmer, RD really loves their Postman, their Mechanic, and Mercenary. So those are the options, and well, we'll just have to see what YMM thinks about it and who he's gonna ban.
Yeah, and something else interesting as well is that Embalmer is actually not bad against Clerk either. If you're able to, it's one of those situations where Embalmer is good against hunters that don't have that aren't quick to get around the map, right? So you can actually, if you set up your coffin across the map against a Clerk is very good at transition kiting long distances. Again, so essentially what I mean by that is like, if you, let's say it's Ever Sleeping Town and Bomber spawns in Graveyard, sets up his coffin in his Graveyard. Clerk goes to Graveyard to chase them. He vaults the window, uses the speed boost to get towards middle, takes a hit and runs to Corner House, right? And then dies at Corner House. And your coffin's all the way in Graveyard. You made it across the map very easily because Clerk isn't very good at keeping survivors from making large distances from where they started, basically, right? Is the point. So that's that. And since Clerk has to bring Blink to help secure it down, they don't have the option to go teleport right away, right? They have to wait for their trump card. And if they're using Blink to get that first down, then Embalmer can just coffin across the map, and all of a sudden, you lost the Embalmer, and you got to either find a new target or you got to walk all the way across the map to find him again, and it just wastes so much time for the survivors to decode. And decoding early game against Clerk is the key to defeating that character.
Yeah, and that's probably why we're seeing a lot of Embalmer now, right? I mean, how much do you agree though? Like a lot of people always say they're going with Embalmer to get at least to secure a draw. That's a draw composition. But do you think Embalmer could be assimilated into a comp that actually allows a win? Like, is it a win kind of team comp with an Embalmer?
So basically what Embalmer does is Embalmer is very good at getting one extra survivor out the gate that normally you'd be able to in a specific situation. So what I mean by that is like, for example, say you're in a position where it would be a tie, you have 3 survivors up at the exit gate, but Embalmer has his coffin set up at the gate, and then he takes endgame kite. Or he has the face of the survivor who's taking endgame kite, and then he coffins them to the gate, and then they get an extra escape. And that's why it's very good for ties as well, because, you know, if you're in a situation, Embalmer is very consistent for securing at least a tie, because it allows for one extra survivor out. So if you're in a position where you might actually lose, then Embalmer can get that extra push to get one extra out, or you can self-rescue, which prevents survivors from having to rescue. You prevent injuries, which allows you to stay more consistent throughout the match, which allows you to therefore draw. Or if you're in a situation where you have, let's say, 4 survivors up, right, and you're able to coffin someone to the gate, you can get a 4 escape. So Embalmer kind of just, the idea behind Embalmer late game is to allow for an extra escape than you normally would be able to if you position yourselves right as the survivors. Or it allows you to have a more consistent mid game where you don't have to go for a rescue, and you allow and then you're able to kind of just play from a draw from there.
Yeah. What about the situation? I mean, thank you for explaining about how it allows an extra survivor to go out. But okay, let's just do this for everyone as well. What about the situation where Embalmer tries to go in for the rescue? Like for example, in the match just now, where Capcom was using the Embalmer to try and rescue the priestess. So what was actually going on there, and how is Embalmer actually good in making sure that the rescue happens, even if he gets down?
Yeah, very good question, absolutely. And you know, that's another. It's going to go into another reason of why Embalmer is good for consistency. But basically, what happens is that if you're going into for a rescue, if you're at, say, you're at half health, right, as the Embalmer, or you're going to rescue against a counter with good camping abilities, you can set your coffin right near the chair before you go for save. You go for save, even if you get stuffed, you can coffin yourself back, and then you have 7 seconds of the bubble where you cannot be hit, and then another 8 seconds of tide turner, so it adds up to 15 seconds of essentially where you're not going to go down at all. So then you can just guarantee that rescue after you coffin yourself after you go down. So that makes Embalmer it helps with the consistency, right? If you're in a situation where normally a survivor could potentially get stuffed and you might lose the game from there, Embalmer again gets the rescue and still keeps the match like in a consistent stream for the survivors to play for a win or tie from that position. So Embalmer can easily just coffin themselves next to the chair, guarantee the rescue because they can't go down for 15 seconds after they coffin, it just works well for the survivors from there.
As long as he coffins nearby the chair, right?
Nearby the chair.
That's exactly what you're saying, right?
Yeah, right next to the chair. So yeah, as long as you have because what happens is because again you have 8. So once you go down as the Embalmer, you have 8 seconds before your coffin activates, and then you have another 15 seconds before you go down. So you have to make sure you coffin near the chair, 1, so you can get the rescue in time before the survivor dies, because it's 8 seconds once you go down. So you have to account for that as well. And then 2, you also have to get the save within 15 seconds of being coffined, because then your tide turner runs out. So that's why you can immediately, as you go in for a rescue, you can immediately drop your coffin right near the chair, then go for the rescue, then coffin yourself if you do get stuffed on the rescue, and still get the save in time.
Yeah. What about the situation just now where XC wasn't even chairing the priestess? What's the logic behind that? Like, Apple was down, he didn't chair the priestess. So what's going on there? What's the thought process going on there?
Yeah, so basically, that's a pretty complex situation. Essentially, I'll try to explain this again. So basically, what he's trying to do is if he chairs the priestess, then Embalmer's going to coffin himself out, and he's going to be able to save the priestess immediately with the 15 seconds of tide turner effect. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to wait for the Embalmer to either 1, use the coffin, or 2, just use the coffin, wait for the tide turner to run out, then chair priestess. So then he can't save the priestess. Or 2, he's going to leave the Embalmer slugged, and if the Embalmer doesn't use coffin when he goes down, then he can chair for free, and he just won't chair the Embalmer at all. So basically what he was trying to do in that situation is that he was waiting for the Embalmer to finish using his coffin, finish the tide turner, wait for it to run out, then chair the priestess, then no one can actually rescue him overall.
I see. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Like, avoiding, so basically what he's trying to do is avoid having a survivor having the priestess on the chair so that the Embalmer wouldn't be able to make use of the 15 seconds, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so that definitely makes sense. Yeah, so there's not really much the survivors could have done in that situation, right? Like if someone is already been down there, why did the priestess use up the self-heal to run, even though he's so near?
Yeah, I think
yeah, I mean, you can think about it first. You can think about it.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, I think she was assuming that the follower wouldn't switch to them and hit her down in time, because he wasn't controlling the follower. So I think that's probably why. We are gonna actually go to a short break here because we are gonna have some in-between time in between this round. So we will be back with you guys in a moment. So stick around, and we'll have the rest of this match in a moment.
Okay. Yeah.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
guys, we are back. You know, Discord may be down, but we shall never stay down. It's me, Nello Mello and Eli O. We survived the abyss, the void, and now we're back to commentate for RD versus WBG in the second game. Wow. Supermodels versus Instagram models. I love it, man. What are your thoughts right now? Because Red Shirt's going to be banned, and it's going to be Ever Sleeping Town. So exactly what you've mentioned. So what would we expect from this? You want to bring us through it?
Yeah, so Ever Sleeping Town, so that's one of the maps we did suggest that RD maybe would go with, because it does work for PB Chaw's Hunters very well, but it also could work for YMM here. Let's see what he opts to ban here. Probably either Forward Seer or Priestess Seer, I imagine would be the
Seer Priestess?
The locks in. Yeah, they don't play Forward, so I think we're probably going to see Priestess Seer here. Yeah, so Priestess Seer, is the lock in here.
Let's go.
And I think most teams here would go Forward, but since RD doesn't really seem to play forward that often, we'll probably see Mercenary and some other either kiting or support character, whether that's Entomologist, Patient, or I'd imagine probably Acrobat, some sort of combination of that along with the Mercenary.
The guy does play forward, but he's forward TMI, so he's probably not gonna play forward. Well, it's pretty hard. Like knowing that you don't have a forward player, it just gives YNM so much confidence in not banning the forward first. Because like what you said, Priestess and forward seems to be the first two bans, first two picks for almost every other team that competes at this tier. So yeah, so to kind of see why they're taking out the Dream Witch, but it leaves a little bit to wonder. They have around 49 seconds to pick what they really want to play. Maybe Mercenary and Balmer first, but I don't. Mercenaries for sure. They definitely have to pick up Mercenary, but the second pick though, I'm still thinking about it. What do you think would be? Oh,
Acrobat, yeah. So yeah, just definitely another kiting character for sure. And I think that for why, I mean, I don't know if they'll actually ban Forward again. I mean, Forward obviously would make the most sense for like a normal situation, but RD doesn't really. Again, they don't seem to play Forward, so maybe he'll just ban another support character such as Entomologist, such as Patient could potentially go as well here. I'm not really sure what YMM's actually gearing up to play. We're not going to see Dream Witch, so maybe Clerk. I'm not really sure how much he's adapted with the Clerk meta, but that's definitely an option for him. If he is trying to play Clerk, I'd imagine we'll probably see an Entomologist or Patient ban. And it looks like, no, he's actually just going to ban Forward, so I guess he's really just doesn't want to actually let RD pick that. And we're going to see Entomologist here for the next Survivor.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he just doesn't want to take the risk, even though RD doesn't really go to Forward. Yeah, well, better take out the headache, right? So he's just gonna take out the Postman. He knows that Postman is what RD is capable of picking up, so they want to stop that Cypher Rush. So it probably leaves one decoder mechanic, but having a mechanic is so risky though.
Yeah. I don't know if they'll go mechanic. I think we'll probably see Patient. That'd make the most sense for the last pick here, especially if they're preparing for Clerk. We could actually see something interesting like a Magician or Enchantress. Both those characters work well against Clerk as well if RD wants to play something special here. But yeah, we'll see what the last pick is. Maybe actually Embalmer, as you mentioned, Embalmer's a character they do like, and Embalmer, Barmaid is okay. Barmaid also works against Clerk if there's support, because typically what happens is Barmaid takes a hit, and you only need to kite 20 seconds. As long as you kind of just run straight, use the speed boost, and get some support from the Ento Beast, then Barmaid can kite out the Clerk before she gets her Blink online.
True. So how confident are you from a scale of 1 to 10 that YMM is going to go for Clark in this game?
This comp is tough, so it makes things a little bit less likely. This comp is basically here to counter Clerk, although they don't have Forward. Forward is such a strong character against Clerk, and they're not going for it. So that's, again, I mean, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. So I think that might still allow YMM to play Clerk here. But we'll have to see. He could potentially go something else. Here's the pick. What is he going to go with?
Naiad. I don't know.
Naiad, it's with the flywheel meta. It seems really unlikely.
Yeah, possible. Who knows?
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Clark's okay.
Yeah,
I think Clark's
picking
okay.
was hard. Yeah,
because
Clark,
there's no Forward.
Agreed. I agree. Yeah, but he's still taking his time to think. I mean, having a Clark I feel like this team comp is also very hard. It's not the easiest composition to to chase as a Clark.
Yeah.
Like YMM, yeah, he's gonna commit to it. So we'll just have to see how well the first chase is gonna be, because we all know once the first chase is down, the Cypher camping is gonna be it's gonna go crazy. You're gonna have such a hard time trying to touch Cyphers after that. So,
right. Yeah, I was gonna say, because normally I think if there's a forward here instead of the mercenary, then I don't think he would have actually played Clerk, because then this is a really hard counter comp. All these characters are great kiters against Clerk. We're going to see the mercenary spawn at middle, entomologist spawning under 2-story. This is actually a perfectly fine spawn here. If the Clerk opts to go for barmaid, they can immediately rotate towards the fake gate area. You don't really want to have to chase graveyard, so acrobat should be safe. You can't chase mercenary, so yeah, you're going to have to commit to either barmaid or ento, and ento will have the 2-story middle to work with as well. I was going to say, if there is forward here, then this is a hard counter comp to Clerk, and I don't think YMM would have played Clerk, but because there's a mercenary, he doesn't have to worry about any forward support. I think he's safe to play Clerk here into this this team composition from RD, and this is why you have to have a forward player in this meta. If you don't have forward available, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, they have to make use of whatever they have. It's a do or die. If you can kite long enough, well, the support will eventually come in. But I have to say, no forward, no priestess. It's definitely going to make the game a little bit harder, especially when you're kiting against a Clark who can not only control the Cypher progress, but can also record you putting down the pallets and just putting them up back straight away.
Right.
So yeah, YMM's gonna make that rotation. CUI is really running away. Barmaid running away. The Titan's gonna be triggered, but he doesn't really know who it is just yet. But yeah, Barmaid gonna... Oh my god!
Oh, did he get the pallet pickup? He got the pickup on the recording!
Yeah.
Also, barmaid is gonna... Oh, she's gonna use a speed drink, and she's gonna kite towards middle here. But she's just gonna give a free hit? I don't know.
There's still time for her. 20 seconds.
Yeah, curious decision. I'm surprised she didn't have the power for that. Oh, he's having the entomologist beat, and this knows exactly why barmaid is such a good character against Clerk if you have that entomologist support, but she's running back into the Clerk.
Yeah.
I think she can still get the heal off. She can still get the heal off. Yeah, she'll take her. Yeah.
But the flywheel not working that time. CY I get hit for the second time, and no more flywheel. Help me is coming in, probably expecting a entomologist support, I think. But wow, that's a very, very fast chase by YMM, by the way, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the positioning, the idea here for RD is fine. Oh, he throws the pallet into the barmaid. Oh, he's gonna use the blink anyway. So barmaid does get the blink out, so that's kind of the bare minimum. But the Cypher progress is not where it needs to be at all for RD here, and this is where Clark's gonna slowly take over the game. He's able to get a fast down. They're able to pop one Cypher, but he can easily control the other two here, and this is slowly gonna work out into YMM's favor. And I don't really see how RD can come back from this position.
It is with no forward, with no priestess. Basically, once you rescue, it's just a free hit, and then.
Yeah, it's just a free hit. And the bees are gonna come in as well, maybe to help support the rescue, but that's about it.
Yeah. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fortunately, the bees are gonna push him away, and the rescue is gonna be done at 49%. So, okay, not too bad of a rescue right there. Barmaid will be able to kite again. Again, the help me ping is gonna be pinged out. The bees doing
beautiful. Yeah, beautiful ento support here. Yeah, and he's not able to get the pallet block there. He has to break it. He was able to. He does pick up a pallet break recording in that process. So barmaid needs to be very careful here when kiting over to the to this pallet here. Does not have a pallet drop. No, he has a pallet break recording. Why throw the pallet down? You have to mind game there. This is the same thing we saw with GH here. The survivors. It looks like just not playing around the pallet break recording.
Yeah, just stay behind the pallet, right? Stay behind the pallet. Force.
Yeah, you gotta camp it.
Yeah. This is exactly how Clark gets those free hits, especially against people who just drop the pallet and expect to run away. But Clark negates all of that, and just like that, CUI is gonna be on the chair for the second time. 4 ciphers remaining, but it doesn't really matter because, oh my god, the rescue is gonna happen straight away. Another type turner being expanded for the barmaid, but honestly, barmaid has no more type potential, and the flywheel again being mistimed. Eli, I don't see how this is gonna work out for RD. No more type turners. 3 ciphers remaining at this point, but as you said, the cipher stoppage is just too great as a partner.
Yeah, definitely. Barmaid on share for the last time here, and still 3 ciphers. I mean, it's and there's not a lot of progress on the other 2. So, and an injured acrobat. I mean, if everyone was full health, maybe it would be okay. But he's gonna go ahead and use that onto the entomologist there. It looks like, and does he see the acrobat? He did not see the acrobat, so that's okay. But so that's not going to be helpful for them. They don't have beasts to work with, and he doesn't have acrobats at half health, so this is really tough.
Yeah, can I say that I have no idea what I'm seeing at this point, because I just have to say, honestly, this is looking really good for YMM. Like, we don't see as many fancy stuff going on with YMM on the Clark. Like, if you see XC on it, not only does he chase the camping of the cipher, he instantly CCTVs and records. So we're not really seeing a lot of this fast-paced action by YMM, but he doesn't need to, because right now 2 ciphers remaining, but the second survivor is already on the chair.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Mercenary coming for the rescue here. We did see the
beautiful pad.
Yeah, beautiful elbow pad, beautiful rescue. He needs the body block this hit here. Unfortunately, we actually didn't see the down on the acrobat. We lost the vision on there for a second. That's why we weren't exactly sure what's going on. But now we do see he's gonna go for the mercenary here. Mercenary needs to use another elbow pad to stay up. He's gonna use that vision onto the entomologist, just slowing down the cipher progress a little bit more. But yeah, it's still 2 ciphers now. I mean, they can pop one of them here in a moment, but they still need to do an entire another cipher machine. And with multiple survivors injured here, YMM's gonna. I think he has a 4 kill potential online here.
Yeah, I mean, don't count RD out yet, because I would say YMM is really scary, but his cipher camping isn't as scary as I would expect. Like, usually you would see, like, when you're on the Clark, you instantly touch the cipher, you instantly record, you instantly don't. But as in this case, he's still, ciphers are still going pretty healthily. It's 81% at one point. Right now you're seeing more active sessions on the recording ciphers, and Pin is gonna be around the vicinity. But again, as an acrobat, you have so much kite potential, and YMM, without the blink, it might be really hard to catch up onto an acrobat.
Yeah, absolutely. He is able to. He does break that pallet. I actually don't think he picked up a pallet break recording there. So as far as we can tell, he doesn't have any right now. We're going to see Acrobat use the slow bomb as well, just to create more distance. And you see why Acrobat's a very good kiter against this clerk. You can slow them down here. And I mean, actually, RD, I mean, they're playing this pretty well. They're putting themselves in a position where maybe they can still draw. It looks like he is going to go in and change targets here. Mercenary needs to make sure he does not give, he does not get that cipher block here. He does not get the cipher block, so he can keep pushing it. But now the clerk is going to come in to try to down him here. Mercenary's going to go ahead and wait at the window here. Does have elbow pads to work with as well, so he can go for the vault at the window, and he should be able to kite this out without much of a problem. And he has to change targets again.
Yeah, he doesn't want to pursue the machinery anymore. The machinery, all he has to do is just ride the tram, and he doesn't want to waste time going about. But YMM doubling back, like the mind games. He's still making up his mind. He's trying to pressure the survivors and thinking, I'm going up. Okay, you know what? I'm going against you. But no, I'm actually doubling back. But now he's gonna ultimately decide on the acrobat. But I don't know if that's a smart choice, because acrobat still has one more fire bomb. Eli.
Oh. Yeah, so it's definitely tough. Acrobat, does run into here. Does have blink though, so he could potentially down with the blink here. He's going to use that vision here. He needs to use that bomb before he goes for the. Yeah, he does get the bomb off in time. He can throw this pallet safely. Gets the pallet stun. That's a huge pallet stun here. This buys him more distance and it allows both survivors to push 2 separate cipher machines. And it looks like, yeah, Mercenary's going to do the 2-story, and we do have the entomologist on a different one. And he's going to be able to take the clear just in time.
Wow, this is one lucky Uber right there, because usually survivors will attempt this kind of action, me included. We almost always get run down by the tram. But yeah, perfect timing right there, I have to say. 5-star service by the tram somehow. YMM gonna change target, trying to bait the machinery to jump down first, recording, trying to see if he's nearby the window. But you know, 87 YT is definitely being very patient, trying to hide the red light, but none of it matters, because you know what, machinery can see you in plain sight. And oh my god, he's gonna take the tram out again. He's just going back and forth here. Eli, Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really strong kiting. I mean, they're not giving anything away at all. No free hits for RD here. He's going to be able to go for the Entomologist, which is okay. Shivaltsis does have a broken window speed boost here. That's a bit of a risk. He could have blinked Terror Shock there, but he actually didn't go for it. And it looks like he's just going to change targets yet again. Even if Entomologist took a hit there, she can just heal herself up with the syringe. So, does get that onto the Mercenary, so I think she can actually she can block that Cypher. And we're going to see Acrobat try to kite a little bit longer here. Does have a Red Bomb still to work with, and we are going to go ahead, and a White Bomb as well, and we are going to see, yeah, the Solaris just pushing 2 separate Cyphers, and YMM, he can't really control all of them at once. He's going to use a White Bomb here.
Yeah, I mean...
No blink.
Yeah, no blink yet, but he's really patient though, Eli. Like, he uses the ball straight away. But unfortunately, he's gonna get down at that moment, the Cypher drop. But Machinery already at 87%, 88, 89. By the time the Cypher is shared, he has to be very careful not to prime the Cypher, I feel, because he can just instantly pop it if he wants to. Yeah, he's gonna pop it. He might pop it.
I don't think he has a. He doesn't have a decoding. Yeah, he doesn't have a decoder recording, so he can't pop it without it because they never gave him a decoding recording. They always pulled off the Cypher in time, so there's no way. Yeah, so he's gonna. They're just gonna body block it. Yeah, so. Interesting. I'm not really sure what the game plan is here. I think he's just waiting for some of his recordings to come back online here, it looks like. He doesn't have, because they're on cooldown currently. Now he does have one available. He's going to use the recording onto the Mercenary. He tried to pop it. Oh, he does pop it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They already have enough distance. So yeah, they're going to push to the end game. That looked like a forced survivor elimination. How did RD turn that around? That's impressive.
They didn't give any chance. They just rotated away, and oh my god! That flywheel? Yeah. No, he has no flywheel!
Yeah, he doesn't have flywheel. So he's...
Best case scenario, man. That's a tie.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tie. The gate's already open for the Entomologist as well, so Entomologist is able to make it out the gate here. Mercenary does need to be careful. He does have, he is actually one shot. Can Mercenary get the gate open in time here? He's gonna go for the division. Oh, Mercenary pulls off the gate here. Ooh, maybe this isn't a tie, no. Mercenary, he's one shot because he has that one chip on him, so this is actually going to be interesting. Trying to mind game here. Mercenary, what does he do? Does he have an elbow pad? He needs to try to push for the dungeon.
He does.
Pad. And yeah, he is going to go for the, but it's going to be close. Can YMM cut him off here?
He can't. He can make it. Okay!
He makes it just in time, and that is a tied situation here for RD. How do they come back in that? I mean, that looks like a 4K all the way. I did not see that coming. That was impressive.
They came back with skill, a lot of prayers, and a lot of fan cheering, I hope, because that was such a great comeback by Team RD. So, well, they survived the onslaught of YMM.
Yep.
So I guess now it's up to Pipicha, because RD did not fail Pipicha. So they got the minimum of getting a draw. So Pipicha right now, all he has to do is get either a draw at the worst case scenario or a 3K, and that's definitely gonna be able to get. There's hope to get one win from WBG, and that says a lot as well, because WBG, let's not forget, WBG is the first runner-up. Just second next to Dowu, so
right,
very, very strong showing right there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely, and it would have. This also goes to show if they were able to tie round number one, and it would have been even a better position. But yeah, and so now, a lot of pressure. Still a lot of pressure on Pipicha. They were able to get a draw from honestly a losing position. I mean, that was most teams would not have been able to tie from there. So excellent job from RD. Able to turn things around, especially as soon as that Acrobat went down near Graveyard. He was the second survivor to be down. It looked like a loss. They really get the rescue. They did not give a single free hit like the entire game from then on. I mean, it was just like amazing kiting. They constantly pressured Cyphers, excellent communication, excellent rotation. They never gave YMM a single opening to get any free injuries, and they were able to prime the Cyphers. I mean, against the Clerk, 2 full Cyphers against the Clerk with one person already dead. I mean, that's just incredibly impressive there.
Yeah, I mean, from a potential 4 elimination to a draw, RD has to be celebrating deep inside their hearts, because that's a moral victory for them.
Yeah,
for sure. And just looking at how much time that everyone bought, I have to say MVP of this game, Pin. Pin has brought so much time with the Acrobat. So kudos to RD picking up Pin as the go-to kiter. Acrobat 190 seconds containment time. Very, very impressive. So right now, PP Cha in this map, the threat is not over though, because let's not forget, WBG is considered one of the strongest survivor teams as well. And if best of one isn't enough, I feel like best of two, they're probably warmed up enough. They're probably ready to go kick it up a notch. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if this is a situation that's fine for Weibo. I mean, if they're survivors, I mean, they've been put in this position a while where they can easily just get a 3 survivor escape. One of the best survivor teams in the world, if not the best. So I think it wouldn't be a problem for them to just get a 3 survivor escape and just win things right here. But yeah, I mean, PBCha's been very effective in the first round. A very convincing draw for him with Breaking Wheel, which is not a hunter we see really get utilized much anymore. And then we saw going into the second round, we will see a Dream Witch ban for sure. The question is, what hunter does he opt to bring out? I don't think he's going to go for Wheel again here. Wheel's too risky in a second round situation. Or not a second. I mean, you have more bans, so I guess it's more beneficial. But it's too risky because not only is Priestess support better here than it is on Moonlit, it's also that Wheel's a hunter that you only play right now in the meta. You only play it in 2 situations: when you have to get a 4 kill, or if you're in a situation where Wheel hard counters the team comp you're going against. So unless the survivors of Weibo give PBCha a really easy comp for Wheel to play against, it doesn't really make sense for him to play Wheel. I mean, we saw in the first round, Breaking Wheel was very good against that comp, and he's still only tied because of how strong Flywheel can be. So I think realistically, we're probably going to see him play something that's more easier to secure draws with, such as Sculptor. Sculptor's great on this map, and Sculptor has a lot of tie potential right now in the meta.
Yeah, well, whatever's going on, PBCha probably has everything figured out in his head, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the ban picks. The lineup between WBG survivors versus RD Hunter. We always say, ban pick session always makes up 50% of the outcome of the match. It's because ban pick is so important besides the outcome almost every other time. So yeah, but personally, I feel like I would love to see. Yeah, I totally agree with you. A Sculptor. What else can we see? A Bonbon, maybe? I mean,
maybe, but his Bonbon, we saw his Bonbon in IVC. It didn't seem to be his best option. I think we'll probably most likely see him play Sculptor here. We do see Seer and Forward, so he's actually giving up Priestess, which is interesting. So maybe he's actually trying to play Breaking Wheel. We should see Dream Witch ban from the survivors. I don't think there's any reason to ban anything else here. Yeah, so we're going to see Dream Witch. We should see Priestess and Mercenary get locked in. Most likely will be the 2 survivors here for Weibo. And then after that, I don't know. It's up to what PBCha is actually trying to play here again. Probably Sculptor. Maybe he has thoughts of going Geisha. That would also make sense with a 4.
Yeah.
But I think Bloody Queen's not very likely in Ever Sleeping Town, but I think probably Geisha or Sculptor would be his best bet here.
I feel like Sculptor should be the one he chooses. Geisha is just so circumstantial. Like if the team is so good against countering Geisha, and you can see there's already a beta in play right there. I just feel like Geisha can be easily harassed, can be easily pushed out of her comfort zone. She probably has to bring an additional, she probably has to bring an excitement instead of the usual blink. Yeah, I feel like Sculptor should be the way to go. But let's look at the survivors pickup first, because right now WBG has the option of bringing in two of the best survivors when it comes to support and rescuing, which is the Mercenary, the Priestess, and now there's even the Batter. So PBCha, he has to be really careful, because that's quite a support heavy lineup I'm seeing right now from WBG.
Yeah, I actually think with the Barmaid ban, he's actually trying to play Clerk, so that would make the most sense, because there's no reason to ban Barmaid and play Sculptor. So I think that he's probably trying to gear up to play Clerk. Batter is interesting. We haven't really seen a Batter on Clerk matchup at all in competitive yet. That hasn't really come up too much. So I think that maybe in theory, Batter is strong against Clerk, but in terms of supporting Kites. But we'll actually have to see how that actually works here. For the last survivor, it looks like we're going to see Postman locked in. for long here. So yeah, does PBCha still go for Clerk is the question, because there is a batter. I think it is. Based on his bans, I think he's probably just going to stick with Clerk here, but he could still potentially go Sculptor. Sculptor is better against batter than Clerk is, in theory, because again, we haven't really seen batter on Clerk much. We're not really sure, but I don't know. I think it's going to be Clerk. You cannot play Geisha into batter. Batter hard counters Geisha.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I think we're going to see. Either Sculptor or Clerk here.
Or Clark, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I totally agree with you. Clark is very good in this map. We've seen how fast YMM actually got the kill, but it's just so technical, and you can see how hard it is for Clark to get any kills, especially when you are off blink cooldown, because the survivors are so good at rotating, and not to mention that now there's a batter, now there's a forward, now there's a priestess, and now there's a postman as well. So a lot of these stun effects can definitely harass Clark a lot. So for me, I would say Sculptor.
Yeah, Sculptor.
I think best.
Yeah, again, I think he was trying to play Clerk and just saw the batter and doesn't want to have to play into that. So, yeah, we're gonna see Sculptor here. So again, he just needs to at least get a draw here. Looking into this team comp, I think this is kind of just there's no upside or downside to it's not like this team comp isn't particularly good against Sculptor. Sculptor's not particularly good against this. He does spawn. This is a tough spawn. I mean, you want to chase Postman first. Batter's not great. Can't chase Merc, and Priestess on this map is tough. So, very nice spawn layout here from Weibo.
Yeah, it looks like it almost looks like they're trapping him inside one corner. Yeah, Tornadoes from all sides. Yeah. Well, everyone has the potential to kite away. So I definitely like the spawn area selection for Weibo Gaming. Just forcing PBCha into a corner where he has to pick, and then, well, basically everyone can just make the rotation. If the Sculptor decides to chase long, well, we all know that his batter is crazy, out of this world. And if he decides to go for Hui Yi on the machinery, the elbow patch should be easy enough for him to, to just rotate away. And for the Priestess, the portals are going to be infect. So definitely the most strategic on selection area, but well, PBCha, it's PBCha we're talking about, so he definitely needs to make the play happen, because if he ends this game with anything less than a draw, Weibo Gaming is gonna take this game 2-0. So he needs to get at least a draw to bring this game at least to a game 3, or even a 3K. That would be even better.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we'll see what he's able to do here. I'd imagine probably. Who do you chase? I mean, he might go towards middle first. Try to find Priestess or Postman. Batter at Corner House is very tough. Mercenary unchaseable, of course. So yeah, where does he go first? Oh, back to us. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he can go back to us. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, guys, why don't we get some predictions going on in the chat, guys? What do you think will be the result of this match? Like, let's play this together. Like, okay, let's play this on the side of PBCha. How many Ks do you think PBCha will be able to get? So 0K, 1K, 2K, 3K, and 4K. So there are 5 options. So guys, just put it in the chat. Who knows? You might be the seer. You might be the next Eli in predicting the results. But for you, what do you think? Do you wanna play this as a fun prediction? Like,
I think for me,
optimum.
Like, if this were like the normal spawn system, I think it would be a tie. With this spawn layout, this is tough. I mean, you can't chase Mercenary. You don't want to chase Batter at Corner House, and Postman's on the other side of the map, and Priestess on Eversleeping is tough. Realistically, I think that Survivors will 3 escape, but if there's any hunter, it's going to be a tie or 3 escape in my opinion. I think there's a higher chance Survivors can 3 escape here than PBCha ties, but I could be proven wrong. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'll definitely take your side, because I feel the same way as well. I still believe in Weibo Gaming's teamwork and kiting potential, because we've seen them, we've seen and loved them from even back in the days when they're in FPX DQ. So yeah, I'd say 3 escape is very, very possible, or even a 4 escape. 3 escape and above. A draw if they do something sus, if they sort of get parashot or fail rescue, I think that will be game changing, right? If that's like a fail rescue, or a fairly quick 5-second down, which I don't think is really possible for going up against Weibo Gaming. But you know what, guys in the chat, go ahead, make your predictions, and you get to win. I don't know what would the audience win if they get correct. If they get the correct. Yeah.
If they, I don't know. They get to brag that they're smarter than us, I guess.
Nah, we have to give them something practical.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Thea, nice one. Okay, so if you get the predictions correct, Eli and we're gonna give you our Korean hearts. How's that? I think that would be good. Yeah, win your heart, right? So yeah, Korean heart right there. So yeah,
okay.
Yeah, win your heart. That's very nice. But yeah, I'm really excited because this can potentially be the last game. And what's even more exciting is that, well, it's Pipicha we're talking about, and Pipicha is in that position to make that to determine whether RD will rise or fall against WBG. If they rise, my God, that will be such an impressive match in the third game. But yeah, the votes are coming in the chat. We have Gerard saying 6K. Yeah, I don't know. 6K if you count killing all 4 survivors and killing Eli and me, so that's probably 6K. Lillian with the 1K. Penshi with the 1K. Yeah, so a few of you guys chosen 1K, so well, yeah, I guess in a way they're sort of agreeing to you. They're sort of agreeing to you and me that it's probably gonna be a 3 escape, so yeah. Let's see. 1 or 2K by Norton's Compass Caliper. Gerard 3K. I'm gonna be generous. 2K. Yeah,
that's bold. We'll see.
We'll see.
Anything's possible. Yeah, I mean, Pipicha, he's done it before against. He did it against the previous Weibo team in the last Koa. So it's definitely a possibility. Surprised a lot of people there, so maybe he'll surprise us again.
For sure. Wow, that's an audience from Thailand. I'm sorry, I can't read your name, but we can say Sawadee-krap. Okay. So that's 4K escape. So that's a very, very confident prediction on the abilities of Weibo Gaming. Hanako with the 2K. So Hanako, I thought you were very, very supportive of the Chinese mainland team, so you should definitely go for, I don't know, you should definitely be rooting for Weibo Gaming. Gerard, definitely 3K. Yeah, it's hard to say because it's hard not to be biased. Like Eli, it's hard not to be biased when it's Pipicha played, right? But at the same time, it's also Weibo Gaming, so I definitely adore Long. I mean, out of all the players in all of the players in IVL, the Chinese mainland IVL, like if there's one player that impresses you the most, regardless of the teams in mainland China, who is gonna be?
One player?
Yeah, one.
Out of just like out of any team in the
any team.
Yeah. Well, what impresses me the most? I think definitely the one player that's always impressed me throughout all the global teams is Alf from ZETA, the Hunter Alf. So yeah, so Alf has always been. I mean, we saw him get a 4-person elimination against Wolves back in the previous Koa. We've seen him beat some of the best teams in China. Just a hunter out of Japan just come out of nowhere and take down some of the best teams in the world. And even some of the Chinese hunters from IVL, they can't do. He's able to play better than we've seen pretty much any hunter play. So it's very impressive overall. Definitely Alf, I think, is he surprised me the most in the past and has consistently stayed one of the best hunters in the world.
For sure. Yeah, if you have to pick a favorite hunter, I have to say it's Alf as well. I mean, I love Dongshan as well, but I feel like Alf going uphill against the Chinese powerhouses. Yeah, I feel like Alf is the one. that I'm rooting for, as well as you. But how about survivors though? Which survivor impresses you the most when it comes to, kiting, coding, supporting, making game decisions, and just impresses you overall?
Yeah. I think there's a few that I can list out. I think I've always been, at least out of the teams that are here right now, I've always been impressed with Long, as you mentioned, from Weibo. Long's always been a very strong survivor. The fact that he can play many types of kiters as well as mechanic and batter allows for a lot of versatility, which is a lot of players don't have available to themselves. So that's always really nice to see. Another one, this one might be a little bit biased, but Momo from FCN has always impressed me a lot. Very similar to Long in that he can play batter, he can play all types of kiters as well, and has been very effective with all of them. Arguably one of the best kiters out of NAEU. So, wow. And then yeah. And then out of the from the remaining teams as well, I've always been impressed with Xiaodi as well from MRC. So very strong kiter, very strong support with the Priestess as well. So those are probably my three favorite survivors to watch in this event.
Nice. Okay, let's go with I definitely agree. Xiaodi is very very impressive, as not only as a player but also as a team captain itself.
Right.
For me, I feel like Wolf's 487. For me, he's impressive. For me, he no matter what happens, he always has that smile on him. So I feel like that's very important mentality to have, because sometimes you see some players when they lose, then they start to break down, like you can see it show in their face, and the play style gets sort of sus. But for 487, I feel like he's always very stable and smiling. Right. So that really impresses me. Xiaodi for sure. But what about Momo? I haven't watched him play a lot apart from the part where he played the summer IVT. What about in Southeast Asia? Who's one player that impresses you the most throughout IVC? Doesn't have to be the winning team. Doesn't have to be the winning team.
Definitely I think one player, I think my favorite player to watch, there's two players that I really like to watch, both on ZT. One that I think is definitely the strongest in the entire, from what I've seen at the Southeast Asia region, I think they're definitely the strongest player in the entire Southeast Asia, is Yush from ZT. However, my favorite player to actually watch is MX, because he makes a lot of very interesting plays. Yeah, no, but we actually saw him, we saw that one match he played Magician, then he got the bot and used the bot to body block to get dungeon. I mean, since when do you ever see that happen, So he makes a lot of very exciting plays, and it's always very fun plays, very fun to watch. So I really enjoy watching MX play. He's also a very funny guy in person as well, so it really adds to that as well. So
how about strongest hunter throughout IVC?
IVC, strongest hunter.
The one that gives you the strongest impression.
Yeah. It's tough. We've seen quite a few. A lot of IVC has been very survivor-sided, so it's kind of it's hard to pinpoint one hunter in particular that's been very good. Very consistent. We've seen hunters like Kuga be very consistent, but up until the finals, and the GH survivors were able to play very well against him. Of course, PB Cha always very consistent, although he was unfortunately playing on very bad ping due to distance. So there's really just a lot of the hunters in IVC. I think definitely you, the clerk player from SKG, I believe. Unfortunately, they did not make the offline stage, but Yu is a very strong hunter that we actually see currently on the Korea team Nice in this tournament.
I see. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Yu is very, very technical and strong. It's just very unfortunate that they sort of figured out his Clark and sort of hard countered it in bigger maps using the roller coasters in Moonlit River Port. Otherwise, I feel like he's definitely very, very strong with Clark. I agree with the selection as well. Yash as a survivor main. I have to say, if Yash is one of the best batters, if not the best, in Southeast Asia, I have to say Momo is probably one of the best, if not the best batter in NAEU as well. So yeah, I totally agree with that. Since now we have a little bit more time, we are still waiting for the teams to get ready. So let's play a game of who would you prefer. Okay, so this is how it's gonna happen, guys. We can just play along in the chat as well. So we're just gonna play this game right now, and I'm gonna name two players. I'm gonna name two players of this IVS, entire IVS. I'm gonna name two players, and you have to choose between them. There's no reason for choosing them. You just have to decide who do you want to choose. Like, who do you like more? Okay? So, are you okay? Are you okay with that?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. Okay. Let's start with Tsunami and Shouty.
Do I choose?
Yeah, you have to choose. Tsunami, Shouty.
Shouty, definitely. I've always enjoyed watching Shouty's gameplay.
Okay. Shouty, Momo. Shouty, Momo.
I mean, my opinion's biased, but I gotta say Momo. I mean, he's
Momo.
my friend. He's my player. He's my friend. So yeah, I gotta go with Momo for sure.
Okay. So Momo or Long?
Oh, that's good. The thing is, every time you say Momo, I feel if I don't pick him, he's my friend. I gotta pick him. I gotta support my boy.
Anything.
I gotta support my boy. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that. I don't know. What do you think between Momo?
No, I cannot choose. You have to be.
You cannot choose. Oh.
Yeah, you have to choose.
I'm gonna ask you one next.
Momo or Long? You cannot take that long. You have to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Momo's my boy. I gotta support my boys. Actually, it looks like we're gonna go on a short break here.
Okay.
So we'll return to this in a minute. We'll read your guys' comments in the chat on this, and see you guys back in a few minutes.
Okay. Shout outs to Momo. Bye bye.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Yo, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've been waiting for this. Right now, PP Chat is going to be sandwiched by Hui Yi, Long, MK, and Iron will be the one taking the tail of the Scorpion. So yeah, before the break, we'll talk about the potential chase by PP Chat, who's the optimum chase. But yeah, as Eli mentioned, everyone's pretty much hard to chase. So
Yeah.
Eli, pick your poison. Best first chase?
Yeah, I mean, the best first chase obviously is posted to be on the other side of the map, so this is why I don't really understand. An interesting spawn choice from PvP. Of course, he's not able to see which survivor spawns where until after everyone's locked in, including himself. Like, he can see where each survivor is, but he doesn't know the individual survivor. Like, he doesn't know, like, he can see someone spawns corner house, but he doesn't know it's the batter. He doesn't know it's the priestess, whatever, etc., right? So I feel like maybe it would have benefited him to spawn instead of in between the survivors, maybe spawn off to the side somewhere, so that way he has more versatility to go for the postman or go for the priestess or whatever it may be. He can't really, because you can't chase mercenary. Batter at corner house, like, that's such a difficult chase. Like, that's going to be a pretty long kite with the priestess support at middle available. It's unlikely you're going to be able to get a kill there. So his best bet is honestly go towards the middle and hope you can find priestess or postman, and even priestess isn't great. So yeah, I mean, that's his best. You can't chase batter there. As soon as you chase batter, he's going to kite for a while. Once he takes a hit, he runs towards middle. There's going to be a portal set up for him that the priestess put there, and he's gone. Can't chase mercenary, so you got to go for priestess or postman, and they're on the other side of the map. So, you know, what can you do? It's a tough spawn.
You know, it's like listening to you, right? I feel like in the upcoming events, there definitely needs to be like a smart board in front of us where you can use your iPad with your pencil. Definitely be so much more helpful, because visually I'm a visual person, and so when I listen, I feel like which one is left, which one is right. So I tend to get confused when we talk about routes. But yeah, I feel like having this kind of board will definitely help not only everyone. I think like the one in IVL, right? Like they have this.
Yeah, they have in IJL too, right?
Yeah, in IJL. I think that's definitely a very worthy investment. But you know what? Speaking of Long, so Momo or Long?
Yeah, I mean, again, like, that's tough, but like, since Momo's my friend, I gotta support my friend. So.
Okay, so that's Momo, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so here's the next one: Momo or Pipicha?
Well, if you keep asking me Momo, I gotta like.
Well, because I gotta keep going with Momo, so I have to.
Well, he's I can't let him down. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if Momo watches this?
Okay,
you know?
Momo or break? Momo or send to break? Say the word. Say the word.
Send to break.
Okay, let's go. Send to break.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathe in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Dark and stormy clouds ahead now. Rivers turn into open seas as I roll down valley in darkness, but somehow I end up on the path of ancient stories, so clear in my memory. Tales of never-ending magic and mystery. At home, the candles burning, flickering around the truth that I am seeking. Monsters, they roll. Blood-stained white snow. If only I knew what they know. Dread the unknown. How do I go where the wind won't blow? On my way down, dawn beside of what is evil in disguises, living eternally only leads to tragedy. Let my melody be the light and shadow, and where the longest goes. I've come too far to know my way back home.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light, down and down fell into addictions and took the light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place
Back? Oh, Momo or continue the game? Okay, we'll just stop that. Yeah, welcome back, guys. Sorry for the delay. We're just trying to keep you entertained while some of the players charge their batteries, because battery's important. So guys, don't forget to charge your batteries before a game. Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
very important. You do not want to miss that Instagram post.
No, you don't. You don't want to.
Especially by Eli.
Don't be that person that your phone dies during a rank match and then you lag out and then you lose because of it. You don't want to be that person. So, all right, back into the game here. It looks like we did have a restart, I believe, because of some issues with the server, I believe. So, looking at PBChan's build here, we do have Insolence Detention here now. So, this is interesting.
Yeah, he's gonna proceed straight with Long. So yeah, Long's your favorite player there. Momo's gotta be happy you chose him over Long. But yeah, Long's will be the first one, dropping the pallet, taking that first kite, trying to gain that distance against Pipicha. Pipicha's not gonna let Long go. Long's just gonna transition up to the second floor, and this is exactly why this kiting route is so deadly. Like, it's so hard to chase. It's so hard to chase, especially on the second floor like this.
Yeah, and even once he takes a hit, he's just gonna run the middle. There's gonna be a portal set up for the priestess. Oh, he misses the ball though. He does have. Oh, he gets a chip there as well. He is able to get the ball back right away. That charge ability, but yeah, he's gonna break the pallet here. He's gonna vault this. He's probably gonna push the portal at middle, I would imagine. I'm assuming there's a portal there.
Yeah, there should be.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. And Long only got one clap once, so he's able to continue the kite. So, and here's the thing though, Eli, there's no blame on Pipicha, so he has to rely purely on statue hits and normal hits. So, oh my god, I can't imagine this. And another ball straight to the face of Pipicha. Pipicha's gonna ignore that ball. Gonna go straight for Long. He's like, you know what? I don't even care about your balls. I want your person, and that's exactly what he's going for. Long dodging that second hit.
Gets pushed away, but he does have flywheel. Let's see. No, he actually isn't gonna use the flywheel. I think if he uses flywheel there, he's still gonna get hit anyways. So he's just gonna go ahead and save it. He's gonna go to a portal. So there's a portal set up here. He's gonna loop around the side here. No, he's not gonna go to the portal. There is a portal on the side there, and he's gonna change targets to the priestess. But she already has a portal available, so... And she's just gonna go back to her other one, which I think is still there. Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, this is weird. I think he just wants to stop the Cypher progress, but things are not going exactly like how he wants to, because three Cyphers remaining. 2.5 Cyphers actually has been kited by Long, and not a single person down yet, so Pipicha under a lot of pressure to make this happen. Let's not forget, guys, RD needs a draw to bring it to game number 3. So Pipicha, off to a rocky start, I'd say.
Yeah, not a good start at all. I don't really understand why he left the batter when he had one chip left on him to go. Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, he's gonna go for Priestess here. Priestess can use another portal, just keep making distance and keep kind of running away here. And he doesn't have Blink now, so how does he get it down here? I mean, he's gonna spike. Oh, he does find Long again. So he's gonna go back to chasing Long, but he just wasted so much time on the Priestess for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, without the perfect statues or the Blink, it's so hard to get it down. And look, just putting down the pallets, Pipicha's gonna waste that time trying to break the pallet, and then Long's gonna create that distance again, and the portal. Oh! Wow.
Beautiful, beautiful statue there, but it's not. It's not enough. Look at the Cypher progress. You have 2 Cyphers down, 1 Cypher that's already primed, and they're already on the 5th Cypher. So this is already just a winning position. This is looking like a 3 survivor escape, like we called. So I think it would have been safer for him to just bring Blink. If he has Blink there, it's easier for him to get it down. It's easier for him to secure a draw and at least force a 3rd round. Additionally, he went for the batter first. You know, we saw what happened. Oh, pushes the mercenary away here. The mercenary has to be careful. Hits the hit onto the mercenary there. He is able to make the rescue, but he does get the double hit. So excellent statue placement from him, and he does miss the statue there. He doesn't use flywheel either, or the ball rather. He doesn't use flywheel. So.
Well, he got rescued before half, so I think he's just trying to save it for late game again. But I'm not really sure too. Like, if he uses the flywheel there, he could definitely have run much further and wasted more time. But here's the thing, he's not even bothering with the batter.
Yeah, he can turn this around. I mean, Mercenary's down. He can share Mercenary on the last Cypher machine, and nobody can rescue. He might have actually just turned this game around. We get too many. I mean, they gave too many free hits. 2 hits onto the Mercenary, 3 hit onto the Postman. Now Postman can't rescue, and batter went down in the process because he didn't use flywheel. So just like that, he has turned this around to a chance where they gotta heal. They gotta stop the heal. They have to do a new Cypher machine, so he might have bought himself some time here.
Yeah, this is exactly the opening we're looking for. Like right now, the Priestess and the Postman they are trying to heal each other up. The banner is already up. Trying to heal with the it's actually the banner getting healed by healing the Priestess. So Priestess is probably gonna be the one going for the rescue, I feel. But Long gonna get clapped once. He's gonna have only 1 chip damage before he goes down. MK is right there, but oh my god, getting clapped once as well. Oh my god, who can rescue? And the last Cypher as well, Iron starting a new Cypher, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough time though. It's definitely gonna be...
Oh, he counts the batter!
Wow.
He counts the batter as well. He's gonna have to try to make the rescue at a chip hit here, and he's just gonna leave. He's gonna give up on Mercenary. He's gonna go to Postman. He's gonna try to down him here, and Postman needs to be careful here. He is gonna dodge that first statue. Misses the hit. That's a huge miss for Pipicha. He gets a double statue.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pipicha, Weibo Gaming giving too many opportunities to Pipicha, and right now Pipicha is in a position where he could actually do a tie or even better. So, but the thing is, Wee is already up on the 2nd floor, you know, just trying to push that last Cypher. But again, Banner has no more self-heal. Priestess is gonna go and heal up, he's gonna be able to touch the Banner up. But, my god, Priestess, just 1 more hit away! My god! Oh my god, two people are...
Oh, he can down the powder! He can down the powder, the Cypher's not prime. Priestess, she got to portal through the building. She's gonna portal through the building, he's gonna pick up, and he's gonna take batter to the chair. So Priestess, no, he's, what does he do here? He's gonna drop batter. Priestess is gonna go for the save now. Breaks the point, he needs to pick up batter too, he's gonna pick up batter in the chair. Priestess can portal. Oh, he needs to chair here. No, she doesn't have portal, she can't portal through the chair. But now the Cypher's prime, so he can just save right away here. And yeah, there's the rescue. Do they pop here? And they do pop the last Cypher machine, and they are pushing for the end game.
Wow. I mean, you have to admire the teamwork by WBG salvaging what looks like a potential 3K, salvaging it, and now 4 survivors up and running. My god, Hui still has so many elbow pads to utilize here. Just used up one, he still has 1 more left. My god, this is looking so bad for PBChan now. Like, the ups and downs, roller coaster events here. Like,
yeah, he's gonna go ahead and use the chisel on the X-Gate here. Does see the postman there, so gonna force him off the gate. It looks like does have teleport, but he's not gonna use it just yet. Okay, he's gonna teleport now. Teleports to the other gate. Watch over the trim. He does just miss that. We do see the batter did save his flywheel. Does have a ball to work with, so he should be able to kite a bit in this area. Is able to get that first ship here. He's just gonna mind game at this pallet. And at this point, PBChan, just trying to go for 1 kill, but it's already, if 3 survivors get out the gate, it is going to be a win. And is able to avoid that, pushing for the dungeon. He can actually get 4 out here with his flywheel and a ball available.
yeah, he still has a ball and he still has flywheel. Oh my god!
But he has flywheel. He has flywheel. Unless he dies. Oh, he dies! Double statue. But they still get 3 survivors out the exit here. And that means Weibo will be winning here. And we called that one right now. 3 survivor escape.
Wow. Well, congratulations, Weibo Gaming. I mean, Eli, you and I, we called it. 3-man escape. PBChan looked like he stood a chance at that point. 1 cycle remaining, but yeah. Weibo Gaming's teamwork just proves a little bit too much for PBChan to handle at that point. So, GG, congratulations to Weibo Gaming. But, well, it's only the first game, the first matchup of the group. So, RD definitely still has 2 more games to play. So, they definitely still have a chance to come back. Sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think definitely on paper as well, that is the hardest matchup that they have to go through. Is of course the 2 mainland China teams going into this event, MRC and Weibo Gaming, arguably the 2 strongest teams there alongside ZETA. I think those are statistically in the past, those are the 3 best teams in this tournament that we've seen so far, and that we're probably going to see moving forward. So it's really up to the rest of these teams to step up and see how they're able to play against those 3. But yeah, we saw, ZETA, MRC, and Weibo, as we talked about, arguably the 3 best teams in this tournament, starting out strong for all 3 of them.
Yeah, definitely we've got to give props to RD for bringing such a tight fight as well. Even though it's a 2-0, but technically it doesn't feel like a 2-0. It feels much longer than that. But yeah, but it was so close, neck and neck, in terms of the kills and points. But this is exactly what we're talking about. Like, you don't need to secure a overwhelming point advantage, but ultimately round points come first. So as long as the round points, I guess in the end, ultimately that's enough for you to win. But yeah, I have to say RD definitely played way better than any of us expected, because again, Weibo Gaming is the first runner-up of IVL summer finals, and that says a lot. So definitely more respect. I feel like there's definitely going to be more respect by the Chinese teams towards this team from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. So
yeah, definitely. Close matches. They only lost both rounds by 2 points, so 1 extra survivor escape each round. And the first round was tiable for them. In the second round, PBChan almost able to come back and win that. So just really, this RD team is really impressive. I think going into this, a lot of people expected this to be a very decisive victory for Weibo Gaming, but it doesn't look like it at all. It was very close here. Weibo did 2-0, but they were just barely managed to win both rounds. They were both super close. So, yeah, definitely. I think here, this is RD is a team you got to watch out for.
For sure. But talking about the MVPs, though, who do you think will be the MVP out of all of this? Like, I feel like both teams are so close. It's so hard to pick an MVP out of this, but Yeah, let's just look at the match results first. Ultimately, like what you said, it's only a 2 points difference, but, well, it's more than enough to bring WBG up a point. And RD, well, very, very impressive chase. Just 10-6. So definitely doing way better than the other matchups. So definitely looking forward to RD. Again.
Definitely.
And not to mention, they don't even have a forward, right, Eli? They don't
have a forward.
Yeah.
So that makes it that makes things more tough for them. Obviously, you saw in some of the situations forward would have been very good. We are gonna see the MVP. Looks like it is MK. Okay, so it's the MVP for this match. Overall, excellent Priestess support. So that was the game changer. I think definitely MK or Long could have been the MVP there in terms of kiting. But yeah, excellent Priestess support. It really goes to show why even when Batter spawn, Batter already has a good position to kite in at corner house, but plus that Priestess portal allowing them to transition farther away. Just excellent support overall. Really won the game there for WBG.
Yeah, I mean I like Long, but not using the flywheel twice in a row. The players are not really using flywheel to the maximum potential in this day number 1. Well, let's see in the second day. Yeah, interesting indeed. But yeah, nothing short of amazing. All of these teams, I believe we already have all of the results for the teams. Again, but yeah, I'd say nothing short of amazing. And I have to say, out of all the 3 matches, what's your favorite pick? What's your favorite game pick?
Out of the matches we've seen so far?
Yeah, out of the matches we've seen. Let me start.
Yeah, you go ahead.
The Bon by Alf 4K in Lakeside Village. That was crazy. 4K against Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was sleeping during that match. It's currently 5:30 a.m. for me, so I was trying to get a nap in before commentating, so I don't fall asleep during the matches. Definitely Bon and Lakeside is it's very difficult to win, not only with Bon, especially on a large map like Lakeside. So I'll definitely have to go back and watch that. Out of the matches that I've seen today,
YMM?
Definitely really tough. I think the RD Survivor is managing to get a draw against the Clerk against YMM, because I mean, especially in a position where it looked like it was going to be a forced Survivor elimination. They just never gave a free hit for the rest of the game, and they were able to tie. So I think definitely RD Survivors against YMM there against the Clerk.
I agree with you. Like the 190 seconds kite by the Acrobat definitely helped them achieve that draw instead of a 4-man elimination. So yeah, I'm really happy to see the games today. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, today's result is gonna be right in front of you. As you can see, ZETA, all of the games are actually 2-0. ZETA versus Nice 2-0, 16-3. MRC versus GH 15-3. The really close one is actually WBG versus RD. So I have to say, Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan, we have ourselves a contender here from that region. So hope to see more of them. And yeah, for the other teams as well, GH and Nice, they definitely have a chance. Again, in group stages as well, Group A and Group B, MRC currently topping the leaderboard, being the first place, and ZETA as well. First of the leaderboard. I believe the points that they get actually factors into their positioning as well. Eli?
Yeah, so basically how it works is essentially, first it goes by net wins. What a net win is basically each round that you win individually within a best of 3. And then if that's tied, which you saw between, I think that was ZETA and Weibo both had 2 net wins, then you go based off of overall points gained in the round. So, for example, like a 4 Survivor Escape, you get 5 points, then you add those up in the long run. So ZETA currently on top. Overall, we are going to look at tomorrow's matches as well. We have MRC versus FCN will be the first matchup of tomorrow. Mainland China versus the NAEU region team. We have RD versus ZETA. I'm actually very excited again to see RD come out and play again. We saw kind of a surprise from them coming out and playing very well against Weibo here. And then we also have Scars versus GH as well. GH definitely wanting to try to come back here and get themselves a win, potentially move up in the brackets.
For sure. But you know who I'm looking forward to? Fusion! I'm looking forward to Fusion's game tomorrow. Especially Momo, like what you mentioned. And Sally! Am I pronouncing that right correctly?
No, that's right, yeah.
Sally and Mushin for sure. Like, I'm very impressed with the Geisha and the Clark. So yeah, definitely more to see tomorrow. So guys, don't miss it, because if you're waiting for the NAEU matchup, tomorrow's the day. It's gonna start at 3 p.m. GMT plus 8, or otherwise that's 2 p.m. GMT plus 7. In your time, that's probably
I think
I'm not really sure. What's your time then?
It's midnight for Pacific Standard Time, and then if you're Eastern, so if you're East Coast, then it's 3 a.m. I believe.
Oh, 3 a.m. Oh god.
Yeah.
Hardcore supporters assemble. NAEU's gonna play tomorrow at 3 a.m. So drink your coffee. Yeah, maybe I can also drink a coffee session before the games.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But you know what? It's been a pleasure casting with you. Any last words before we sign off?
Yeah, just thank you everyone for watching today. Thank you everyone who supported us, commentators as well as the players. We'll be back tomorrow with more action, more teams, and more exciting IVS gameplay.
Here's your present. Bye-bye. Yes.
nice。医生，我想往3号溜了。哎呦，不然可能挂我了。哦，杀右边，
我死不掉的，我上不来。
咱这边我弄死了。我来一起，你们别打死，别打死。
开了，开！
不要做，开小，不要做。